Hello everyone, I hope you all are doing well. So I welcome you all in the next session and one of the most important session for you all, which we call it as monthly finance current affairs. So आज के इस session में we will be discussing the monthly finance current affairs for the month of May 2025. As you know कि May month बहुत ज़्यादा important था in terms of RBI circulars, RBI press releases, बहुत सारे important notifications, master directions, circulars release किए गए RBI द्वारा, जिसकी वजह से May month is bit heavy in terms of RBI related news. So what I have done is I have divided the entire month into two parts so that you can understand the video in a much appropriate manner. तो इस बार monthly finance current affairs की जो video है, that will be coming in two parts. Part 1 is covering 1st to 16th of May and part 2 will be covering from 17th to 30th of May. तो part 1 जो है that is going to be really very important. तो आइए जरा हम पहले 16 दिन की जो करंट अफेयर्स है फाइनेंस सेगमेंट से वो कवर करेंगे and once we'll complete this, then we'll move on to the second part, that is part 2. So stay tuned guys, do watch the entire video till the end, and once you have watched the entire video you can fill the form with the link in the description so that you can download the PDF for the entire May month. Thank you so much. Let's get started with the discussion. Before we start the discussion, please let me know in the comment section that I'm audible, visible, everything is fine. We are good to go so that we can begin the discussion. I welcome you all in the next very important session on finance current affairs, where we will be discussing the finance current affairs related news from 1st to 3rd of May. I can assure you, as always, this session is again going to be a really very important session for everyone, and you are going to learn many new things today, which has a great probability that they will be asked in the examination for sure. In this particular session itself, as you know, we cover not only the specific financial current affairs, but we dig pretty deep to understand the RBI circulars, RBI notifications, as well as RBI bulletin. I'm pretty sure those who are enjoying this session on regular basis, they must be learning a lot on day-to-day basis. And if you are going to join for the very first time, then I would suggest you watch at least 3 sessions, and in 3 sessions, that means in 1 week, you will realize the importance as well as the relevance of this particular session with respect to your examination. I can assure you guys, this session is going to help you to learn a lot, not only about the financial concepts, but also regarding the terms which are in news in the financial world, which have a great possibility to be asked in the examination. Chalo ji. So without any further delay, let's get started with the discussion. So as this is my last try, because in the last session I have not got much response with respect to the revision part, but today I'm taking a last call. I'm expecting that today you will be giving me the responses. If not, then from next class onwards, I will be stop discussing the revision based questions. If you all are ready and if you have revised the PDF of the previous session, you are in a position to answer the questions from the previous session. Give me a thumbs up, give me a yes sir, so that we can begin. Here we go with the first question. The first question of the evening is now on your screen. I will be giving you 20 seconds time to attempt this particular question, because if you calculate the timings which you are going to get in the examination, that means in the final examination, it's going to be around the same. That is, you will be getting almost 20 seconds to answer these kind of questions. So keeping that in mind, I have come up with this particular timer. So your time starts now. I want everyone to go through with the question and give me the answers. Okay, now it's my turn. Consider the following statement regarding the Reserve Bank of India's recently launched surveys. Inflation expectation survey of household helps RBI to understand how consumers perceive future inflation trends. That is absolutely correct. Consumer confidence survey collects data solely from the rural areas. No. Industrial outlook survey evaluates business performance and employment outlook in the manufacturing sector. That is absolutely correct. Moving on to the next point, these surveys are conducted across 19 cities of the country, including Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Bengaluru. That is correct. The findings from these surveys are directly used by Monetary Policy Committee for bi-monthly policy decisions. That is again correct. So the answer to this particular question is going to be what? 1, 3, 4 and 5. So the answer to this particular question is B option. Let's check it out. That is absolutely correct. Moving on to the next question. Again, 20-second time. Your time starts now. If you were not present in the previous session, nothing to worry. If you are not able to answer the questions, nothing to worry. At least try to understand the question. Give a try to answer the question, because whenever we answer wrong for a question, it remains with us for a longer period. So let's decode this. Consider the following statement regarding the Indian standards for note sorting machines issued by BIS. So standards for NSM, that is non-note sorting machines, titled, were published in the Gazette of India after the consultation with RBI. That is true. These standards specify performance and safety requirements to ensure accurate detection of genuine and fit banknotes. That is true. Initially, banks were required to deploy only BIS certified NSM conforming to these standards by 1st of May 2025, and now the deadline has been extended to 1st of November 2025. The standards are applicable only to the foreign exchange dealing banks, not to the regular commercial banks. No sir, it is applicable to all the banks out there in the country. So the answer is going to be A option. Let's check it out. It is absolutely correct. So I have many students. Aniket has given the correct answer. Anuj, Shivangi, beautiful, beautiful. Now I'm enjoying. Moving on to the next question. Read the question, guys. You have 20 seconds. Okay, now it's my turn. So consider the following statement regarding the 100 and 200 rupees banknotes through ATMs. RBI has mandated the banks as well as the white label ATMs. That means banks are owing brown label ATMs as well as we have blue label ATMs. So these ATMs along with white label ATMs, to ensure ATMs regularly dispense 100 or 200 denomination note. That is true. By September 2025, it should be 75%, at least in one cassette, 90%. ATMs will be doing this by 31st of March 2026. That is correct. This directive is aimed to increase the availability of 100 and 200 rupees of notes, which are among the least circulated denomination in India. No sir, this is wrong. Guys, this is wrong. These are not the least circulated denominations in India. No, no, no. Why they have been introduced through ATM? Because these are the most demanded, most required denominations. So that is the reason fourth option is incorrect. ATM operators may need to modify cassette system and invest in infrastructure to comply with new requirements. Is that true? Is that true? The answer to this particular question is yes, sir. That is true, because the size of the notes is different. Earlier, with the current machines, they are capable of more of 500 rupees. So if you are coming up with 200 and 100 rupees notes, then you need to modify the cassettes. You need to invest not much but little amount in the infrastructure to fulfill the criteria. So according to that, A option should be correct. 1, 2, 3, 5 is correct. Fourth option is incorrect. Why? Guys, which are among the least circulated denomination? Who said that? Who said that 100 rupee and 200 rupee note is least circulated denomination in India? No, they are one of the most circulated denominations in India, but their availability through ATM is pretty low. That is the reason we want this amount so that, or we want this denomination so that the transactions can be done in a better manner. So it's quite obvious. Answer is going to be 1, 2, 3 and 5 is the correct answer. Is it clear? Those who have marked the answer fourth as correct, I hope it is clear. You need to read the statement very carefully, otherwise you are going to make the mistakes. Moving on to the next question. Again, 20-second time. It is related to FEMA, latest contraventions and compounding wala news, which we have started in the previous session and we will be completing it in today's session. Go on. Shrishti notification will be out pretty soon. You must buckle up yourself and try to prepare or try to invest as much time as you can in your preparation. Okay. Any violation of FEMA provision, rules or regulation qualify as a contravention under the Act? Any violation is a contravention? Yes, sir. Any violation will be a contravention. That is true. Breaching the condition of an authorization issued by RBI is not considered as a contravention under FEMA. This is wrong. So the norms which are issued by RBI, they are also included as a contravention under FEMA. If the amount involved in the contravention is not quantifiable, you cannot quantify, you cannot calculate the amount, then maximum penalty is going to be of 2 lakh rupees. In case of continuing contravention, in cases of continuing contravention, an additional penalty of 5,000 rupees per day will be charged after the first day. That is true. The penalty for the contravention may go up to 5 times. No, sir. It will go up to 3 times of the amount involved. So in that particular case, second and fifth statement are wrong. 1, 3 and 4 is going to be the answer. So if I choose the option, I will go with A option, that is 1, 3 and 4. That is 1, 3 and 4. Moving to the next question related to the same. Consider the statement regarding compounding mechanism under FEMA. So consider the statement regarding compounding mechanism under FEMA. Compounding is a voluntary mechanism that allows individuals or entities to admit a contravention under FEMA and resolve it by paying a penalty to RBI. Okay, so compounding is a voluntary mechanism. That is true. Contravention related to money laundering or terror financing under Section 3 of FEMA are eligible for compounding. Are they eligible for compounding? An application for compounding must be submitted within 180 days from the date of contravention, along with the fees of minimum 10,000 rupees with GST. That is true. Once approved, the compounding amount must be paid within 15 days. Following to this, your application will be forwarded to ED. A similar contravention cannot be compounded again within 3 years. That is also true. Sir, if you are making a same contravention again and again within a span of 3 years, then you cannot do it, or you cannot go for the compounding. In that particular case, as per the act, penalties will be charged, or huge value penalties are going to be charged. So answer to this particular question is 1, 3. Answer to this particular question is 1, 3, 4 and 5. 1, 3, 4 and 5. So 1, 3, 4 and 5 are correct, but obviously the second option is incorrect, because the Section 3A included transactions which include terror funding, which include money laundering or money hawala. They are not eligible. These kind of contraventions are not eligible for what? So they are not eligible for the compounding purpose. Here we go with the first news of the day. Shall we start, guys? Those who were not present in the previous session, don't worry. I will be starting with the news today. And if you were not present in the previous session, you can hold tight now and you will be able to understand each and everything from this point onwards. Give me yes, sir, so that we can begin. So guys, what we are talking about, those who were not present in the previous session, I can give you a quick overview. RBI has come up with the master directions related to the contravention. Contraventions basically means the violations which are done by the parties to a particular act. Here the act we have is, that is FEMA. So it says that if the parties, the stakeholders, they have violated the FEMA act, and then they themselves approach to the concerned authority that, sir, we are really very sorry, we have made this mistake, please forgive us. But RBI will say, or the authority will say, we are not going to forgive you, but yes, we will be charging down a penalty, but this penalty value is going to be pretty less. And this kind of settlement where the party itself voluntarily approach to get the complaint sorted, or approach to get the contravention done to be sorted in order to avoid any kind of huge penalties in the near future, that is known as compounding. तो compounding का मतलब है खुद जाकर अपनी गलती मानना और पेनल्टी पे करना. कॉन्ट्रावेंशन का मतलब है जो भी आपने वायलेशन की है, किसके अगेंस्ट, जो भी आपने वायलेट किया है फेमा या किसी भी एक्ट को, तो जब आप किसी एक्ट के नॉर्म्स को फुलफिल नहीं करते, दैट इज बेसिकली टर्म्ड एज कॉन्ट्रावेंशन. ठीक है जी. तो उस केस से रिलेटेड हमने कुछ बातें पिछली क्लास में ऑलरेडी कवर कर ली थी. आज हम इसी को आगे बढ़ाएंगे और आज हम आगे बढ़ते हुए ये बात करेंगे कि इस डायरेक्शन में क्या क्या चीजें दी गई हैं. सबसे पहला पॉइंट है Under this compounding of contravention, application process for compounding, how the application will be done. For example, I am an organization or I am an entity or I am a company and I have violated the FEMA Act. If I have violated the FEMA Act and I know the regulator, the implementer of FEMA in India is RBI. So in that particular case, what I will do, I will approach to RBI myself. RBI has not called me, RBI has not identified that I have done something wrong. I myself go to RBI and submit an application stating that, sir, I have violated the FEMA Act and I am here for the compounding purpose. I am here for the compounding purpose means I am here to pay the basic penalty so that in near future any kind of harsh action should not be taken against me or my organization. So compounding application will be submitted. Compounding application will be submitted to RBI's regional office. Now the question is, we have so many regional offices of RBI in the country. I will be submitting my complaint to which of the regional office of RBI? Then I would say my company's or my entity's headquarter is, let's suppose, in UP. Let's suppose it is in UP, and the regional office of RBI, which is responsible to handle the concerned area of UP, will be my point of contact. Are you getting my point? कि जहां आपकी कंपनी का ऑफिस है, जहां आपकी कंपनी का हेडक्वार्टर है, रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिस है, वो हेडक्वार्टर, वो रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिस जिस भी रीजनल ऑफिस के प्रेमिसेस में आता है, you will be approaching to that regional office to submit your application. So compounding application related shall be submitted by the applicant to the respective regional office under whose jurisdiction they fall, or you can submit it directly to the Foreign Exchange Department set up in New Delhi. Foreign Exchange Department set up in New Delhi. Or for all other contraventions, applications may be submitted to the cell for effective implementation, of FEMA, that is Foreign Exchange Department of RBI at Mumbai. So you have these options that you can register your complaint with the regional, you can register your application with the regional office under which your company is falling, your company is going to be managed, or you can directly submit it to the Foreign Exchange Department of RBI. Now the question is, what is the process which is going to be followed? भी भैया ये जो एप्लीकेशन है इसमें हम क्या प्रोसेस फॉलो करेंगे ताकि ये एप्लीकेशन सबमिट हो जाए और उसके बाद उस पे जो भी कंपाउंडिंग है वो हो जाए, सेटलमेंट हो जाए, फ्यूचर में कोई इश्यूज ना आए. तो सबसे पहला स्टेप क्या होगा? द फर्स्ट स्टेप इज एन एप्लीकेंट may submit the compounding application with the relevant documents. You can submit it physically to the regional office under whose premises your entity is belonging to, or you can apply through Pravaha portal. I hope we have discussed about Pravaha portal n number of times. Is it clear till this point? Pravaha portal क्या है, इसके बारे में हम काफी बार बात कर चुके हैं. तो अगर आप एक कंपनी है, एक एंटिटी है, and you have violated the FEMA, and that particular case you can apply for compounding, for settlement, either on the RBI website, either on the Pravaha portal, or you can visit the regional office physically to submit the application. Second is, all compounding applications shall be submitted along with the fees. So if you have violated the act and now RBI will be checking out that violation, then RBI will be taking the desired step. So this means you have done a mistake. In case you have done a mistake, now you are responsible to pay the fees, and the fees, which is bare minimum. This is not the penalty. This is the fees to submit your application. Penalty will be decided later on. So what is the fees? Sir, it is 10,000 rupees plus GST, and GST for this particular format is what percent? So that is 18%. Third point is, application must contain the contact details, that is the name of the applicant, authorized official or representative of the applicant, mobile number, telephone number, as well as email ID, so that RBI can contact in case of need. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear, everyone? So this is the process which is need to be followed if you want that your violation, your contravention can be compounded through RBI. Now moving on to the next point. Certain cases which are not eligible. The first case which is not eligible for compounding. Let's say today, what is the date? So today it is 6th of May, guys. On 6th of May 2025, let's say a company involved in foreign exchange has done the violation V1. Once they have done this violation V1, company approached to RBI for compounding purpose and company was asked to approach within a span of 180 days. So company has a span of 180 days, but company has done the contravention on 6th of May. Company is very afraid of it has reached to RBI or it has reached for the compounding purpose on 6th of May only through the regional office by physical visit. Then RBI will announce the penalty and this penalty is need to be paid within 15 days. This is need to be paid within 15 days. Things closed, sorted. But after 2 years, on 6th of May 2027, again the company has done the same violation. If the company has done the same violation, then in that particular case, company is not eligible for compounding. That means आप voluntarily apply नहीं कर सकते. Now the educating authority will be set up and that authority will charge huge penalty on you because your violation is not allowed under compounding because the same violation was done in a span of last 3 years. The same violation was done in a span of last 3 years. Is it clear, everyone? Is this point clear? So these kind of issues will not be compounded where two same contraventions are done within a span of 3 years. Now let's suppose this contravention was done, the same contravention was done on 6th of May 2029. On 6th of May 2029, then in that particular case, what we will consider? So in that particular case, we will consider that okay, 3 years have passed. Now this contravention is again a new contravention. Yes, sir, it is eligible for compounding. Yes, sir, it is eligible for compounding. Is this point clear to everyone? Is this point clear to everyone? If it is clear to everyone, just give me yes, sir. If it is clear to everyone, just give me yes, sir. Okay. So if your case is already, or I would say the contravention has been done in last 3 years, it has been compounded, you cannot compound it again in a span of 3 years. Moving to the next point. Any contravention committed after the expiration period of 3 years from the date on which a similar contravention was previously compounded, then it will be allowed, it will be considered fresh contravention. Next, no compounding applications shall be processed unless the request administrative action is completed by the applicant. What does it basically means? It basically means, let's suppose we have an entity. This entity was asked by RBI that all the entities falling under the category of authorized dealer category 1, don't get yourself confused कि इसका मतलब क्या होता है. Just try to understand this point that RBI has come up with the norm that all the authorized dealers category 1, they must have board of directors equals to 3. They must have board of directors equals to 3. So this entity is supposed to achieve the target, and the timeline was 31st of March 2025. Now let's suppose this entity has not achieved the target on 31st of March, but on 5th of April 2025, the company has increased the number of board of directors from 1 to 3. Now they can approach to RBI for compounding. What I'm trying to say, sir, if you want to compound, if you want to settle down the contravention which you have done, that can be settled, that can be compounded only and only if you have fulfilled the requirements. अगर आपने रिक्वायरमेंट फुलफिल नहीं की और आप आरबीआई के पास आ गए कि आरबीआई आपने कहा था 3 बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स होने चाहिए, अनफॉर्चुनेटली मेरी कंपनी में बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स पहले भी एक ही थे, आज भी एक ही है, लेकिन मुझसे गलती हुई है, प्लीज मुझसे पेनल्टी ले लो, मुझे जाने दो। आरबीआई कहेगा नहीं, ऐसा बिल्कुल अलाउड नहीं है। आरबीआई कहेगा कंपाउंडिंग का मतलब क्या, आपसे गलती हुई। कंपाउंडिंग मीन्स यू हैव डन अ मिस्टेक एंड यू आर एडमिटिंग इट, but you need to sort that mistake. You need to overcome that particular mistake. What does it mean? It means all the norms which have been given under FEMA, you have to fulfill those norms, then you come to RBI, then only the compounding can be done. Otherwise compounding is not possible. So processed unless the request administrative actions is completed. If the actions are completed, then compounding will be done. Otherwise, compounding is not allowed. Next point. We all know that contraventions of serious nature, such as Section 3 related to money laundering, terror financing, they are not included under, or they are not included or allowed for compounding, and even they are not going to be looked after by RBI. They are going to be looked after by Directorate of Enforcement, or we call it as ED. Last point, very important, please pay attention. Rule 9 of Compounding Rules 2024 transaction says, this is the amendment which has been done, in which the amount involved is not quantifiable. If there is a kind of breach of the act which has been done, but the act which has been breached, the amount relevant to that violation is not calculatable. So in that particular case, if you cannot calculate that amount, then in that particular case, maximum 2 lakh rupees of penalty can be charged. But along with that, there is one more point. It says, attracting provisions of Section 37A of the Act, where the educating authority has already passed an order imposing penalty under Section 13 of the Act, or where the DOE of the view that compounding proceeding relates to a serious contravention suspected money laundering. Okay. So what does it say? It says that if you have done a contravention today, okay, let's say on 1st of April 2025, you have violated the FEMA Act, and you have not approached for a compounding. On 30th of April, you have received a notice. From the concerned department. That, sir, this educating authority has been allotted or has been appointed for you because you have done violation to the FEMA Act, and we will be charging penalty on you. So once they have announced such a huge penalty on you, then you wake up, and what do? You go to RBI and say, RBI, mujhse galti ho gayi, I am ready to do compounding. In that case, RBI will not accept your compounding because your mistake, your violation has been already identified. The legal proceedings against those violations have been already initiated. Now you cannot opt for compounding. Compounding tab tak allowed hai jab tak aap pakde na jao. The day you are caught and now the penalties are going to be charged, after charging or after announcement of the penalty, you are not allowed for compounding. Compounding means voluntary, and voluntary means before you are caught, before you are challenged by the authorities. Once you are already challenged by the authorities, you are not allowed to approach to RBI in order to get it sorted. तो भैया फ्लो क्या होगा? अगर हम फ्लो की बात करें, अगर मैं कंपनी हूं, I have done the violation. In that particular case, what is going to be the flow? First of all, sir, I will be reaching to RBI. First of all, I will be, for example, I have done the violation. Once I have done the violation, I will fulfill the administrative steps, whatever required. जो मैंने violation की थी, उन steps को मैंने क्या कर दिया? Reverse कर दिया. मान लो transaction की थी, उसे reverse कर लिया. Information नहीं share करनी थी, वो information share कर दी. I have done the administrative step. बट स्टिल गलती तो हो चुकी है, सुधार भी ली गलती, बट अब आपको कहां जाना होगा? यू विल गो टू आरबीआई फॉर कंपाउंडिंग. आरबीआई विल गो थ्रू विद दी RBI will go through with your application, and once RBI go through with the application, then RBI will charge penalty on you. You are supposed to pay this penalty within 15 days. You are supposed to pay penalty within 15 days, and you can reach to RBI within 180 days of contravention. This is the entire flow which you need to follow in case of compounding of contraventions under FEMA. If it is clear, give me yes sir. I'll move on to the next point. If it is clear, give me yes sir, so that I can move on to the next point. Guys, I will be taking all your general doubts after I complete the discussion. I would request you, let's focus on the content right now. If you have any general doubt, you can ask me after the session, or you can write your doubts in the comment section as well after the video, after the session. Now, अब question ये है कि sir, अगर ध्यान से सुनना, the question is, if I have done a violation, and if I have done a violation and I am caught by the authority, in that particular case, authority can charge penalty on me that is up to 3 times the sum involved. That is up to 3 times the sum involved. But if I myself reach to RBI that yes sir, I have done this mistake, I am reaching to you, then in that particular case, a low value of penalty will be charged. And what is the penalty value? Sir, ye data which I have written for you, this is not for, I'm not asking you to learn it. No need to learn, just read it so that you can understand. For example, you have not done the reporting. There is a norm that you have to report to RBI if you are selling the shares, if you are purchasing the shares, or you are dealing with the foreign entity. And if you have not reported as per the timelines, then first you will be submitting the application, and the application fees, to submit the application fees, the fees is 10,000 rupees plus GST. Above that, penalty value is going to be charged. That will be 1,000 rupees per year. If the amount of contravention is less than 10 lakhs, it will be 2,500 if the contravention is 10 lakhs to 40 lakhs. So these are the small penalties which are going to be charged. But on the other side, if you do not inform yourself, you do not accept your mistake yourself, and you are caught red-handed, in that particular case, if your contravention value is 10 lakhs, then the authorities, they are eligible to charge penalty of value up to 3 times. That means 10 lakh की गलती पर 30 लाख रुपए की penalty भी charge हो सकती है as per the act. It's better you admit it, admit your mistake and pay a very less penalty and let the things go. Second is related to submission of ACC. ACC stands for Annual Activity Certificate. APR, Annual Performance Report. FLAR, that is Foreign Liabilities and Assets. Foreign Liability and Asset Report. Then we have Form Foreign Currency Gross Provisional Returns. These all are the technical, I would say, documents which a company is need to submit to RBI or to the government or to the designated authority. If you fail to do that, if you fail to submit those certificates, then again, after you realize that you failed to submit the document as per the timeline, there is a delay. So as per the delay, first of all, you will be submitting the application with an application amount of 10,000 rupees. Along with that 10,000 rupees, you will be paying the penalty value. Delayed and non-receipt of share certificate, penalty value is 10,000 rupees per year. Total amount being subject to the ceiling of, obviously the total amount of penalty cannot be above 3 times, which is going to be charged in case of, which is going to be charged in what case? So it is going to be charged when you will be caught red-handed rather than you are yourself informing about the violation. So same goes for all these terms. You just read it once, nothing to memorize, nothing to learn for all these points. Is it clear? Last, I would like to discuss 2 points. First, the compounding amount should be less than 3 times value, because 3 times is the limit in case of penalty. In case of sum involved in the contravention is less than 1 lakh rupees, then the total compounding amount shall not be more than the amount of simple interest 5% paid. For example, what I'm trying to say, आपने एक कॉन्ट्रावेंशन की 50,000 की, और ये कॉन्ट्रावेंशन की आपने लेट्स से फॉर 5 months, this contravention you have done for 5 months, in that particular case your penalty amount will be 50,000 पे 5% के हिसाब से क्या निकालो, 5% के हिसाब से आप निकालो इंटरेस्ट, और उस इंटरेस्ट को 50,000 में ऐड करो. दैट इज द मैक्सिमम वैल्यू विच इज सपोज टू बी चार्ज. दैट इज द मैक्सिमम वैल्यू विच इज सपोज टू बी चार्ज. सो इन केस ऑफ सम इन्वॉल्व्ड इन कॉन्ट्रावेंशन इज लेस देन 1 lakh, total compounding amount shall not be more than amount of simple interest 5% in case of 1 lakh, and should not be more than 10% with respect to the all other contraventions. With respect to the all other contraventions. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. इट्स अ वेरी बिग न्यूज. इट्स हैज अ ग्रेट प्रोबेबिलिटी कि यहां से क्वेश्चन पूछे जाए एग्जामिनेशन में. ऑब्वियसली देयर इज अ लो प्रोबेबिलिटी कि यहां से कोई डिस्क्रिप्टिव क्वेश्चन आएगा, बट यहां से ऑब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चन बनने के पूरे चांसेस हैं. नॉट ओनली इन फेज 1 बट इन फेज 2 आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि यहां से फॉर श्योर यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट paragraph based questions. For sure you can expect paragraph based questions. Is it clear now? Is it clear now? If you have enjoyed the discussion, give me yes sir, so that I can move ahead. If you have enjoyed the discussion, give me yes sir, so that I can move ahead. Now I'll move on to the second news of the day. The second news is very important. It has a great probability that this news will be asked in the phase 1 examination. It's a one-liner news. That is the reason I have presented it only and only on one slide. The news says Razorpay launches India's first AI integrated MCP server for payments. I'll take a very simple example, guys. Let's suppose you shop on Amazon. The moment you shop on Amazon, you have made the payment through, let's say, debit card, or you have made the payment through the online banking. The product which you have received, you do not like the product, and that product is returnable. The moment you will click on returnable, moment you will click return, they will ask you what will be the source, or sorry, what will be the destination of refund, कि भैया जो आपका पैसा वापस करना है उसे हम कैसे रिफंड करें, and you will say source account. Let's say you click on the option that is source account. अब the moment you will click on the option source account, it will come okay. लेकिन okay आने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि source account में पैसा चला जाएगा. No. Now what will happen? The entire information will reach to Amazon. Amazon employees who are managing the Amazon dashboard, they will be activating the repayment. They will be activating the credit of the return amount, and that credit of the return amount will be activated into the source account through the payment platform. Which payment platform? So the same payment platform with which Amazon has tied up, and Amazon has received the amount from me. For example, Amazon has tied up with Razorpay, and when I have made the payment, the amount has been credited into the Amazon's account through the Razorpay payment gateway, or through the Razorpay payment transfer facility. So in that particular case, the employee will initiate the return request, and the employee will activate the Razorpay platform to credit the amount back into the same account from which the amount was paid at the time of purchase. अब अगर इस सारे काम के लिए एम्प्लॉय की जरूरत ना पड़े, if we say that we don't need an employee for all these things, then how it will be done, sir? It will be done with the help of a machine which can think. It will be done with the help of a machine which can think. That means machine with a brain. That means I'm talking about AI. तो अब क्या हो रहा है? Razorpay has taken up an initiative that AI, the moment customer will mark return, customer will mark source account, AI will itself interact with the payment platform, and in that interaction AI will inform the payment platform कि sir ये जो funds हमारे पास आए थे for this particular product, we request you to refund those that amount in the source account. तो ये जो काम पहले एम्प्लॉय द्वारा डैशबोर्ड की मदद से किया जा रहा था, now the same entire task is performed by Now, the same entire task is performed by whom? So it is performed with the help of AI. The same task is performed with the help of AI, and this initiative has been taken, or this service has been initiated by whom? So this service has been initiated by Razorpay. So please pay attention. So Razorpay, please pay attention. Razorpay Software Private Limited, the private service provider, has recently launched what? So first model context protocol server for a payment gateway, which enable businesses to integrate AI driven systems directly with their payment infrastructure. अब होगा क्या कि MCP servers allows AI assistant to carry out tasks such as creating payment link, initiating refunds, managing transactions without the need for traditional dashboard or any kind of API visit. Earlier, payments were initiated and authorized by the businesses by using the dashboard. Now there is no need to use the dashboard. It will be directly initiated with the help of this AI. Now basically ये जो AI है, it has been enabled to command Razorpay regarding the payment link generation, regarding the initiating the refunds, managing the transactions and whatnot. So remember, this is a question which has a great potential. So अगली बार अगर कोई पूछे, phase 1 में Razorpay has launched India's first AI integrated MCP server for payments. What is this MPC server? So it is model context protocol, which has been developed by Anthropic, is an open standard designed to enable large language models to interact with the external tool systems and data sources. So now AI can not only manage their own tasks, they can even interact with the external systems related to your entire ecosystem, and those external systems can be even controlled with the help of AIs which are developed, which are linked to a particular business. Is it clear now? Moving on to the third news. The third news says Zaakpay gets RBI approval to operate as payment aggregator. So recently Zaakpay, Zaak is basically it is Zaak ePay or Zaak ePayment Service Private Limited, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of One Mobivic System Limited. It has received the final regulatory approval, that is certificate of authorization from RBI to operate as payment aggregator. So what is important? Only one point is important, that Zaakpay gets the approval to operate as payment aggregator. Why I have chosen this news to be covered over here? Because it is the wholly owned subsidiary of Mobivic. Is it clear? So this has a great potential. The question can be asked. Again, fourth news, again a great potential news which can be asked in phase 1. We all know about IFSCA, that is International Financial Service Center Authority, the regulator of international financial service centers in India, has tied up with National Institute of Securities Market. It has signed MOU to boost the capacity building and training initiatives in the security market in GIFT IFSC. So what is it? So basically IFSCA has tied up with NSIM, which stands for NISM, which stands for National Institute of Security Market, and this institute will provide training. This institute will provide content, that is PDFs and all. This institute will even conduct certificate or certification test or certification exams, so that public get aware about the international financial service centers. Not only public, the stakeholders which are involved on this international financial service center, they can get knowledge how to utilize the services, which are provided, on international financial service center. So MOU was signed between Tuhin Kanta Pandey, who is the chairman of SEBI, and K. Rajaraman, he is the chairman of IFSCA. Why chairman of SEBI was there? Because NISM is a public trust which was established in 2006 and it was established by SEBI, therefore SEBI chairman was present. So NISM will act as a training partner of IFSCA and its registered intermediaries, and will support range of capacity building initiatives such as conducting relevant certification examination. Relevant certification examinations will be conducted. Customized content, question banks, e-learning modules will be provided so that IFSCA can have certified players to play, to act, to provide services at GIFT IFSC, that is International Financial Service Center. Fifth news, RBI has recently charged huge penalties on the Indian banks, and the total penalty value is around 2.5 crores. Penalty has been charged on private sector bank, ICICI Bank, as well as IDBI Bank and Axis Bank. Even the penalties are charged on Bank of Baroda and Bank of Maharashtra. So what you need to remember in this particular news, so if you can remember the values, it's good. If you cannot, it's okay. I'm not insisting you that remember the values, but at least you must remember that ICICI Bank was charged with a penalty because non-compliance with directives on cybersecurity framework, directives on know your customer, directives on credit or debit card issuance and conduct. Bank of Baroda has been charged with penalty because non-compliance with the norms on financial services and customer services in the banks. IDBI was charged because IDBI has not fulfilled the KYC norms as well as Kisan credit card norms. Bank of Maharashtra was charged related to KYC again, and Axis Bank was charged related to unauthorized operations of internal accounts as well as office accounts. Got it? Moving on to the next news. This is something which is important. It has a potential that this information will be helpful for descriptive examination as well. Recently, IMF has presented World Economic Outlook report for April 2025. For April 2025. Now, according to World Economic Outlook report, which is presented by IMF, it has been recorded that India has become the fourth largest nation in terms of GDP. India has surpassed Japan to become the fourth largest nation in terms of GDP. India is behind Germany as well as Japan, and recently India has surpassed which nation? So India has recently surpassed Japan. Now India will be taking up, or India will be I would say surpassing Germany and will become the third largest nation in the upcoming future. So the most important data from this particular news is the ranking. These are the rankings for the nations on the basis of their GDP, as you can see. So the nation on the first rank with highest GDP is US, $30.34 trillion. China is the second largest country in terms of GDP. Then we have Germany on the third rank. India has surpassed Japan to become fourth largest nation with a GDP value of $4.39 trillion, and Japan is on the fifth rank with $4.27 trillion of GDP value, and UK is at sixth rank with $3.73 trillion. One more thing which is important in this particular discussion, according to JP Morgan, it is estimated that India will become the third largest economy by 2028-29. That means India will even surpass Germany and will become the third largest economy by 2028-29. And if you see the gap, it is not much. We are around I would say 50. We are around $0.50 trillion behind Germany, and if we achieve that, we can easily surpass Germany to become the third largest economy of the world, obviously behind US and China. Even by 2035, it is projected that China may take over US by 2035. Even there is a projection that by 2075, India will take over US to become the second largest economy after China. So China will be first at that time, US will be third, and India will be second. These are the projections which have been done in the past. So remember that India has become the fourth largest economy in the world according to the GDP. India is expected to overtake both Germany and Japan by 2030. India has already taken up Japan. Now India will be taking up or surpassing Germany as well by 2030 according to the report if the growth trajectory remains the same. IMF has also forecasted that India is the fastest growing major economy of the world. India is the fastest growing major economy of the world, maintaining a significant advantage over the both regional as well as global competitors. But in this report, 2 points have been highlighted, which we all know. First point which is highlighted is related to the trade war. First point which is highlighted is related to the ongoing trade conflict. So it is said that in this report, the ongoing trade conflict may result in this ongoing trade conflict may result in weakening the may result in weakening the may result in weakening the global economic growth may result in weakening the economic growth, and this global economic growth may get impacted, but it is way it is way above the position of recession. तो 2 पॉइंट इंपॉर्टेंट है. पहला कि सर ये जो इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ है ग्लोबल लेवल पे it can shake for sure. Nothing to worry about it because of the trade war which is going on. But on the second side, it has been said that the global economy may get shaken up, but still it is stable. Or still it is above the risk of recession. So according to IMF, the global economy is well above the recession level, and if the modest growth rates which are expected, if we can witness those growth rates, the risk of recession can be overcome. Got it, guys? Moving on to the seventh and the last news of the evening. The last news is related to the RBI. RBI has announced that the exports through warehouses in Bharat Mart in UAE relaxations has been announced. Now, before I discuss why RBI has given this news, why this news has been taken in the session, before that we should understand what is Bharat Mart. I don't know how many of you are aware of this term, but it is very important. There is a probability that there could be a question. Write a short note on Bharat Mart, or if you are writing a descriptive answer related to the foreign trade policies of the country, then Bharat Mart will be a good example. If you're writing a free trade policies of India, comprehensive economic trade policies of India, then also Bharat Mart is going to play an important role. What is Bharat Mart actually? So Bharat Mart is set up in Jebel Ali, which is in Dubai, which is a free trade zone. So Bharat Mart is a joint initiative of DP World, which is a Dubai-based multinational company which specializes in logistic, port terminal operations and maritime services, as well as the second party is India's Commerce Ministry. So it's a joint venture of DP World. And India's Commerce Ministry in order to boost exports by Indian small and medium sized enterprises. Basically है क्या, एक एक करके पॉइंट को समझते हैं. भारत मार्ट इज अ प्लेस, ये समझो इट्स अ 1 lakh square, it's a place in Dubai, that too in Jebel Ali free trade zone in Dubai, where you can open up a warehouse. Warehouse means where Indian exporters, they export their goods to Dubai and they can store these goods in these warehouses. And as stated, this is a free trade zone. Then on the basis of the free trade zone, goods can be exported to the demanded nations, and the demanded nations will be receiving these goods under the benefit of free trade zone. They will be receiving the goods under the benefit of free trade zone. Secondly, you can even open up the wholesale units You can even open up the retail units in this particular Bharat Mart itself. It is being compared with the China's Dragon Mart. So Bharat Mart is emphasized as a wholesale as well as retail market space, offering Indian manufacturers, traders, and exporters to enhance or in order to enhance their access to the international markets for their products as well as services. Remember that it is located in a strategically or it is strategically located in high profile Jebel Ali port and a free trade zone known for excellent logistic connectivity. Bharat Mart would become a dedicated global business to business sourcing hub for Indian goods. तो यहाँ से क्या होगा कि सर those nations which were feeling tough to import from India, now they can easily import from this Bharat Mart, which is there in Dubai, because they are already importing goods from Dubai. So जो पहले इंडिया तक नहीं पहुंच पा रहे थे, those who were not in a position to purchase the goods from India due to the transportation issues, due to the logistic issues, now all those issues can be overcome and it will be a hub for business to business trade. Marketplace aims to export goods to the Western Asian countries, African countries, obviously Eurasian markets, which will undoubtedly use the UAE's positioning in the Middle East nations or Middle East transshipment center, and that transshipment center make UAE a hub for exports all over the world, and India is enjoying that particular facility. India is enjoying that particular facility. अब वहां पे होगा क्या सर? वहां पे thousands of Indian micro, small and medium enterprises will be participating. They will be selling their agriculture produce, textile produce, gems, jewelry and whatnot. Remember that this DP World, it will construct, it will operate and maintain the Bharat Mart marketplace as a part of $3 billion UAE investment in India's logistic and infrastructure. तो जो investment UAE ने करनी थी लॉजिस्टिक एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में $3 billion की, that will be done in this format. DP World will construct, operate and maintain the Bharat Mart for India, जहां पे इंडिया के गुड्स को शोकेस किया जाएगा for better exposure and better export facilities to the logistic services which are available in Dubai. Moving ahead, the Bharat Mart facility in Dubai has been compared to China's Dragon Mart, and it is operational in 2025. It was expected to be operational. Now, yes, it is operational. The launch of Bharat Mart platform further deepen the vision, that is comprehensive economic partnership agreement which India has signed with UAE in 2022, where India and UAE, they have reduced their import or custom duty or import taxes in order to enhance the trade between the two nations. Now, RBI ने क्या कहा? RBI ने कहा है the Indian traders, the Indian exporters, the Indian manufacturers, they can access the markets in UAE as well as worldwide through the Bharat Mart. कैसे? पहला, authorized dealer banks, that means category 1, authorized dealers category 1, those are the banks which allows you to enjoy current account transactions, capital account transactions, even offer you with the foreign currency accounts, may allow exporters to realize and repatriate full export value of goods exported to Bharat Mart. So you have exported your goods to Bharat Mart and you can receive back the amount against those exported goods within 9 months. Within 9 months from the date of sale of goods from the warehouse. तो जिस दिन वो good warehouse में बिक गया, उसके 9 महीने के अंदर अंदर you are allowed to receive back the amount. Authorized dealer banks may allow the exporters to open up or to enjoy these facilities without any precondition. So there is no precondition on an exporter. If you are willing, if you are targeting to open up or to enjoy the Bharat Mart services, you just fulfill first thing, that is opening or hiring of a warehouse in Bharat Mart by an Indian exporter is allowed if you have a valid importer-exporter code. This is the basic thing which you have. Second is remittances by Indian exporters for initial as well as recurring expenses for setup and continuing business operations of its offices. So you will be doing all the remittances through the bank. And secondly, you can open up the warehouse in Bharat Mart if you have valid importer-exporter code. No other precondition is required which were earlier prevailing. So those preconditions which were prevailing earlier, that is not important, but you remember that RBI has made a change that there is no precondition required for an exporter to open up a warehouse in Bharat Mart, which is set up in UAE, developed by DP World to position the Indian goods on the Indian goods in the international market and to provide better access to the world through the UAE platform. Is it clear, everyone? So this is the entire thing which you need to remember. I hope the entire news is absolutely clear. If it is clear and you have enjoyed the discussion, give me yes, sir. You can download the PDF from this Telegram channel. You can search Economics by Madhav Arora, or my handle is @Madhav Arora. Even you can directly scan the code to join my Telegram channel. Guys, I would request you, if you haven't liked the session yet, before leaving, do hit the like button. If you haven't liked the session yet, do hit the like button before leaving. Sir, this ongoing trade conflict between US and China impact the growth, and is it possible to achieve consistent 10% growth in the upcoming years? No, it is not possible to achieve consistent 10% growth, and that is the reason, as per the latest estimate given by a few of the international organizations, we are expecting that India will grow at a rate of, I would say, 6.1 to 6.4%. This is the range which has been given by most of the organizations for the current financial year with which Indian economy is going to grow. Is it clear? Enjoyed the discussion? Guys, I hope you must have enjoyed the discussion. If yes, do not forget to hit the like button and do not forget to share your suggestions as well as feedbacks in the comment section below. Guys, I have a very important question for you. Write down this question or remember this question. Number of countries with which India has signed free trade agreement. In next class, I have a news which I haven't included today because of the session was already heavy. So in the next class, I will be discussing free trade agreement as well as the term which is over here, that is comprehensive economic partnership agreements. So you need to give me that India has signed free trade agreements with how many countries, or India has signed comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Comprehensive economic partnership agreement with how many countries? This is going to be tough. This one. This is easy. So at least give me the answers that India has signed free trade agreements with how many countries. So today we are going to discuss a very important master direction given by RBI, or I would say it's basically a report which has been presented by RBI, and in the previous examination in 2024, from the same report, 2 to 3 questions were asked. So this session is going to be a really very important session, because if the question was asked in the previous examination, there is a great probability that the same report can be asked again by RBI. So before we start the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section with yes, sir, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. And I'm pretty sure you must have shared the link of this session with your friends and family so that they can join and enjoy the benefit of all these sessions. Here we go with the first slide, but the first slide, as you said, is related to the revision. That means all the questions which we have covered in the previous sessions, or I would say all the news which we have covered in the previous session, we will make a quick revision of them with the help of MCQs, or I would say detailed statement based MCQs, and I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy them. Here we go with the first question. Please pay attention. I'll give you 20 seconds for every question. You need to attempt the question within that time span, because the same time span is going to be followed in your final phase 1 examination as well. Here we go with the first question. Consider the following statements regarding the application process for compounding as per Reserve Bank of India. So we all know that we have studied the compounding of contravention related to FEMA, that is Foreign Exchange Management Act, and on that particular ground, this question has been framed for you. The question says the compounding application can be submitted only physically to the RBI. No, sir, this is incorrect. You can submit the application physically as well as you can submit the application with the help of the Pravaha portal as well. You can submit the application with the help of Pravaha portal as well. Moving on to the next statement, applications can be submitted through Pravaha portal. That is true. They have not mentioned only Pravaha portal, otherwise this would have been incorrect. So second statement is correct. The compounding fees is 10,000 rupees plus applicable GST. That is absolutely correct. If you want to register a compounding request against a contravention done, then you need to pay beforehand 10,000 rupees plus GST as fees. It is mandatory to include the contact details such as name, phone number and email ID of the applicant. That is also correct. The current GST applicable on compounding fees is 12%. No, sir. We have discussed in the previous session, the compounding fees is not 12%, rather it is 18%. So keeping all that points in mind, the answer to this particular question is going to be B option, that is 2, 3 and 4 are the correct answers. First and fifth statement is incorrect. Moving on to the next question now. Read out the question, give me the answer, then I will be discussing it for you. Read out the question, give me the answers, and then I will be discussing it for you quickly. Okay, the examiner is asking, please discuss these cases for which compounding is not allowed or for which compounding request or compounding application cannot be registered. A contravention committed within 3 years of a previously compounded similar contravention is not eligible. बिल्कुल सही है. There should be a gap of 3 years, तभी compounding होगी, वरना compounding नहीं होगी. There will be a direct penalty charge. Contravention involving suspected money laundering or terror financing are not eligible for compounding. That is true. If the amount involved in the contravention is not quantifiable, then the penalty charge is going to be 2 lakhs, but it won't be entertained by RBI. It won't be entertained by RBI. So remember that if a contravention which is not quantifiable, for example, आपको कोई reporting करनी थी, but you haven't done that reporting. So in that particular case, if it is not quantifiable, then this is not compounded by RBI. The statement is incorrect. No compounding application will be processed unless the applicant has completed the request administrative action. This is बिल्कुल absolutely correct. अगर RBI के पास आप compounding के लिए जा रहे हैं, you have to complete all the pre-request requirements, otherwise compounding cannot be done. Last is any contravention committed after 3 years of a similar compounding contravention is considered as a first contravention. That is correct. तो आंसर क्या बनेगा? Second, fourth and fifth. So keeping that in mind, what will be the answer? Keeping that in mind, what will be the answer? Sorry. A contravention committed within 3 years contravention is not eligible. Okay, I thought यहाँ पे लिखा है eligible, so it is not eligible. तो ये भी correct है. So answer होगा 1, 2, 4 and 5. So 1, 2, 4 and 5, that is A option is absolutely the correct answer. तो यहाँ से हम जो answer देंगे, that will be A option. Moving on to the next question. I hope जो मैंने गलती की वो आप लोगों ने भी गलती की. Contravention committed within 3 years of previously compounded similar contravention is not eligible. सही तो है. मुझे लगा they have written is eligible, तो इसलिए मैंने उसको incorrect mark किया, but they have written not eligible, so that statement is correct. 1, 2, 4, 5 is correct. Moving on to the next question. You have 20 seconds. Read the question. It is a mixed bag of 2 news. मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप आंसर कर पाएंगे. देखना जरा. Okay. So consider the following statement regarding the recent development in the digital payment sector in India. Razorpay has launched India's first model. Razorpay has launched India's first model context protocol server enabling AI-driven integration with its payment system. That is correct. MCP allows AI assistant to perform actions such as creating payment links, initiating refunds without traditional dashboard. That is correct. MCP was developed by Razorpay. No, sir. MCP is not developed by Razorpay. Give me the answer. Which organization has developed MCP? Give me the answer in the comment section. Zaakpay has received the certificate of authorization from RBI to operate as an online payment aggregator under the Payment and Settlement System Act 2007. Zaakpay can now facilitate digital payment across various modes including credit, debit card, UPI, wallet, EMI, pay option and whatnot. The answer is correct. So answer to this particular question will be the same, that is A option. 1, 2, 4 and 5 are correct, but the third statement is incorrect. Why the third statement is incorrect? Because in the third statement, MCP is being developed by Anthropic, not by Razorpay. That is correct. Very good. Sonali, Aditi have given the correct answer. Moving on to the next question. Again, you have 20 seconds. It is with reference to penalties under FEMA. What will be the answer? देखो, मेरे को जो सबसे पहले दिखा इस क्वेश्चन में, breaching the condition of an authorization issued by RBI is not considered as contravention. Second statement is incorrect. If the amount involved in contravention is not quantifiable, penalty value is 2 lakh. That is correct. In case of continuing contravention, additional 5,000 rupees per day penalty. That is correct. Penalty for contravention may go up to 5 times. No, sir. It cannot go up to 5 times. It can be up to 3 times only. So this is incorrect. First, third and fourth are correct. So according to this, A option is the correct answer. According to this, A option is the correct answer. Moving on to the next question, compounding the following statement. Consider the following statement regarding the compounding mechanism under FEMA 1999. Go for it. Easy question. See, ऐसे questions को पढ़ने के लिए समय बचाने के लिए क्या करो? 180 days. क्या ये सही है? बिल्कुल. An application compounding must be submitted within 180 days from the day of contravention along with the fees. This is correct. Once approved, the compounding penalty must be paid within 15 days. That is true. A similar contravention cannot be compounded again within 3 years. That is true. Contravention related to money laundering or terror financing under Section 3A, FEMA are eligible for compounding. No, sir, that cannot be compounded by RBI. The next point is compounding is a voluntary mechanism. That is true. So answer is going to be again A option. 1, 3, 4, 5 are correct. Second option is incorrect. I hope it is clear. Moving on to the last question, I guess, the last question of the evening maybe. अगला question क्या कहता है? There are few statements out of which you need to choose the correct statement. We have studied International Financial Service Center Authority and National Institute of Securities Markets have signed an MOU to promote capacity building in GIFT IFSC Gandhinagar. This is correct. NISM established in 2006 by SEBI will serve as a training partner to IFSC and help in conducting the certification examinations. That is correct. MOU was signed in the presence of chairman of SEBI and governor of RBI. नहीं sir, RBI के गवर्नर का तो यहाँ पे कोई लेना देना ही नहीं है, तो ये गलत हो गया. ICICI Bank was charged with a penalty of 97.80 lakh rupees. This is correct. Axis Bank has also faced a penalty for the non-compliance related to Kisan credit card. So the answer to this particular question is first statement is correct, second is correct, fourth is correct, third and fifth statement is incorrect. Why? Fifth statement is incorrect. Axis Bank के ऊपर जो penalty charge हुई, what was the reason why that penalty was charged? Give me the answer in the comment section. अगला question है, consider the following statement regarding the India's economic position and recent policy development. India is currently the fourth largest economy in the world with a GDP of $4.39 trillion. This statement is absolutely correct. According to IMF projection, India is expected to take both Germany and Japan by 2030. That is also correct. The US has imposed tariffs that have contributed to a steady rise in global growth. No, sir, it has resulted in steady fall in the global growth rates. So third statement is incorrect. Authorized dealers, banks, they can allow Indian exporters to remit funds for operating offices and warehouses in Bharat Mart without any precondition subject to reasonableness. That is correct. Exporters, they are allowed that they can repatriate full export from the sales in Bharat Mart within 9 months from the date of shipment From the date of shipment or from the date of sale? From the date of shipment or from the date of sale? Sir, it should be date of sale. So answer to this particular question is first answer, that is 1, 2, 4. Do you think fifth answer is correct? Is it date of shipment from India or is it date of sale? Please pay attention and give me this answer. Please pay attention and give me this answer. This question is really very important. If you can identify this, it's going to be very important for you, because if a direct question is asked in the examination, you will be in a position to answer it. So tell me, is it related to sale? Is it related to sale or is it related to shipment? Think twice. If you were present in the previous session, you will be in a position to answer this question. अगर आपको याद हो तो हमने बात की थी regarding this Bharat Mart. हमने बात की थी its comparison with the Dragon Mart, चाइना का जो है, उसमें हमने ये बात की थी कि कुछ पॉइंट्स हमने डिस्कस किए, तो उसमें से एक पॉइंट हमने डिस्कस किया था जो कि काफी इंपॉर्टेंट था कि अगर इंडियन एक्सपोर्टर का जो प्रोडक्ट है वो सोल्ड आउट होता है या फिर वो इंडिया से एक्सपोर्ट होता है, उसके 9 महीने के बाद यू कैन विड्रॉ द फंड्स और यू कैन रेपेट्रिएट द फंड्स. सो व्हाट विल बी द आंसर? इज इट सेल और इज इट द अदर वे अराउंड? So it should be the sale of the goods from the warehouse. It should be from the sale of goods from the warehouse. So answer is not 1, 2, 4 and 5. Answer is 1, 2 and 4. I have intentionally given the fifth statement correct. I was expecting that majority of you are going to make this mistake. So ये जो minute things हैं, you have to keep in mind, because these minute things can lose or can let you to lose 0.25 marks in the examination. एक नंबर आने की बजाय 0.25 नेगेटिव हो जाएगा. You remember that for sure. ठीक है जी. Ready guys? Let's start the discussion for today's session. और आज का जो सेशन है वो काफी इंपॉर्टेंट सेशन है, क्योंकि आज के सेशन में हम डिस्कस करेंगे आरबीआई की एक रिपोर्ट. कौन सी रिपोर्ट हम डिस्कस करने वाले हैं? प्लीज पे अटेंशन. सर, आरबीआई पब्लिश करता है हाफ ईयरली रिपोर्ट ऑन द मैनेजमेंट ऑफ फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व्स. अब जब भी कभी हम बात करते हैं फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व्स की, तो इससे रिलेटेड 2-3 चीजें हैं जो आपको प्री अवेयरनेस होनी चाहिए. वो क्या? whenever we talk about the term that is foreign exchange reserves, you must remember one thing very carefully. forex reserves जो है वो कौन मेंटेन करता है? सर, आरबीआई मेंटेन करता है. एंड दीज forex reserves, they include few things. The first one, we include the foreign currency as well as the foreign currency assets. Foreign currency का मतलब I'm talking about cash. Foreign currency asset का मतलब है, मान लो Federal Reserves has issued a debt instrument and India, Government of India, RBI has purchased that debt instrument. So that particular security will also be the part of forex reserve. We call it as foreign currency asset. Second we include in this is that is gold. Third point which we include in this is special drawing rights, and the fourth one we include in this is that is reserve tranche position. Reserve tranche position with IMF. Reserve tranche position with IMF. I don't know, अगर आप कभी न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें ऐसा लिखा होगा RTP और सबस्क्रिप्ट में लिखा होगा IMF. इसका मतलब है रिजर्व ट्रेंच पोजीशन विद IMF. ठीक है, इस बात को पहले समझते हैं, फिर कहीं जाकर हम न्यूज को समझ पाएंगे. सबसे पहला पॉइंट तो ये है कि सर हमारा जो फॉरेक्स रिजर्व है उस पे इंपैक्ट क्यों होगा? सर, हमारे फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स या तो इंक्रीज होंगे और दे विल डिक्रीज. either they will increase or they will decrease depending upon the flow of funds. And if I talk about India, and if I consider the transactions of India with the rest of the world, or transactions of the Indian public with the rest of the world, we have certain incoming funds as well as we have certain outgoing funds. तो ये जो incoming funds है और जो outgoing funds है उसमें हम क्या क्या चीजें इंक्लूड करेंगे? सो प्लीज पे अटेंशन, आई विल मेक इन दिस मैनर. इनकमिंग फंड्स में क्या होगा? इफ इंडिया इज एक्सपोर्टिंग, अगर इंडिया ने कुछ एक्सपोर्ट किया, एक्सपोर्ट के बदले में इंडिया को फंड्स मिलेंगे, एंड दोज फंड्स व्हिच इंडिया इज गोइंग टू गेन अगेंस्ट एक्सपोर्ट, दैट इज इनकमिंग फंड्स. सेकंड पॉइंट इज इनवर्ड रेमिटेंस. इंडिया के सिटीजंस who are residing outside India. They are earning outside India. They are remitting the funds back to their family so that their family can survive, can live better. So that is inward remittance. और मैं आपको बता दूं, India is on the first rank in the world in terms of inward remittance. और India में जो inward remittance recorded है in past 2 years, that has been greater than $100 billion. Give me the exact data कि 2024 में इंडिया में कितना इनवर्ड रेमिटेंस रिकॉर्ड किया गया था. गिव मी द आंसर इन द कमेंट सेक्शन. नहीं पता हो तो दैट विल बी अ होमवर्क. थर्ड पॉइंट इज, sir, of Indian company, let's say Infosys is operating outside India, so Infosys will be earning the profit. So that incoming profit earned by or income earned by Indian companies operating outside India, that will be the part of incoming funds. उसके साथ साथ salary and wages. For example, I am working for an organization which is set up in US, और वो मुझे जब सैलरी देंगे, that will be a part of incoming funds, that is salary and wages. Fifth point is borrowings. If India is borrowing the funds from the external world, rest of the world, or Indian public is borrowing. And last point is foreign investment. When the foreign entities, they invest in India, we call it as foreign investment. ठीक है जी. On the other side, if I talk about the other format, talks about the incoming funds. Talks about the outgoing funds. तो अगर मैं outgoing funds की बात करूं, पैसा इंडिया से बाहर कब जाएगा? सर, जब इंडिया import bills देगा. पैसा इंडिया से बाहर कब जाएगा? सर, जब इंडिया में रहने वाले foreigners, for example, a Nepali staying in India, for example, an American staying in India, he is remitting the income back to his family. That will be termed as outward remittance. Obviously, इंडिया में आउटवर्ड रेमिटेंस काफी कम है. द नेशन विच इज ऑन द फर्स्ट रैंक इन टर्म्स ऑफ आउटवर्ड रेमिटेंस इज यूएस. मूविंग ऑन टू द थर्ड पॉइंट, दैट इज प्रॉफिट earned by foreign companies which are operating in India. Then we have the salaries as well as the wages which Indian companies or the organizations set up in India, they pay to someone who is residing outside India. उसके साथ साथ we have lending which is done by India to the foreign nations, or financial assistance which we provide to the foreign nations. And sixth one is Indian companies investing outside India. अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर, ये जो रिकॉर्ड ऑफ पेमेंट्स हैं, where we include these record of payments. सर, ये जो पेमेंट्स है, रिकॉर्ड किया जाता है अंडर द टर्म दैट इज बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट. एंड बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट इज क्लासिफाइड इनटू 3 categories. If I go with the older regime, but if I go with the latest regime which was given by IMF, that is the 6th edition, then I will be including the financial account as well. एक बार उसको इग्नोर करते हैं तो we have 2. One is current account and the other one we have is capital account. I am ignoring the latest edition of balance of payment management given by IMF, that is the 6th edition. और third जो यहाँ पे point है, that is errors and omissions. अब यहाँ पे ये जो current account है, current account include all those transactions which are regular in nature, and they do not impact the assets or liability of the country. So अगर आप देखें ध्यान से, तो ये जो first 4 transactions हैं, दोनों ही तरफ, या इसमें अगर मैं एक और ऐड करना चाहूं, आई विल ऐड वन मोर, दैट इज ग्रांट एंड एड which we provide or which we receive. So that will also be the part of what? So that will also be the part of current account. But on the other side, capital account में हम include करते हैं वो transactions which impact what? Sir, which impact the assets as well as liabilities of the country, which include borrowings as well as investment. Foreign company investing in India, Indian asset value is decreasing. We are borrowing from the foreign entities, our liability is increasing. So that will be the part of capital account. ठीक? Now, in order to manage the balance of payment, मतलब सर, एक तरफ हमारे पास incoming funds हैं और दूसरी तरफ हमारे पास outgoing funds हैं. Obviously, this incoming and outgoing is possible if we have the required funds. अब मान लो अगर इंडिया में outgoing funds आउटगोइंग फंड्स आर मोर देन इनकमिंग फंड्स, तो उसका रिजल्ट क्या होगा सर? उसका रिजल्ट ये होगा कि आपका जो बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट है वो डेफिसिट होगा। अब बोलने के लिए तो ये अच्छा लग रहा है कि बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट डेफिसिट है, बट अगर आप प्रैक्टिकली सोचो, इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल। व्हाई इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल प्रैक्टिकली? इट मींस दैट यू आर पेइंग $100 but you're receiving only $50. Is it possible for you to pay $100 by receiving only 50? That is not possible. So in that particular case, what will happen, sir? It will impact the forex reserves. So the forex reserves of the country will decrease, because out of those forex reserves, this deficit is going to be balanced, this deficit is going to be financed. So that is the reason, over the period of time, forex reserves of the country, they are impacted either because of balance of payment situation, or secondly because of the initiatives taken by RBI to balance the exchange rate, or to control the exchange rate, or to manage the exchange rate. मतलब क्या हुआ? अगर Indian rupees is depreciating at a very fast rate in comparison to dollars, what will RBI do? Sir, RBI will increase the circulation of foreign currency in the Indian economy, so that with respect to the demand on foreign currency, the supply should increase and this depreciation should decrease, and this is known as managed floating exchange rate, which is followed in India. So these are the two reasons. One is exchange rate management and the other one is balance of payment management, are the two reasons which impact the forex reserves of the nation, which lead to decrease in or increase in forex reserves of the nation, beside a number of other aspects which are going on in the economy. Is this point clear? Is this static portion clear? ये clear नहीं होगा तो न्यूज समझ नहीं आएगी. Those who want कि उनको न्यूज समझ आए, ताकि घर जाकर उस न्यूज को दोबारा याद करने की जरूरत ना पड़े, then this static part should be very clear to everyone. If it is clear, give me yes sir, I'll move ahead. If it is clear, give me yes sir, I'll move ahead. Quickly everyone, I'm waiting. Okay. If it is clear, now I'll move on to the next point, that is SDR, और दूसरा पॉइंट है रिजर्व ट्रेंच पोजीशन विद IMF. इसको समझते हैं. देखो, यू मस्ट हैव हर्ड अबाउट द टर्म IMF. इट इज इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड, एंड द मेंबर नेशन, जितनी भी all the member nations, all the member countries, they are responsible, they are bounded to provide certain amount. We call it as a pooling amount. It is a obligation on the member countries that you are responsible, you are asked to pool in certain amount. This certain amount is not going to be fixed for everyone, but it will be dependent on the size of the economy. Larger the economy is, more will be the pooling amount. The amount which you pool, we call it as a quota. And this quota is pooled not only in the form of foreign currency, but it is also pooled in the form of domestic currency. So nation pools certain part in the form of domestic currency and certain part of the total quota which they are liable to deposit as a membership fees to IMF in foreign currency. And on the basis of this quota, IMF provide nation a right to borrow the funds from the members, and this borrowing can be done in 5 different currencies. That could be in US dollars, that could be in yen, that could be in sterling pound, even in euro, or in Chinese renminbi or Chinese yuan, whatever is the case. So these 5 currencies can be utilized to borrow the funds, and this borrowing will be done firstly from this pool, and above that, if the pool is completely consumed, then nation like US, they can pool in the amount more than their quota, and that can also be utilized for lending, or they can also be provided as a loan to the nation. Now, in order to avoid dependency on any one currency, IMF introduced a term that is known as SDR. We call it as special drawing rights. We call it as special drawing rights. Special drawing rights is considered as a virtual currency, but actually it is not a currency. It's not a currency. It's not a, I would say, foundation on the IMF. IMF is not liable to pay the SDR. SDR is something which has been introduced in order to avoid dependency on any one currency. So अगर हमसे कोई पूछे कि इंडिया का withdrawing capacity कितनी है, how much India can borrow as per its quota from IMF, they say $1 million. तो कोई कहेगा नहीं 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 नहीं, please tell me in euros. Then I have to say 0.90 million euros. Then someone will come, नहीं 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 नहीं, pound में बताओ. Then I have to say 0.80 sterling pound. So in order to avoid this problem, what has been given? It has been given that rather than using all these currencies independently, let's represent your quotas, let's represent your withdrawing power, your borrowing power in terms of SDR, which is known as special drawing right. And this special drawing right is nothing but it is a virtual currency which is calculated as a weightage of all, where I would say, let's say one SDR is equals to $1, one SDR is equals to 0.5 euro, one SDR is equals to 0.9 sterling pound, or so on. So in this particular case, अगर मुझे कोई कहे कि India can borrow 1 million SDR from IMF, which means India can borrow $1 million from IMF, 0.5 million euros from IMF, 0.9 million sterling pound from IMF, and as per the requirement, India can do the borrowing. जिस currency की requirement है, उस currency में borrowing कर लो. समझ आई ये बात? क्लियर हुआ मोटा मोटा? और वो जो आपकी कैपेसिटीज हैं, दे आर ऑल्सो द पार्ट ऑफ व्हाट, दे आर ऑल्सो द पार्ट ऑफ रिजर्व्स. तो ये जो रिजर्व ट्रेंच पोजीशन है विद आईएमएफ, ये वो कोटा है विच यू हैव पेड एज अ मेंबरशिप फीस. उस मेंबरशिप फीस में यू हैव पेड or you have deposited the membership fees in the form of foreign currency as well as domestic currency. So this foreign currency in your reserved amount, in your membership fees paid amount, is termed as reserve trench position, and you can utilize this reserve trench position whenever required. अब यहां पर दो पॉइंट्स हैं, ध्यान से सुनना. अगर आप अपनी रिजर्व ट्रेंच पोजीशन का 25% वैल्यू यूज करते हैं to overcome your balance of payment deficit, we call it as gold trench. ये यूपीएससी में क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था. It can be asked in RBI. And if you are borrowing or you are withdrawing 100% of your reserve trench position to manage your balance of payment deficit, we call it as stable trench. We call it as stable trench. तो ये चीजें हैं जो आपको याद रखनी है. मतलब अगर आपको अपने रिजर्व ट्रेंच पोजीशन को यूज करना है, यू कैन यूज इट विदाउट एनी बाउंडेशन, विदाउट एनी कमीशन, विदाउट एनी चार्जेस. यू कैन विड्रॉ इट एंड यूज इट. But the benefit is you can use it in any of the 5 currencies, because this trench will be represented not only in the form of dollars, rather it will be represented in the form of SDR. जिसने आज तक IMF पढ़ा था लेकिन उसे पता नहीं था कि how IMF operates, I'm pretty sure he or she must have enjoyed. But for whom IMF is a very new concept, उनके लिए I would say go through with the term IMF and then watch this phase or this segment of the session again. It will be much clear to you. It will be much clear to you. तो जिन लोगों को IMF आज पहली बार समझ आया, रिजर्व ट्रेंच पोजीशन पहली बार समझ आया, एसडीआर टर्म पहली बार समझ आई है, गिव मी अ बिग यस सर इन द कमेंट सेक्शन. नाउ आई विल स्टार्ट द न्यूज. अब न्यूज बड़ी मजेदार है, बहुत अच्छे से समझ आएगी. प्लीज पे अटेंशन. RBI publishes half yearly report on management of foreign exchange reserves as the part of its efforts towards enhanced transparency and level of disclosure. These reports, they are prepared half yearly with reference to the position that is end March and end September. मतलब ये हुआ कि अभी जो रिपोर्ट आई है, this is from October 2024 to March 2025. अगली जो रिपोर्ट आएगी, that will be from April 2025 to September 2025. इससे पहले जो रिपोर्ट थी, that was from April to September 2024. So it is being presented for these 6 months. और March 2025 तक का डेटा has been presented recently in May. तो ये जो September वाला डेटा है, it may be out in October or maybe in November. RBI has began publishing this half-yearly report in February 2004. This report provides us with the detailed account of reserve position, which include foreign currency accounts, gold reserves, special drawing rights and reverse and reserve trench position. I'm pretty sure कि अब इन वर्ड्स को देखकर you must be not feeling that afraid कि यार बोलना क्या चाह रहे हो, लिखा क्या है। इस रिपोर्ट को फर्दर दो कैटेगरीज में डिवाइड किया जाता है। हमारे लिए जो इंपॉर्टेंट कैटेगरी है दैट इज पार्ट 1, जिसमें बात करेंगे हम मूवमेंट ऑफ फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व्स, इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन एक्सटर्नल लायबिलिटीज एंड रिजर्व्स, एडिक्वेसी ऑफ रिजर्व्स, एंड पार्ट 2 में विल टॉक अबाउट व्हाई रिजर्व मैनेजमेंट इज डन, what are the statutory provisions for reserve management, what are the risk management practices done by RBI, information on transparency and disclosure practices। तो इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड डिस्क्लोजर प्रैक्टिसेस जो आरबीआई द्वारा रन की जा रही है उसके बारे में भी बात इस पर्टिकुलर डिस्कशन में की जाएगी। ओके गाइस, आई होप वी आर गुड टू गो। लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड विद द डिस्कशन। सो आई ओपन अप दिस पर्टिकुलर रिपोर्ट फॉर यू, प्लीज पे अटेंशन। जहां जो चीज याद करनी होगी आई विल मार्क इट, जो चीज आपको याद नहीं करनी आई विल जस्ट राइट रीड ओनली। ठीक है, सो दिस इज समथिंग विच यू नीड टू रिमेंबर। क्या कहती है पहला ही स्टेटमेंट इस रिपोर्ट का? द रिपोर्ट स्टेटमेंट सेज रिजर्व्स डिक्रीज्ड फ्रॉम $705 बिलियन एट द एंड ऑफ सितंबर 2024। तो सितंबर 2004 में, इन सितंबर 2004, द रिजर्व्स, द फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स विद आरबीआई वर व्हाट वैल्यू? सर उनकी वैल्यू थी दैट वाज 705, द वैल्यू वाज $705.78 billion, $705.78 billion at the end of September 2024। लेकिन फिर उसके बाद ये रिजर्व्स कम होने लगे। Why these reserves have decreased? But what is the reason? The reason is very obvious. If you remember, after September, nation has witnessed what? So nation has witnessed liquidity crisis, especially the banking sector of the country, has witnessed liquidity crisis। और इन्हीं liquidity crisis को मैनेज करने के लिए, उसके साथ साथ अगर मैं कहूँ बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट का जो डेफिसिट था उसे मैनेज करने के लिए, करेंसी डेप्रिसिएशन को मैनेज करने के लिए RBI has circulated the foreign currency, RBI circulated the forex reserves into the economy, जिसकी वजह से ये जो reserves हैं they have fell down from 705 to $630 billion in January 2025, which is lowest। फिर January 2025 के बाद geopolitical tensions, global trade issues, imports have decreased, so because of that now धीरे धीरे ये जो फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स है they are increasing, and as of March 2025 हमारे पास जो रिजर्व्स थे what was the value? So the value was 668 billion dollars। The value was 668 billion dollars। तो अगली बार अगर हमसे कोई पूछे कि सर ये जो फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स हैं they have went down from 705 to 630, what were the reasons? So पहला रीजन था इंडियन रुपी डेप्रिसिएशन का मैनेजमेंट, और दूसरा रीजन था बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट का मैनेजमेंट। सो आई विल बी डिस्कसिंग विद यू हाउ द बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट इज मैनेज्ड। गाइस, इज देयर एनी बफरिंग इशू? You guys are facing any buffering issue? Is that a case? Wait, give me a second. Is it fine now? Guys, is it fine now? Shall I move ahead? Please check it once. Is it fine now? Shall we move ahead? May I have a reply, please? Shall we move ahead if it is fine, so that I can continue my discussion? Okay. So as I was discussing that the forex reserves, it has decreased from 705 to $630 billion. The reason was two reasons. One is INR depreciation management and the other one was balance of payment management. So in this report, they have given a detailed discussion on the balance of payment management. So in case of balance of payment management, now you can understand, one, we have current account, and the second one, we have the capital account. In April to December 2023, current account was negative $30.7 billion, but in April to December 2024, this negativity has increased further. That means current account deficit has increased due to high imports, and due to high imports, what all we include in current account, we include import export, we include inward outward remittance, we include profit flow, we include income flow, salary, wages, along with that we have grants and aids. But current account deficit majorly, not only but majorly, occurs because of the import and export difference. We all know that India is a net importing country. We import more than export, and that is the reason there is a deficiency. But on the other side, capital account, in case of capital account, it was positive, it was surplus, that is $63.6 billion from April to December. But from April to December, this surplus has reduced to $23.3 billion. अब उसकी वजह से नेट वैल्यू क्या होगी सर? दिस इज नेगेटिव, दिस इज पॉजिटिव. जब आप इन दोनों को ऐड करोगे, यू विल गेट सरप्लस $32.9 बिलियन. इसका मतलब ये हुआ, दिस सरप्लस विल इंक्रीज, this surplus will increase the forex reserves. But on the other side, here we have net deficit. This net deficit of balance of payment will obviously decrease the forex reserves. Will obviously decrease the forex reserves. Will obviously decrease the forex reserves. I hope the point is clear till this point. ठीक है. अगला point क्या कहता है? अगला point कहता है कि sir, not only this, but there are certain valuation changes. Valuation changes means you have gold, you have foreign currency. The value of gold, the value of foreign currency changes over the period of time. And if you include that valuation change in your forex reserves, so your valuation has increased by $11.1 billion, due to which the total increase in forex reserves is going to be $44.0 billion. But on the other side, if you see this very carefully, on the other side, the valuation change is only $3.1 billion. Valuation is positive. Overall, you are negative. So this is going to result in decrease in forex reserves by $10.7 billion. समझ आया ये point? Is this point clear? So what does this point say? On the balance of payment basis, if I exclude valuation effect, foreign exchange reserves have decreased by $13.8 billion from April to December 2024 in comparison to increase in $32.9 billion during April to December 2023. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि सर अगर हम फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स की बात करें, फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स अप्रैल से दिसंबर में they have decreased by $13.8 billion because of net or balance of payment to be deficit. But in comparison to April to December 2023, where the balance of payment was surplus. अब अगर आप इसमें इंक्लूड करेंगे वैल्यूएशन को, तो जैसे मैंने वैल्यूएशन को इंक्लूड किया, वैल्यूएशन का मतलब क्या? इंक्रीज इन वैल्यू. तो जैसे मैंने इंक्रीज इन वैल्यू को इंक्लूड किया, दिस कम डाउन एट $10.7 billion. So forex reserves from April to December decreased by $10.7 billion because of balance of payment deficit. Because of balance of payment deficit. But on the other side, if I say from April to December, so from April to December, our forex reserves has increased by $44 billion. It has increased by $44 billion. And what is the reason behind increase in forex reserves by $44 billion? So the reason is surplus balance of payment as well as increase in valuation. So this is the data which you need to remember, which is important. This part as well as this part as well as this valuation wala part. This is something which you need to learn, you need to understand. If a direct question will be asked, you will be in a position to answer it. Moving on to the next. This is the entire table I have given to you. एक बार बस पढ़ लेना, अब आपको समझ आ जाएगा करंट अकाउंट में क्या क्या होगा. कैपिटल अकाउंट में मैंने लिखा फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट एज आई डिस्कस्ड. कैपिटल अकाउंट में हम और इंक्लूड करेंगे तो बैंकिंग कैपिटल्स को इंक्लूड करेंगे. दे ऑल आर इंक्लूडेड इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ कैपिटल अकाउंट. बस आपके रेफरेंस के लिए, आपके समझ के लिए आई हैव गिवन दिस एंटायर टेबल टू यू. आई हैव गिवन दिस एंटायर टेबल टू यू. ठीक है जी, I have given this entire table to you. बस पढ़ लेना. Moving on to the next point. As we discussed, so the forex reserves include First one, it includes the foreign currency assets, which include cash as well as the securities, which are issued by international banks, which are issued by multi-dimensional international organizations. For example, RBI ने एक डिबेंचर परचेज किया, एक बॉन्ड परचेज किया, which has been issued by Federal Reserve, that will be the part of foreign currency asset. If RBI has purchased a security from Bank of England, that means RBI, rather than keeping cash, कि भैया कैश रखने की बजाय क्या करो, फॉरेन करेंसी असेट्स में, सिक्योरिटीज में मेंटेन कर लो. देयर आर टू बेनिफिट्स. फर्स्ट, यू विल अर्न रिटर्न ऑन इट. First is you will earn return on it, and it is easy to save in comparison to cash. कैश को संभालना, सिक्योरिटी, सेफ्टी, स्पेस, बहुत सारे एक्सपेंसेस हैं. फॉरेन करेंसी एसेट इज जस्ट अ डॉक्यूमेंट. It's just a document. और उस डॉक्यूमेंट में क्लियरली लिखा है RBI is the payee of this particular document, so it's easy to keep. It is easy to keep safe as well as it will earn return on your investment. Second is gold. Third is SDR. Fourth is reserve position in the IMF. अब अगर आपको इन चारों के चारों टर्म्स में कोई भी डाउट है तो पूछ लो. दिस इज द current forex reserve, but this is not for March, this is for April 2025. तो April 2025 में it has increased to 686. So don't get confused कि पीछे लिखा है 668. ये जो 668 लिखा है, this is till March 2025, but I have given you the data for April 2025. It's just to read, do not memorize, do not learn. Done हो गया जी, यहां तक क्लियर हो गया. Shall I move ahead? यहां तक क्लियर हो गया. Shall I move ahead? कोई दिक्कत? अगली बार फॉरेक्स रिजर्व जब दिमाग में आएगा तो ये चारों चीजें क्लियर हो जाएंगी. फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स इज विद whom? RBI. What is the valuation related to forex reserve? So valuation is related to, अगर आप बहुत सिंपल टर्म्स में समझना चाहें, you can understand with respect to gold. For example, today 1 kg of gold is equals to $100. But if the price of gold increases from 1 kg $100 to $200, and earlier RBI was having a reserve of 1 kg only. Earlier we were adding value of gold as $100, but now the same gold will be added for $200. So this is the increase in forex reserve value without increase in asset value is known as valuation. Without increase in asset value is known as valuation. Clear है जी? Is it clear? Clear है जी? I hope it is clear. Moving to the next point. The next point is related to IMF, जो मैं आपको समझा चुका हूं. ध्यान से समझना, चीजें बहुत सही समझ आएंगी इस पर्टिकुलर इमेज के साथ. This is the member who has fully paid quota subscription. Means ये वो member है who has fully paid the quota, and this quota which has been paid, it is what? Sir, it is basically what? Sir, it is basically the membership fees which you have paid. अब इस membership fees में पूरी की पूरी membership fees का कुछ हिस्सा जो आपने foreign currency में maintain किया है, that is reserve tranche, which can be utilized whenever required. And the moment you use it, you will come here. Member who have purchased its reserve tranche but not used IMF credit. So till now you have not borrowed any loan from IMF, but you have utilized all of your reserve tranche. Third is member making use of IMF credit. Now what you have done, sir, you have borrowed loan from IMF. What you have done, you have borrowed loan from IMF. And if you are borrowed loan from IMF, this is the loan you have borrowed without using the tranche. This is the loan you have borrowed after using the tranche. दोनों ही possible है. और ये जो तीसरा इंसान है, ये जो तीसरी कंट्री है, ये कंट्री वो कंट्री है जिसने अपने रिक्वायर्ड रिजर्व से ज्यादा पैसा दिया है, so that can be used for lending. So it's very easy. The country which is going to borrow funds from IMF will be paying the loan, will be paying the rate of interest, means you are using your special drawing rights. But the member who is depositing more than their reserve tranche, they will be earning the rate of interest. For example, US, it it deposits, it keep more and more reserves with IMF. That is the reason US is earning interest, but on the other side, India is utilizing the credit from IMF or utilizing its SDR to borrow from IMF. That is basically, in that case, India is paying the rate of interest. India is paying the rate of interest. If it is clear, give me yes, sir. Otherwise, I'll take one more example to explain you in a better manner. Let's take an example, guys. Let's take an example. We have US, we have India, we have, let's say, Japan. ठीक है जी? India has special drawing rights of 50 million. US has special drawing rights of 3 billion SDRs, and Japan has special drawing rights or drawing rights I'll write it as drawing rights, 3 billion SDR, 50 million SDR and let's say 1 billion SDR. ठीक है? अब इसको यूज कैसे करेंगे? How it's going to be used? That's what I'm trying to explain you. अब India is an importing country, so India has imported goods and services from US. After importing the goods and services from US, at the time of making the payment, the bill payment is, let's say, $10 million or 10 million SDRs. So India will use its SDR, 10 million SDRs from IMF to make the payment to US. और US का जो drawing right है, it is still $3 billion, but US reserve trench has increased by 10 million SDR. So US will be earning rate of interest on this 10 million SDR and India will be paying rate of interest on this 10 million SDR. This is how the SDRs are used. This is how the SDRs are traded within the IMF members. It is traded within the IMF members. Clear? Is this point clear? इससे ज्यादा डिटेल में ना कोई समझाएगा ना आपको कभी समझ आएगा. अगर अभी भी समझ नहीं आया then I would request you एक बार इस पॉइंट पे दोबारा देखना, इस वीडियो को क्लियर हो जाएगा. एक और एग्जांपल सुन लो. Let's suppose India is borrowing or India is purchasing goods and services from Japan. At the time of making the payment, India can make the payment through SDRs again, and let's say India has made a payment 10 million SDR to Japan. तो इंडिया की जो ड्रॉइंग राइट्स है, इट हैज ड्रॉप डाउन टू 30 मिलियन. जापान का जो रिजर्व्स है, दैट हैज इंक्रीज्ड बाय 10 मिलियन. यूएस का जो रिजर्व्स है, दे आर आल्सो इंक्रीज्ड बाय 10 मिलियन. अब अगर यूएस इस 10 मिलियन एसडीआर को विड्रॉ करता है तो यूएस विल अर्न नथिंग, अदरवाइज यूएस विल अर्न रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ऑन दिस एक्स्ट्रा रिजर्व. जापान विल अर्न interest on these extra reserves and India will pay rate of interest on these used drawing rights. Drawing rights hai, we allow you to use it, but you have to pay returns, you have to pay interest rate on these drawing rights. Is it clear, everyone? Is this point clear? If it is clear, give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. If it is clear, give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. Quickly reply in the comment section. No. That is not the case. No, that is wrong, Saurabh. SDR is the currency. SDR is the currency which is tradable. SDR is the currency which is tradable. That means if you are a member of IMF, you have the drawing rights, you can draw the funds in SDR. और उन SDR में भी आप कौन सी करेंसी में फंड्स लेना चाहते हैं, दैट इज योर डिसीजन. दैट इज योर डिसीजन. सेकेंड इज इफ you are making the reserves with IMF, that reserves can also be made in terms of SDR. So SDR is nothing but it is what? SDR is nothing but it is the form of currency used while calculating the transaction value in IMF. While calculating the transaction value in IMF. That is a point. But अगर आप रिजर्व्स की बात करें, दैट इज रिजर्व ट्रेंच. इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द ड्रॉइंग राइट्स, दैट मींस व्हाट यू कैन बोरो, दैट इज ड्रॉइंग राइट्स. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया? ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. गाइस मेरे एंड पे तो आई गेस सब ठीक है. आई डोंट नो व्हाई दिस इशू इज प्रिवेलिंग. लेट मी चेक अगेन. Done? Shall we move ahead? Is it fine now? Shall we move ahead? Is it fine now? Please reply. I'm still waiting for your reply, guys. If it is okay, give me a thumbs up. If it is okay, give me a thumbs up. If it is fine now, give me a thumbs up. ठीक, chalo. Let me continue. The next point which has been discussed in this particular report is external liabilities and foreign exchange reserves, India's international investment position. So India's international investment position basically means India's international investment position basically means when we calculate the foreign assets owned by Indians, minus Indian assets owned by foreigners, So ये data has also been shared in the current report, and what you need to remember is just this part. So what does the current data says? The current data says the total external assets, if you can see, it has increased. Total external liabilities, if you can see, it has also increased. But if we talk about the net IIP, which was earlier minus $368 billion, it has decreased to minus $364.5 billion. तो ये जो difference था, it has decreased. डिफरेंस डिक्रीज हुआ, इसका मतलब क्या? इसका मतलब जो नेट इन्वेस्टमेंट पोजीशन है, इट हैज इंप्रूव्ड बिकॉज दिस डिफरेंस हैज इंप्रूव्ड. नेगेटिव का मतलब ये हुआ कि ये जो हमने इक्वेशन लिखी है, इन दिस इक्वेशन foreign asset owned by Indians is less than the Indian assets owned by foreigners. That means we have more liability to the foreigners in comparison to our assets in foreign. So if I plan to sell the entire Indian assets in foreign nations, then also I won't be able to pay the entire liability of the foreigners in India because we are running negative, and this negative term is need to be remembered. This negative figure is need to be remembered. Moving on to the next point. The next point says forward outstanding position. What is this forward outstanding position? So forward outstanding position basically means either RBI promises to sell US dollars in near future, or RBI promises to purchase US dollars in near future. If you remember, recently when there was a liquidity crisis in the banking sector, RBI came up with this US dollar swap agreements where RBI said that RBI is purchasing the US dollars from the banks, and these US dollars purchased from the banks will be returned in the near future. So rather than making this actual transaction to happen, if RBI has promised that I will be selling the dollars in near future, that is forward sale. So if RBI is making this promise कि आज मैं बैंक से US डॉलर खरीदूंगा और इन्हीं US डॉलर्स को वापस बेच दूंगा बैंक्स को after 5 years, this is what? So this is forward sale. But on the other side, if RBI has sold the US dollars today and promises to purchase it back after 5 years, then it will be termed as forward purchase. But what is net short position? So the net short position in the forward book as reported by RBI means the central bank has sold more dollars forward than it has bought. So future में RBI जितने डॉलर्स खरीदेगा उससे ज्यादा, या RBI जितने डॉलर्स बेचेगा उससे कम खरीदेगा, या जितने डॉलर खरीदेगा उससे ज्यादा बेचेगा. That is known as net short position. RBI will be short of dollars. Why RBI will be short of dollars? The reason is RBI has promised to sell $100 million. RBI is promising to purchase $50 million. तो वो जो $50 million का purchase और sale में difference है, that is going to be the net short position, where RBI means a central bank has sold more. RBI is saying that I will be selling $100 million but purchasing only $50 million. So this short is known as the net short position, and RBI is in net short position of $84.345 billion. And this is the trend. If you can see the trend over here, size of India's central bank forward book. Sir, earlier it was positive. That means RBI was not short of, or net short was positive. But now here we have a net short where RBI will be selling more and purchasing less, or RBI has sold more in comparison to purchase. So RBI ने ज़्यादा डॉलर्स क्यों परचेज किए, उसका रीजन क्या है? सर, ज़्यादा डॉलर्स RBI ने परचेज किए with the motive to increase the liquidity in the market, to increase the INRs in the market. I hope the point is clear. Moving on to the next point. The next point is again very important. Direct question will be asked in the RBI examination. The question is based on adequacy of reserves. As at the end of December 2004, forex reserves of India are capable to cover the import bills of India for 10.5 months. तो ऐसे भी डेटा पूछा जाता है कि इंडिया का जो फॉरेक्स रिजर्व है, इट इज कैपेबल टू मेक द इंपोर्ट बिल पेमेंट्स फॉर हाउ मेनी मंथ्स? Then answer is 10.5 months, which was earlier 11.8 months. The ratio of the short-term debt to reserves, which was 19.1%, has increased to 22%, which is not good. जब भी कभी आपकी कंट्री का शॉर्ट टर्म debt बढ़ता है, whenever the short term debt of a nation increases, that means you are borrowing. For your operation values. You are borrowing to cope up with your operation. You are borrowing to perform the operations. और उस केस में it shows that country is witnessing a lack of liquidity, which is not a good call for an economy. Clear, guys? The ratio of volatile capital flows. Ratio of volatile capital flow means I'm talking about the portfolio inflows. I'm talking about foreign portfolio investments. So foreign portfolio investment as well as outstanding short-term debt to reserves have increased from 67 to 74.3%. So this is very tough situation in this manner because our short-term debt is increasing. Along with our short-term debt, the majority or the percentage with respect to the portfolio inflows is high, और अगर portfolio inflows high होते हैं, it brings along with them the volatility in the economy. They bring volatility in the economy with them. That is the point I'm talking about. Last but not the least is the management reserves. At the end of March 2025, Reserve Bank of India is having 879.59 metric tons of gold. और ये जो गोल्ड है ये सारा आरबीआई के पास नहीं होता, कुछ गोल्ड आरबीआई के पास है, कुछ गोल्ड आरबीआई ने रखा है किसके पास? इन द सेफ कस्टडी ऑफ बैंक ऑफ इंग्लैंड एज वेल एज बीआईएस. आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर aware of this point, but if you are aware of this point and you have a problem in this, why this has been done? So this has been done for betterment in the form कि भैया आज आरबीआई ने अपने गोल्ड को सेफ रखा विद बैंक ऑफ इंग्लैंड, गोल्ड को सेफ रखा विद Okay, so these gold reserves of the RBI are kept with the other bodies as well. तो अगर हम बात करें share of gold in the forex reserve, it has increased from 9.32% to 11.70%. So this is something which you need to remember. Moving on to the next point. The next point talks about the foreign currency assets, the securities, the deposits with other central banks and BIS, and deposit with commercial bank overseas. So as per the current data, foreign currency assets include securities, and the majority segment or the majority portion of the foreign currency asset. Majority portion of the foreign currency asset is in the form of securities only. After that, we have deposits with other central bank and BIS, and then we have deposits with the bank overseas. Then we have certain important terms related to this particular report. The first term is financial transaction plan. If the question is asked, what is financial transaction plan? So financial transaction plan is the plan of IMF, or I would say it is basically a mechanism through which funds finances its lendings and repayment operation to members in the general resource account. What does it basically means? Please pay attention. Financial transaction plan is the mechanism through which fund finances its lending and repayment position to its members. So members of the IMF, they take loans from IMF with the limits corresponding to their quota. IMF lend to its member in foreign currency as well as SDRs. So remember that during the first half or during this half of the year which we are talking about, India has borrowed. Purchase transaction means borrowing. Purchase transaction means borrowing. India has borrowed $284.86 million and India has repaid 4 transactions. India has repaid in 4 transactions, and the total value of this repayment in those 4 transactions is of $158.36 million. It is of $158.36 million. Clear? Next point is new arrangement to borrow. New arrangement to borrow, what does it mean? Sir, IMF provide loan to its members out of the pooled amount. Now let's suppose the entire pooled amount is given on loan. If the entire pooled amount is given on loan and this is 0, and if IMF is in need of more funds, then IMF has asked its members to pool extra amount if required. So in that particular case, India's commitment under IMF's new arrangement, under the IMF's new arrangement to borrow was $8.81 billion. So what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say that India was liable to contribute 8.881 billion SDR to IMF only if the entire initial pooled amount is exhausted by lending to its members. तो अगर ये सारी अमाउंट एग्जॉस्ट हो गई, सारा का सारा अमाउंट लोन पे दे दिया IMF ने, तो उस केस में क्या होगा? What will happen in that particular case? Sir, in that particular case, India is committed to provide or India is committed to deposit more funds. And what was that amount? So that liability, that commitment was 8.881 billion SDRs as of January 2021 जब इसे introduce किया गया. But right now RBI has nil subscription. Nil subscription का मतलब IMF has not asked RBI to pool the extra amount क्योंकि अभी जो existing pool है that has been utilized, it is not yet fully exhausted. If it is not yet fully exhausted, we don't need more funds, and if we don't need more funds, we don't need the extra commitments. So the extra commitment is 8.8 billion SDRs, but it has not been subscribed yet as per the latest announcement done by IMF. Is it clear now? Is this point clear? Okay, moving on to the last point. The last point talks about the SARC swap agreement. We all know about SARC, that is South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, which include 8 members, MBBS, Spain, which include Bangladesh, Bhutan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Sri Lanka, Nepal. So these countries, they have signed an agreement. And what is the agreement they have signed? The agreement which they have signed, it states that the nations the SARC members, they can sign a swap agreement where India and let's say Bangladesh, they can swap the currency. Bangladesh can give Bangladeshi currency to India, and India may give US dollars to Bangladesh if required, or India may give Indian rupees to Bangladesh if required. This is a swap agreement, and it is done for a short period, and once the short period is complete, then the currency swapping will be done again. So remember, SARC currency swap agreement is a financial mechanism, primarily a backstop line of funding designed to support SARC member countries, during the period of short-term foreign exchange needs or balance of difficulties of payment. So Reserve Bank enters into a bilateral swap agreements with the SARC's nation central banks. It could be in euro, it could be in dollars, and even it could be in INR if required. But it is a short-term swapping which is done by IMF. आज आपको हमने rupees के बदले में आपकी currency ली है. After 6 months, you will be paying our currency back and you will be taking your rupees back. So here you can see RBI has signed bilateral swap agreement. Do remember, bilateral swap agreement with Royal Monetary Authority of Bhutan, and Maldives Monetary Authority. With Royal Monetary Authority of Bhutan, it has been done in Indian rupees. That means we have given them 15 billion rupees against the Bhutanese currency, and in case of Maldives, we have given them $400 million against the Maldives currency, and this has been done for 6 months. So if I talk about the Bhutan, it was done in August 5, 2024, which completed in February 2025. But with Maldives, it was done on October 2024 and it will be completed after 6 months. तो अक्टूबर के बाद 6 महीने पूरे हो गए क्या? अक्टूबर, नवंबर, दिसंबर, जनवरी, फरवरी, मार्च, अप्रैल. तो 22 अप्रैल को this also will be rolled over. This also will be completed. Last point is investment in bonds issued by IIFC. What is IIFC? Sir, it is India Infrastructure Finance Company. So India Infrastructure Finance Company is based in UK, and RBI can invest up to $5 billion in the bonds issued by this organization. And at the end of March 2025, India has invested, or RBI has invested, a total of $400 million. RBI has invested a total of $400 million. Is this point clear? So this is all about the report. I know, as you all know, in the finance current affairs, we not only cover the general finance related news, but we also cover the circulars, the notices, as well as the press release of RBI specifically, and even we cover the important announcements, important notifications of the other regulatory bodies like SEBI, as well as PFRDA and IRDAI. So if you want to crack your upcoming regulatory bodies exam, trust me guys, this is a must-watch session. This is a session on which you can rely for your finance current affairs, because I don't only discuss the news, I try to decode that news, I try to connect that news in a static manner so that the news is absolutely clear to you. उम्मीद करता हूँ जो लोग रोज इस सेशन को अटेंड करते हैं, they must be okay with this particular statement that yes, if they watch this particular session, there's no need to revise the same after watching the session, because एक एक चीज को बहुत बारीकी से, बहुत डिटेल में जाकर यहाँ समझाया जाता. अब क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि सर अगर इस पर्टिकुलर सेशन की मैं बात करूं तो इस पर्टिकुलर सेशन की जो पीडीएफ है वो मेरे टेलीग्राम चैनल पर मिल जाएगी. आप इस टेलीग्राम चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए और यहां पर आपको हर सेशन की जो पीडीएफ है दैट विल बी अवेलेबल. ठीक है जी. तो आइए जरा बिना किसी देरी के आज के सेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं. एंड एज वी ऑलवेज डू, फर्स्ट विल रिवाइज द क्वेश्चंस रिलेटेड टू द प्रीवियस डे और द प्रीवियस सेशन न्यूज. तो जिन लोगों को पिछला सेशन थोड़ा मुश्किल लगा था, जैसे कि आई हैड अ कमेंट, Epic is saying that the last session was quite difficult. Don't worry, after this revision it will be more clear to you. So good evening Karuna, good evening Arun, Abhinav, Poonam, San, good evening everyone. So I hope we are good to go. Let's get started. Okay. लेकिन इस क्लास को स्टार्ट करने से पहले एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन जो आप हर जगह सुन भी रहे हैं. As you all know that we are in a tough situation right now and many things are going here and there. उस situation में you must be losing the motivation, you must be losing the direction of preparation. So I would request you, please, जैसा भी है, जो भी समय है, वो समय तो समय के साथ ही चेंज होगा, लेकिन उस समय को सही तरीके से यूटिलाइज करना काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगर मैं आपको अपना बताऊं तो आई एम ऑल्सो राइट नाउ इन पंजाब. आई एम जस्ट 200 kilometers away from the borders, but still I'm taking the class. I'm giving my 100% efforts so that I can give you something which can help you to clear this examination. So I want the same motivation, I want the same determination from your side so that we can clear the exam. अब आपके दिमाग में बहुत सारी चीजें चल रही हैं. क्या सर नोटिफिकेशन डिले होगा? क्या सर इस बार नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आएगा? ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. अभी जो सिचुएशन है उसको देखते हुए हम ये कह सकते हैं कि नोटिफिकेशन तो पक्का आएगा ही आएगा. हो सकता है कि डिले हो अगर ये डिस्टर्बेंसेस थोड़े और लंबे समय तक चली, जिसकी उम्मीद कम है. और आई वुड से वी ऑल प्रे दैट थिंग्स शुड बी बैक टू नॉर्मल सो दैट वी कैन प्रिपेयर, वी कैन मूव इन द राइट डायरेक्शन. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है जी. जिसकी आज फर्स्ट क्लास भी है तो अब मैं उनको बता दूं कि कुछ और कहीं और से कवर करने की जरूरत नहीं है. द एंटायर आरबीआई वेबसाइट विल बी कवर्ड ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर सेशन इटसेल्फ. कुछ समय दीजिए नेहा. द मोमेंट आई डिस्कस द क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द प्रीवियस सेशन, आपको पता चलेगा कि लास्ट सेशन में जो मैंने मास्टर डायरेक्शन डिस्कस की वो कितनी डिटेल में जाकर डिस्कस की और उससे जो क्वेश्चंस बने, क्या वो क्वेश्चंस आपके एग्जामिनेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से वर्दी है या नहीं. लेकिन इस क्लास को स्टार्ट करने से पहले एक रिक्वेस्ट जरूर करूंगा फॉर योर एफर्ट्स, फॉर माय एफर्ट्स, बिकॉज वी बोथ आर लाइव इन दिस टफ टाइम. Just to chase our goal, that is RBI Grade B, we must give a like to ourselves. So do hit the like button, do share the session so that everyone is aware कि बिना सोचे, बिना समझे, बिना चीजों में अपना समय वेस्ट किए आप फोकस करो अपनी प्रिपरेशन पे. That will be better, that will be more productive for you, that will be more productive for you. ठीक है जी. तो आइए जरा बिना किसी देरी के आज के इस सेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं. तो आज के इस सेशन का जो पहला होमवर्क क्वेश्चन है वो ये रहा आपकी स्क्रीन पर. एज आई ऑलवेज से, आई विल गिव यू 20 seconds. You go through with the question, choose the correct answer, and then I'll read the same question for you and I'll be giving you the answers as well. ठीक है जी. आइए जरा, let's get started. Here we go with the first question. Consider the following statement regarding the RBI's half yearly report. सो आरबीआई के हाफ ईयरली रिपोर्ट से रिलेटेड ये क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है, जहां पे बात की गई है किस पे? फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व्स. तो आपको याद होगा कि लास्ट क्लास में वी डिस्कस्ड अ रिपोर्ट व्हिच इज अ हाफ ईयरली रिपोर्ट पब्लिश्ड बाय आरबीआई. इट इज रिलेटेड टू द फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व्स. ठीक है जी. अब इसके सारे के सारे ऑप्शंस को पढ़ते हैं. आई वांट यू टू एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट एंड गिव मी द आंसर. आई विल टेक ऑल योर डाउट्स इन द एंड. डोंट वरी गाइस. नेहा, प्रदन्य, Vaishnavi, I will be taking your doubts. Don't worry. थोड़ा टाइम दो. Let me solve the question. Reserve Bank of India publishes half-yearly report on foreign exchange reserves to enhance transparency and disclosure. That is absolutely correct. These reports are released in reference to the position at the end of every calendar year and mid-year. क्या ये सही है? जून एंड दिसंबर? नहीं सर, दिस इज रॉन्ग. जो रिपोर्ट्स हैं वो रिपोर्ट्स दी जाती है फॉर मार्च 2025, यानी कि 1 अक्टूबर से लेकर 31 मार्च तक की 6 महीने की रिपोर्ट दी जाती है, जो कि जनरली अप्रैल या मई में प्रेजेंट होती है. एंड द सेकंड रिपोर्ट इज फ्रॉम 1st of April to 30th of September, which is generally published in the month of October or November. ठीक है. अब उसके बेसिस पर सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इनकरेक्ट हो गई. इस बार की जो रिपोर्ट है, दिस इज द 44th रिपोर्ट, दैट इज करेक्ट. एंड दिस is the report which is presenting the end edition or the end position of March 2025. That is absolutely correct. तो इसका मतलब जो 45th report होगी, that will give you the end position or that will give you the position as at the end of September 2025. RBI started releasing this report since 2004. That is absolutely correct. As per the 44th report, reserve fell from $705 billion. ये बिल्कुल ठीक है सर. $705 billion था हमारा रिजर्व in September 2024. Then it fell down to $630 billion in January 2025, and again it has increased to $668 billion by March 2025. तो उसके आधार पर हमारी जो फिफ्थ स्टेटमेंट है वो भी क्या हो गई, गलत हो गई. तो उसके बेसिस पर जो आंसर बनेगा वो क्या बनेगा सर, दैट इज ए ऑप्शन 1, 3 and 4 is the correct answer. अब आपको समझ आ रहा होगा कि जो लास्ट रिपोर्ट हमने डिस्कस की वहां से एग्जामिनर जब क्वेश्चन फ्रेम करेगा तो किस तरह के क्वेश्चंस फ्रेम करेगा. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर इट इज क्लियर टू यू एंड यू आर गोइंग टू एंजॉय द डिस्कशन. I'll give you a glimpse which we have covered in the previous session. For those who were not present, उनके लिए है कि the way I have covered this news. As you can see, I have highlighted 44th, I have highlighted end of March, even I have highlighted February 2024. So the question was from this slide itself, and from one slide you were able to answer the question. अगला question. Moving on to the next point. जो next था that is September 2024 में our reserves were $708 billion. It fell down to $630 billion in January, लेकिन फिर मार्च में आते आते they have improved and they have increased to $668 billion. Moving on to the next question. Next question, same report से है, but from that particular report, I am specifically discussing or I am specifically focusing on foreign exchange reserve status. What is the foreign exchange reserve status? And I am focusing on international investment position. If you remember, net international investment position हमने last class में discuss की थी, जिसमें मैंने आपको बताया था net international investment position is equals to the value of assets owned by Indians, or I would say value of foreign assets owned by Indians minus the value of Indian assets owned by foreigners. So it is negative. Negative का मतलब क्या? Our liabilities are more than our assets. So on that particular basis, this question has been framed. Go through with the options. Options क्या है? On a balance of payment basis, we are excluding the valuation effect. I hope you understand. Valuation effect is related to what? You have gold in your reserves and the value of gold increases over the period of time, then overall value of the reserve increase. So that is valuation. If you exclude valuation, India's forex reserves decreased by $13.8 billion in April to December 2024. That is absolutely correct. But sir, if you include the valuation of forex reserves was $3.1 billion, और इस वैल्यूएशन को अगर मैं इंक्लूड करूं, so the net decrease in the value of forex reserve is $10.7 billion. I hope समझ आया होगा. वैल्यूएशन का मतलब समझ के देखो यार, वैल्यूएशन का मतलब क्या? Let's suppose मैं कहूं कि आपके पास एक असेट है, आपके पास एक असेट है, दैट इज गोल्ड. ठीक है, ये आपके रिजर्व्स है, दीज आर योर सेविंग्स, दीज आर योर रिजर्व्स. और आज आपके जो गोल्ड की टोटल वैल्यू है दैट इज लेट्स से 100 करोड़. लेट्स से 100 करोड़. उस 100 करोड़ में से आपने 10 करोड़ रुपए यूज किए, आपने 10 करोड़ रुपए यूज किए इन ऑर्डर टू मेक योर एक्सपेंसेस. बट ये जो 100 करोड़ में से 10 करोड़ का गोल्ड यूज किया, दैट इज फाइन, बट द 90 करोड़ गोल्ड वैल्यू हैज इंक्रीज बिकॉज द प्राइस ऑफ गोल्ड हैज इंक्रीज, एंड द प्राइस ऑफ गोल्ड हैज इंक्रीज, जिसकी वजह से आपकी जो वैल्यू ऑफ गोल्ड है इट हैज इंक्रीज फ्रॉम 90 टू 95 करोड़. तो व्हाट यू विल से, what is the net decrease in your asset value? So net decrease in your asset value is not 10 crores, the net decrease is 5 crores. Similarly, the net decrease is not $13.8 billion. In valuation method, it is $10.7 billion. I hope it is clear. In normal terms, that means if you are including the valuation effect, reserves decreased by $44 billion in April to December 2024. क्या अप्रैल से दिसंबर 2024 के बीच आपके जो रिजर्व्स हैं वो डिक्रीज हुए? सर बिल्कुल डिक्रीज हुए. लेकिन क्या वो डिक्रीज हुए by $44 billion? No sir, they have not decreased by $44 billion. This is a wrong statement. I hope I'm correct. India's IIP, that is International Investment Position, reflects the stock of country's external financial asset, means value of or the stock of financial assets owned by Indians in foreign countries minus the value of assets or Indian assets owned by foreigners in India, which is our liability. So that is correct. Between end December 2023 and end December 2024, the external assets grew more than external liabilities. जो आपकी external assets हैं, they have grown more than the external liabilities. Okay. Foreign exchange reserves increased by $32.9 billion during December 2023 on the balance of payment basis, excluding the valuation effect. That is correct. So first, third and fifth are correct, but I'm doubtful about the fourth. Why I'm doubtful about the fourth? कि external assets बढ़ी है या liabilities बढ़ी है? If you check the data, external assets have increased. So answer to this particular question is going to be D option. 1, 3, 4, 5 are correct, but the second option is incorrect. ठीक है, इसका भी data है मेरे पास. I'll show that data in some time. Moving on to the next news. Consider the following statement regarding the India's foreign exchange reserves and gold holdings. उसके ऊपर ये question है. Activating the timer. Go for it. The Reserve Bank's net forward asset payable stood at $84 billion, जिसको मैंने आपको बताया था short position. Short position means RBI is selling more in comparison to buying. If RBI is selling more and buying less, then there will be a short position, and it is $84.345 billion. That is true. Foreign exchange reserves import cover fell from 11.8 months to 10.5 months. This is true. मतलब कि जो आपके पास forex reserves हैं, they are capable to support your import bills for how many months? Sir, earlier they were 11.8 months supportable, but now they can support only 10.5 months. That is also true. The ratio of volatile capital flows to reserves declined from. ये जो ratio of volatile capital flow है, it has declined? No sir, it has increased. This is opposite. It has increased from 67.8 to 74.3%. So third statement is wrong. Out of 879 metric tons of gold. इसका मतलब इंडिया के पास जो total volume या total weight of gold है, that is 87.59 metric tons held by RBI at the end of March 2025, जिसमें से 500 metric ton के आसपास domestically holded है, rest is with BIS as well as Bank of England. That is also correct. The value of share of gold in the forex reserve has increased from 9.32 to 11.70%. That is also true. So keeping that in mind, I'll again go with the D option. That is I'll go with the B option. First, second, fourth, fifth. Third statement is wrong. So I'll go with B option. Abhinav, Epic have given the correct answer. What about others, guys? Buckle up. Do give me the answers for this particular question. As you can see, ये $44 billion का increase था, decrease नहीं था in the previous question. If you talk about the external assets, sir, India की जो external assets हैं, they have increased by $79.7 billion in comparison to liabilities. So assets has increased more than the liabilities. Is it clear? Moving on to the next question. I guess this has been done. So the answer is B option. B option में आपका जो shortfall है, that is short position है, that is $84.35 billion. If I talk about the capacity, that is 10.5 months, बिल्कुल clearly given है. 879.59 metric tons इंडिया का गोल्ड है, जिसमें लगभग 511 metric ton गोल्ड इंडिया के पास है, और ये जो रेशियो है, it has increased from 9.32 to 11.07%. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? इसका मतलब ये है, if we have total forex reserves of 100 rupees, out of $100, I would say, forex reserve, 11.70% is in the form of gold. Rest is in the form of foreign currency asset, and we know that foreign currency asset is the highest. Foreign currency asset is the highest or covers the highest part of the total forex reserves, और foreign currency asset में भी जो highest reserves hai, that is in the form of securities. I hope these 2 points are clear. They are really very important. Moving on to the next question. Consider the following statement regarding the Indian foreign currency assets, FCA, IMF arrangements, as well as currency swap agreements. You are going to enjoy this. Read the question with me. At the end of March 2025, India's foreign currency assets stood at $617 billion with the majority held in securities. See, this is the value. $617 billion, but ये majority is held in security. इतने तक तो सही है, but let's suppose कि मैं examination में, I'm giving you the examination field. Let's suppose I am in examination, I don't remember the data. I'll come up with a pinch of doubt. During the half year under the review, RBI conducted 4 purchase transactions of $284.86 billion under the IMF financial transaction plans. If you remember, I told you India has borrowed only one, purchase was only one, but sale was 4. That means return of the loan was 4 times. So on that particular basis, अगर आपको ये वैल्यू नहीं भी याद, देन ऑल्सो यू मस्ट रिमेंबर कि इंडिया ने जो लोन लिया वो एक ही बार लिया और बड़ा लिया, लेकिन जो रिटर्न किया दैट वाज डन इन 4 installments. So second statement is incorrect. RBI's current subscription under IMF's new agreement to borrow stands nil, although the commitment is बिल्कुल सही है सर. कमिटमेंट कितनी थी? 8.88 billion SDRs. But current status क्या है? IMF has not borrowed extra loan from India because they have not 100% consumed their pooled amount. जिन्होंने कल वाला क्लास अटेंड किया तो उन्हें समझ आ रहा होगा. थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. Under the SARC swap agreement, both Bhutan and Maldives availed the swap facility. This is true. Maldives drawing $400 million for 6 months. That is true. But Bhutan has drawn 15 billion rupees. 15 billion rupees for 6 months. So fourth statement is also correct. Now moving on to the next point. RBI has fully utilized its $5 billion investment limit. Point is, RBI is liable or RBI is capable to invest up to $5 billion in India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, which is in UK, but it has not utilized its entire value. We have invested in millions, not even in billions. So fifth statement is incorrect. अब यहाँ से फिफ्थ स्टेटमेंट में भी मुझे कोई डेटा याद नहीं रखना पड़ा. स्टिल आई वाज एबल टू रिकॉग्नाइज, क्योंकि मुझे इतना याद था कि आरबीआई हैज नॉट यूटिलाइज द फुल limit. So fifth statement is incorrect, second is incorrect. Now the question is third and fourth are correct. If third and fourth are correct और second and fifth are incorrect, तो second incorrect है, ये गलत हो गया ऑप्शन, ये ऑप्शन गलत हो गया, all of the 5 हो नहीं सकता. Then what I'm left with? Sir, second and fifth option is also incorrect. Then I can go with B. Even if I don't remember the exact data for the first option, with the help of this elimination method, I can go with the answer, and the answer is B option. मजा आया? मजा आया? डू यू फील कि अगर एग्जामिनेशन में ऐसा क्वेश्चन आए, देखते मत छोड़ना. डोंट लीव द क्वेश्चन बाय जस्ट सीइंग द नंबर्स ऑन द स्क्रीन कि आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू सॉल्व. यू मे बी एबल टू सॉल्व विद द हेल्प ऑफ दिस ऑप्शन एलिमिनेशन टेक्निक व्हिच आई विल बी टीचिंग यू ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. ठीक है जी. सो इंडिया का जो टोटल फॉरेन करेंसी असेट्स है, दे आर $617 billion end of September and $567 billion March 2025. यहाँ पे कुछ गलती तो नहीं है फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट में. Guys, the first statement is wrong. This should be end of September 2024. I was thinking the same when I was reading the question. अब ये आंसर ठीक है, B option, लेकिन that should be end of September 2025. Majority is in the form of securities. That is also true. उसके बाद अगर हम बात करें IMF की, तो India has come up with one purchase, that is borrowing is 1, and repurchase, that is sale or return of loan, is done in 4 times. Here we have NAB, that is new arrangement to borrow. New arrangement to borrow, we have 8.8 billion SDR limit, but till now the subscription is nil. That is true. And lastly, 5 billion rupees for Bhutan and $400 million currency swap agreement for Maldives. These are correct. I hope you all remember the SARC nations. So SARC nations include what? So SARC nations include MBBS pain. MBBS करने में पेन होता है, तो MBBS पेन से याद रखिएगा. M for Maldives, B for Bhutan, B for Bangladesh, S for Sri Lanka, P for Pakistan, A for Afghanistan, I for India, and N for Nepal. Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Maldives. Remember this. Comment section में मुझे बताइए, where is the headquarter? Where is the headquarter of SARC? Where is the headquarter of SARC? Enjoyed guys? मजा आया? चीजें एक बार दोबारा से रिवाइज हुई. अब अगर एक बार इस क्लास के खत्म होने के बाद, when I will be sharing the PDF before going to bed today, at least cover the revision section, at least read once the revision section. I assure you, एक बार आज रिवाइज कर लेना, फिर जब मैं वीकली सेशन लूंगा उसमें रिवाइज कर लेना, फिर जब मैं मंथली सेशन लूंगा उसमें रिवाइज कर लेना। अगर 3 बार रिवाइज कर लिया, यू आर नेवर एवर गोइंग टू फॉरगेट इट। इज इट क्लियर? समझ आ गया? क्लियर है? आगे बढ़े। आई होप यू ऑल आर रेडी। लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड विद द सेशन टुडे। पहली दो न्यूज आई हैव अ वेरी, आई वुड से, हल्की न्यूज है जो कि फेज 1 में डायरेक्टली पूछे जाने के चांसेस है। So first I'll start with the halki news and then I'll go to the heavy news at the end. Do not forget to hit the like button if you haven't liked the session yet. पहली news I have come up with the form of a question. कल एक स्टूडेंट ने one-on-one mentorship session जो कि हम प्रोवाइड करते हैं अपने कोर्सेज में, वहां पे पूछा कि सर ये जो आप क्वेश्चंस फ्रेम करके लाते हैं इन द फॉर्म ऑफ स्टेटमेंट्स, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू अटेम्प्ट इन 20 seconds. See, first thing is these statement based questions, the probability that the statement based questions in the phase 1 will be asked, they will be asked, but the number will be pretty less. लेकिन phase 1 में general awareness को अगर solve करना, you have to solve each question in 20 seconds. So I'm just boosting up, I'm just trying to create that pressure on you. My first intention. Second is these statement based questions, they are more relevant for your phase 2 examination, और उसी को relevance रखते हुए I'm covering them as well. Who has been temporarily appointed as India's nominee director on the IMF board in 2025? Let's check out the news. So, P. Iyer, an executive director at World Bank. तो P. Iyer जो है वो executive director है World Bank के. He has been appointed as India's nominee director. तो India's nominee director means India is a member of IMF, and this nominee director is not only, or I would say the director is not only representing India, it also represents other nations along with India, which I will be discussing with you, don't worry. So the new appointment has been done, or I would say an additional charge has been given to the current executive director at World Bank, has been nominated as the director of IMF, nominated by India. The vacancy occurred when KV Subramanian term as IMF executive or as IMF executive director was terminated 6 months early. So his term was terminated 6 months early. तो जल्दी जल्दी में किसी नए को अपॉइंट करना पड़ा. अगर नई नॉमिनेशन नहीं करते, if the new nomination is not done, then in that particular case the alternate executive director would have come from Sri Lanka. ठीक है जी. IMF executive board on 9th of May 2025 will discuss the critical issues regarding $1.3 billion loan under the climate resilience program and the first review of $7 billion bailout package for Pakistan, but unfortunately IMF has granted the $1 billion bailout package for Pakistan. Guys, note down this. What do you mean by the word bailout? You have to give me the answer in the comment section once the class is over. Check करना, Google करना, 2, 4, 5 जगह से पढ़ना, बताना मुझे what is bailout, and in the next class I'll explain you this concept. So if India has not nominated it, then the alternate executive director would have been nominated by Sri Lanka. अब ये जो termination था, so the termination of the K. Subramanian, it was approved by the appointments committee of the cabinet and it came into effect as per the immediate order on 30th of April 2025. K. Subramanian assumed the role of IMF Executive Director in November 2022 for a 3 years tenure. So he was supposed to serve till November 2025, लेकिन टर्म खत्म होने से पहले उन्हें हटा दिया गया और उनकी जगह पे नॉमिनेट किया गया है P. Iyer को. उनकी जगह पे नॉमिनेट किया गया है P. Iyer को. Prior to this appointment, he was the 17th Chief Economic Advisor of India from 2018 to 2021. So he's not a small name. He's the former Chief Economic Advisor of the country. As I said, the nominee or the executive director will represent 3 nations: India, Bangladesh, and Bhutan. India, Bangladesh, and Bhutan. So he represented India, P. Iyer, as well as he will be representing the 3 other nations: India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka. तो अगर आप नहीं अपॉइंट करते तो फिर जो alternate method से appointment की जाती, that would have been done by Sri Lanka, or Sri Lanka would have appointed their own executive director who would have represented India at IMF. समझ आ गया? आगे बढ़े. Let's move on to the next question. The next question is, who is leading the Indian delegation at 58th annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Asian Development Bank in 2025. So Asian Development Bank की जो 58th एनुअल मीटिंग है, हु इज गोइंग टू हेड दैट मीटिंग? पिछले क्वेश्चन का आंसर देख लेते हैं. सो पिछले क्वेश्चन का आंसर है सर किसे रिप्लेस किया है? सर रिप्लेस किया गया है के सुब्रमण्यम को. किसने रिप्लेस किया? पी अय्यर. हु इज ही? सर ही इज करंटली द एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर एट वर्ल्ड बैंक एज वेल. He is currently the executive director at World Bank as well. Who is leading the Indian delegation at 58th annual meeting of Board of Governors of the Asian Development Bank? Check the news. Union Finance Minister and the Corporate Affairs Minister of India, none other than Shrimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, will lead the Indian delegation at the 58th annual meeting of the Board of Governors of Asian Development Bank. Question is, where is the headquarter of Asian Development Bank? Sir, it is in Manila, Philippines. But this meeting is not going to happen in the headquarters. So this meeting is going to be conducted in Italy, Milan, Italy. And this meeting has already been conducted from 4th to 7th of May 2025. The event was attended by many of the official delegations, and she is the panelist at ADB Governors Seminar on Cross-Border Collaboration for Future Resilience. Shrimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji will hold, or she has planned to hold it, the meetings with Italy, Japan as well as Bhutan in this particular meet. Now, I have a new question. Due to the current tensions in the country, do India attended 58th annual meet? Say yes or no. You need to again give me the answer in the comment section. So this is your second homework. First is bailout. Second is due to the current tension in the country, do India attended the ADB 58th annual summit or not, or annual meeting or not? You have to give me the answer with yes or no. So what will be the answer to this question? So the answer is Shrimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Is it correct, everyone? Is it clear? Chalo. I open the page to the next news. The next news is very important. What does the next news say? So SEBI has mandated minimum investment threshold of 1 crore rupees for SDIs. So today we have a circular which has been presented by SEBI. As I say, I always cover the circulars for other regulatory or bodies as well, and this circular is more relevant to RBI as well. That is the reason I have included it, and you are going to enjoy this. Before I discuss कि क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, क्या है ये मिनिमम इन्वेस्टमेंट थ्रेशोल्ड, सबसे पहला और सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन जो हम सबके सामने है, what is that question? The question is, sir, what do you understand by the term SDI? Sir, what do you understand by the term SDI? पहले explain करो SDI term, then go ahead. Obviously ना, SDI समझ आएगा तभी तो आगे बढ़ पाएंगे, तभी तो चीजों को समझ पाएंगे. I always do in this manner, you know that. So first of all, I'll try to discuss with you what is the meaning of securitized debt instrument. Before I discuss securitized debt instrument, guys, do you remember the term securitization? Do you remember the term securitization? So what is securitization? So securitization basically means when an asset is converted into financial asset, when an asset is converted into financial asset for the purpose of raising investment. For the purpose of raising investment, we call that process as securitization, and this conversion, this delivery, entire process is done by asset securitization companies. Asset securitization companies. If I take you back to an act that is known as SARC Act, do you remember, guys? SARC Act 2002, it stands for Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Asset and Enforcement of Security Interest. उसमें ये जो टर्म है securitization, ये securitization टर्म क्या कहती है सर? ये securitization टर्म कहती है कि अगर you are a bank and you have given a loan, let's say a bank has given a loan to Infosys, Now, if Infosys loan has been given by bank, this loan is basically bank's asset. What is this? सर हम जानते हैं ना कि बैंक ने जो लोन दिया और फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट जो लोन देते हैं, that is basically termed as their assets. So if bank has given the loan to Infosys and against that loan, let's say bank has mortgaged a property with the bank, then bank can securitize this mortgage. Bank can do the securitization of this mortgage in order to recover the funds in case Infosys is not paying back the loan. अगर Infosys ने लोन पे करने से मना कर दिया तो बैंक क्या करे? So first, bank has a possibility or bank has a power that bank can sell this asset through auction. Bank can go through auction. अब आपको पता होगा which official website is need to be used by all the financial institutes as per RBI announcements, as per RBI direction. Name that particular website where every company or every financial institute is supposed to register their asset from where its auction will be done. That is known as banknet.com. It stands with BAANKNET, है ना? This is banknet. अब question ये आया, this is in the case of when the loan has been declared as NPA. Similarly, if the loan has been declared as NPA, bank can convert its asset, that means the loan on Infosys, into a marketable security, and bank can sell that marketable financial institutes in the market to recover the funds. Even bank can take the ownership, bank can take the management of Infosys, being the owner or being the shareholder equivalent to the loan value, being the shareholder equivalent to the loan value. ठीक है जी, ये बात हमने पढ़ी है. On the same grounds ARCs come, ARCs also they operate on the same grounds. लेकिन अब कहानी चेंज होगी. How the things are going to be changed? So now the things are going to be changed because here we have debt instrument. Here we have debt instrument. So if someone asks me, so what do you understand by the word debt instrument? So debt instrument means when an individual purchase an instrument and against that instrument, the individual will be receiving predefined return. The individual will be receiving predefined return, and this return is predefined because the amount you have invested, it's a debt. Debt means ये उधार है. तो उधार के बदले में आपको क्या मिलेगा? लोन मिलेगा. और at the time of end of the agreement, 5 साल 10 साल जितनी देर का भी बॉन्ड है, after the end of the agreement redemption will be done, which means जो कंपनी है they will purchase back their instrument and against that instrument they will pay back your principal amount, they will pay back your face value amount. I hope यहां तक कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. ठीक है, अब कहानी में थोड़ा ट्विस्ट लेके आते हैं. Let's change the things in some new manner. Please pay attention. I'm just removing my image to give you a better picture. Guys, let's suppose we have bank. Bank has given loan to Infosys. We have a bank. Bank has given loan to Madhav. Let's say it is a car loan. Let's say it's a car loan, or bank has given loan to, let's say, Abhinav. I can see his name in the comment section, and this is a home loan. This is a home loan. ठीक है जी. Now, the loan borrowed by these organizations from the bank. The loan borrowed by these organizations from the bank. This borrowing is done in return of. This borrowing is done in return of certain asset as collateral. This borrowing is done in return of certain assets as collateral, or maybe if there is no collateral, it will be an unsecured loan. है ना? It will be an unsecured loan. अब हुआ क्या कि सब बैंक ने अपना सारा पैसा दे दिया लोन पे. Now bank is out of liquidity. Bank need funds. A bank is in a search of funds. Bank is looking forward कि अगर मेरे पास कुछ और liquidity हो, if I have some more funds, I can use those funds to run my business in a pretty well manner. So what bank will do? So bank will set up a new organization, and this new organization is termed as special purpose, is termed as purpose, special purpose, distinct entity, special purpose, distinct entity. This special purpose distinct entity, what this special purpose distinct entity is going to do? So the special purpose distinct entity will issue the security debt instruments, will issue the security debt instruments against the loan pool, against the loan pool of the bank. तो ये जो बैंक का टोटल लोन पूल था, मान लो बैंक ने टोटल 10,000 करोड़ का लोन दिया इन्फोसिस, अभिनव और माधव को मिलाकर. Now against this 10,000 crore rupees of loan, bank is having certain assets. Now bank has used those assets as security, and against those assets as security, bank has issued the security debt instrument. Bank has issued the security debt instrument, and public will purchase this security debt instrument against which public will be receiving predefined return, or public will be receiving the return which we can even call it as rate of interest as we receive on loan. अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर पब्लिक को क्या बेनिफिट, व्हाई पब्लिक विल परचेज इट? गाइस, लेट्स सपोज आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट अ लोकल मनी लेंडर. लोकल मनी लेंडर का काम है सबको लोन देना, अलग अलग इंडिविजुअल्स को लोन देना, बट दिस लोकल मनी लेंडर is taking very huge risk. On the other side, there is an individual named A. This individual A is also very keen to give loan to everyone, or to give loan here and there, but he is aware of the risk which is associated. We call it as counterparty risk. You can even call it as credit risk. So rather than giving loan openly, which is a risky fare, this individual A can do one thing. What? So individual A can purchase the special, or can purchase the securitized debt instrument. Let's say the securitized debt instrument which individual A has purchased, it is of value 100 rupees. So in short, I'm saying that on the behalf of bank, the loan which was given to Infosys or Madhav or Abhinav, out of that 10,000 crore rupees of loan, today that loan has been given by A, and against that loan given by A, he has received securitized debt instrument, and he will be receiving the rate of interest. अब क्वेश्चन है कि सर बैंक रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट देगा कहां से? सर बैंक को रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट मिलेगा. अब अगर मैं कहूं as a weighted average, bank is receiving rate of interest of 9%. Out of 9%, bank promises to pay 8% return, fixed return to the public. So in this manner, bank has made a profit of 1%, or bank has earned a spread of 1%, and even bank has generated the liquidity from the public with the help of this entity, and this liquidity generated by the bank from the public can be utilized for day-to-day operations which are performed by the bank. Can be utilized for performing the day-to-day operations which are performed by the banks. Is this point clear, guys? समझ आया? Is this pictorial view clear to everyone? Now, sir, these securities can be issued as public issue. If these securities are issued as a public issue, then obviously public issue के केस में कौन involve हो जाएगा? So SEBI will get involved, as well as stock exchanges will get involved. Even you can issue these securitized debt instruments under the private placement. So if you are doing the private placement, then also SEBI will get involved. If you are doing the public issue, then also SEBI will get involved. But in case of private issue, stock exchanges will also get involved in the game. They will also get involved in the game. बोलो समझ आया? I'm reading your comments. Give me yes, sir. Is it clear to everyone? Is this point clear to everyone? Are you with me, guys? I hope you all are with me. Is this point clear? क्विकली रिप्लाई विद यस सर, यस सर, यस सर, यस सर, क्विकली। ठीक है, अब यहां पर कुछ कंडीशंस भी है, और वो कंडीशंस किसने दी है? सो दोस कंडीशंस आर गिवन बाय सेबी। आई विल limelight those conditions as well. I limelight few conditions as well. So these conditions include, SEBI has come up with certain conditions, और ये जो SEBI ने अपनी conditions दी है, ये SEBI ने conditions दी है under public offer and listing of, under public offer and listing of securities or securitized, listing of securitized debt instruments. These regulations are related to 2008. इसमें क्या क्या पॉइंट सेबी ने दिए वो ध्यान से सुनना। सेबी ने पहला पॉइंट दिया है मैंडेटरी लिस्टिंग, मतलब कि इफ यू आर इशूइंग द सिक्योरिटाइज्ड डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट इट शुड बी लिस्टेड। लिस्टेड मींस इट विल अलाउ पब्लिक, इट विल अलाउ पब्लिक टू ट्रेड इट, इट विल अलाउ पब्लिक टू ट्रेड इट इन सेकेंडरी मार्केट। तो आप सेकेंडरी मार्केट में स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस पे इसे क्या कर सकते हैं? सेकेंडरी मार्केट पे स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस पे इसे क्या कर सकते हैं? ट्रेड कर सकते हैं। सो इट इज अ लिक्विड, इट इज अ लिक्विड इंस्ट्रूमेंट फॉर यू, इट इज अ लिक्विड इंस्ट्रूमेंट फॉर यू। सेकेंड पॉइंट इज सर क्रेडिट रेटिंग, क्रेडिट रेटिंग ऑफ द फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट, क्रेडिट रेटिंग ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट जो कि इशू कर रहा है, जो कि इशू कर रहा है एसडीआई, दैट शुड बी चेक्ड कि क्या भैया बैंक का क्रेडिट रेटिंग ठीक है, बैंक पे ट्रस्ट किया जाए या नहीं। सेकंड, बैंक कैन लॉन्च वन और मोर, बैंक कैन लॉन्च वन और मोर schemes, bank can launch one or more schemes, nothing to worry. Second and fourth and the last point is shall not remain open for more than 30 days. Issue should remain open. Issue का मतलब आपने शेयर SDI इशू किया, that should not be maintained open for more than, that should not be maintained open for more than 30 days. Issue should remain open up to 30 days, open up to 30 days. ठीक है जी, these are some of the conditions. Now I guess we are in a position to understand this. Now I guess we are in the position to understand the data we have. बैंक का रिस्क जीरो कैसे होगा? बैंक का रिस्क जीरो कैसे होगा? There are certain agreements which are signed. In those agreements, obviously bank will be issuing the securities, and if I am a purchaser, I will look after the securities very deeply कि भैया क्या इसके बदले में कोई mortgage asset है भी या नहीं, कहीं ये unsecured loan तो नहीं। If it is an unsecured loan, why should I purchase that security debt instrument? So public will also think twice before purchasing it. Public will also think twice before purchasing it. Is this correct? Is this point correct? Give me yes, sir. Guys, are you getting a detail? I have got a notification that Trump has, President of US, Mr. Trump has posted on Truth Social that India and Pakistan, they have agreed to full and immediate ceasefire. I don't know कितनी सच्चाई है इस बात में, but let's see. अगर सच हुआ तो अच्छा ही है. Let's see, अगर सच हुआ तो it's better for us. ठीक है जी, चलो. Now let's read the term. अब आसानी से क्लियर हो जाएगा, समझ आ जाएगा, ध्यान दीजिएगा, मजा आएगा. तो क्या कह रहा है ये कहता है कि सर securitized debt instruments are the financial products developed by pooling together different types of debts like loans, personal loan, car loan, home loan, as well as other receivables, and then selling them as securities to the investor. Then selling them as securities to the investors. This whole process of selling debt to investor is known as what? So this process of selling debt to investor is known as securitization, which enable the originator. Originator कौन था? Bank. To convert liquid assets into liquid. To convert liquid assets into liquid, offering another source of funding. तो बैंक के पास एक other source of funding आ गई. What bank has done? Bank has converted its loan or its asset into liquidity, और उस liquidity को use करके bank can perform its other operations. Investors who invest in these securitized debt instruments receive returns. They are going to receive returns based on the performance of the underlying debt pool. So they will be receiving the returns on the basis of the underlying debt pool. If it is a mortgage assets, then you will be receiving the return accordingly. If it is a personal loan where risk is high, then obviously the probability of return will also be high. Guys, is this point clear? Last call. If it is clear, give me yes, sir. Please be active on the chat and give me the answer if it is clear till this point, so that now I can discuss the news for which I have discussed the entire Ram Katha. तो राम कथा तो हमने देख ली. Now let's try to find out the news. News क्या कहती है? SEBI has mandated minimum investment threshold of 1 crore rupees. Let's try to identify what is the news. SEBI has mandated that minimum investment threshold or ticket size of 1 crore for the issuance of securitized debt instruments for RBI regulated originators as well as unregulated entities engaged in securitized activities. So what does it say? It says that according to SEBI, if bank or any other financial institute, whether regulated or unregulated, they are planning to issue the securitized debt instrument, then the minimum investment threshold is going to be, or the minimum ticket size is going to be 1 crore rupees. It is now mandatory. Second point, it is now mandatory to have at least 3 years of operating experience for the originator. That means if you are planning to issue SDI, you must have minimum 3 years of experience. SEBI has issued these new rules for securitized debt instruments by amending the issuing and listing of security debt instruments and security receipt rules. These new guidelines are ensuring originators they maintain interest in underlying asset, promote market stability and investor confidence. Now, what are the changes? There are 6 important points related to this. The first point is SEBI has classified and clarified that the originators which are not regulated by RBI, the minimum investment threshold for subsequent transfer will be 1 crore. Minimum will be 1 crore, and even the same is going to be for the organizations which are even regulated by RBI. Earlier, the limit was different, but now it has done to minimum 1 crore. SEBI rule says public offers, if you are issuing these securitized debt instruments or issuing to the public openly, it will remain open for at least 3 days and maximum 10 days, subject to the condition that advertisement requirements aligned with SEBI regulations for non-convertible security. मैंने क्या कहा था? पहले the guideline was up to 30 days. But I am giving you the data from 2008, जब इसे issue किया गया था, जब इसे explain किया गया, introduce किया गया. But now, as per 2025, minimum 3, maximum 10 days. You can give a issue window of this only, and if anyone is eager to buy it, they have to buy it with the given window only. And obviously, these instruments are going to be in demat form. All SDIs are now required to be issued and transferred only in demat form. This rule is applicable across the board irrespective of the nature of the originator. As per the new rules, originators are now required to hold minimum 10% of the securitized pool or 5% in case of receivables with maturity period up to 2 years. Please pay attention. If you are an originator, means you are a bank, you are required to hold minimum 10% of that securitized pool or 5% in case of receivables जिनकी maturity है up to 2 years. SEBI has further clarified that the loans with maximum tenure of 2 years must be held for at least 3 months before securitization. तो अगर आपका लोन 2 साल का है, तो उस 2 साल के लोन के लिए you cannot issue the securitized debt instrument on the very next day. No, you are not allowed. You as a bank will hold that loan for 3 months. After 3 months, you can convert it into securitized debt instrument. This is the condition. While for the loans with the tenure more than 6 months, अगर लोन का tenure more than 2 years hai, then the minimum holding period is 6 months. This is very important. This is very important. I repeat, if I am a bank, I have given loan for 10 years, I have given loan for 1 year, I will be holding it for at least 3 months, then only I am allowed to convert it into SDI, then only I am allowed to sell it to the public to raise the funds. And in this case, I have to hold it for 6 months, and after 6 months, I will be allowed to issue it to the public in the form of SDI. SEBI has also introduced an optional cleanup call for originator, which allow them to repurchase maximum 10% of the original value of the asset. So if they want, they can even purchase back from the secondary market, and they can purchase back up to maximum up to 10% of the original value of the asset. These are the 6 points. I repeat these points, guys. Pehla point. First point, what does it say? So first point says, one second. First point says that the minimum ticket size is going to be 1 CR. Minimum ticket size is 1 CR. If you are issuing the SDI, then the issue window will be open for at least 3 days and maximum 10 days. All SDIs, they will be transferring them into demat form only. As per the new rules, originators are now required to hold minimum 10% of the securitized pool or 5% in case of receivables with maturity period up to 2 years. Agar maturity period up to 2 years hai, you will be holding 5% of the pool, and if it is more than 2 years, you will be holding 10% of the securitized pool. इसमें ये भी कहा गया कि अगर आपके लोन का टेन्योर 2 साल है, then you have to hold it before converting it into SDI for at least 3 months. If the loan tenure is more than 2 years, then you will be holding it for minimum 6 months. Then you will be holding it for minimum 6 months before issuing the securitized debt instrument. SEBI has also introduced an optional cleanup, and the optional cleanup is you can repurchase the assets. You can repurchase the assets issued, but up to 10% of the maximum, 10% of the original value. 10% of the original value of the asset. समझ आ गया guys? Clear हो गया? I can assure you, अगर I would have not given you this kind of discussion, if I have not given you this static clarity, you would have never been able to understand this particular news. Now this news is very easy to understand. You just have to remember few conditions that are very easy to remember. But if this logic is not clear, then that relationship will not be built. And if there is no relationship between the concept and news, then it is very difficult to memorize it. It's very difficult. Ratta marna आसान नहीं है. कितना रट्टा मारोगे? It will be very, very, very difficult. So bank give loan from its own money after 3 months. Yes, that's it. That's it. Fake mail. कि आपने लोन दिया बैंक ने, आज आपको फंड्स की जरूरत है. Issue securitized debt instrument to raise the funds and use those funds for more lending. But if the loan tenure is up to 2 years, you have to hold it for 3 months. If the loan tenure is more than 3 years, more than 2 years, you have to hold it for 6 months at least. If the loan, if I talk about the loan, you have to hold minimum 10% of the securitized pool or minimum 5% of the securitized pool depending upon the maturity period. Clear हो गया जी? Conditions clear हो गए? चलो. Moving on to the second news from SEBI. The second news from SEBI is nothing but padna hai, that is it. You just have to read it in one line. SEBI has introduced investor charter for KYC registration agencies. So what is this? SEBI in a circular has issued the exercise of powers under the section to protect the interest in securities and to promote the development and to regulate the security market. The primary objective of developing this new charter is to facilitate investor awareness about various activities where an investor client has to deal with KRAs. KRAs means that is KYC registration agency for availing service request. तो बस इतना ही याद रखना है कि SEBI has issued the new guidelines, that is investor charter for KYC registration agencies, so that public investor is aware about the various activities where an investor or a client has to deal with KRAs. KRAs means KYC registration agencies. KYC means know your customer. तो नो योर कस्टमर रजिस्ट्रेशन एजेंसीज के साथ आपको कहां कब कैसे डील करना है, कितना क्या इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर करना है, क्या नहीं करना, दैट हैज बीन गिवन अंडर इन्वेस्टर चार्टर. नो वन इज गोइंग टू आस्क यू द nitty-gritties. You are not going to invest in the security market. You are not going for a test where you will be appointed as a security market regulator player, nothing like that. You are just going for RBI. You must know that there has been a new announcement related to the investor charter for KYC registration agency. अब सेबी पे इतनी बात कर रहे थे तो सेबी की एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट न्यूज जो कि काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, एंड दिस न्यूज हैज अ ग्रेट पोटेंशियल that it can be asked in the examination, which I have already discussed with you in the past. SEBI has decided to extend the automated trading window. याद है? The automated trading window closure. पैन फ्रोजन, पैन कार्ड को फ्रोज करेंगे, फ्रीज कर दिया जाएगा. फॉर whom? सर, फॉर ऑल द designated persons. Who are the designated persons? Sir, designated persons are the persons who are holding very important positions in the companies, especially in the listed companies I'm talking about. So the implementation of permanent account number based trading freeze mechanism will be carried out, and now not only it will be applied on designated persons. Now in this list of designated persons they have included the close relatives as well. They have included the close relatives as well. The name, the term, what was the term given by SEBI for this? What was the term given by SEBI for this? Do you remember, guys? The term given by SEBI for this was IMR, I guess. IMR. I'm not able to recall that term. Immediate relatives. It was something like that. It was something like that. Anyone can remember that term? Anyone can remember that term? Immediate relatives as per SEBI. So the immediate relatives as per SEBI include the parents, the siblings or child of a person or their spouse. ठीक है जी, तो आपको क्या याद रखना है? That is IMR. IMR stands for what? Sir, IMR stands for immediate relatives, which include parents, siblings, as well as it includes parents, siblings, children, spouse. They all are included under the category of immediate, under the category of immediate relatives. तो अगर आप एक designated person है, तो मतलब आप किसी कंपनी के CEO हैं, so there will be few days in the year as decided by the company in which you are appointed as CEO, that you as well as your immediate relatives will not be allowed to make transactions in the security market, in the secondary market, because your PAN will be frozen. Phase 1 will commence on 1st of July 2025, will be applicable to top 500 listed companies. Means top 500 listed companies, they have to register themselves, or they have to share the entire details of their designated person immediate relatives by 1st of July 2025, and rest of the companies will be fulfilling this by 1st of October 2025. लिख लो, याद कर लो, trust कर लो. This question has a great potential that for sure it is going to be asked in your examination. ठीक है जी? Is it done, everyone? Is it done? Let's quickly begin the discussion. Here we go with the first question of the evening. The first question is now on your screen. The question has a timer of 20 seconds, because when you will be appearing in your final phase 1 examination especially, you will get 20 seconds to attempt one question, because you need to attempt 80 questions you need to attempt 80 questions in just 25 minutes. So here we go. The first question: who has been temporarily appointed as India's nominee director on the IMF board in 2025, and he has replaced whom? So the answer to this particular question is, the new appointment is given to P. Iyer, and he has replaced whom, sir? He has replaced K. Subramaniam, and K. Subramaniam has been, I would say, removed from the position 6 months prior to the completion of the tenure. Moving on to the next question. The next question is now on your screen. The question says, who is the leading Indian designated, who is leading the Indian delegation at 58th annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Asian Development Bank in 2025. So who is going to lead it? Firstly, guys, yes, keeping in mind the current disturbances which are going in the country, still India's delegation has attended the annual meeting on the annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Asian Development Bank, which was the 58th meet, and it was headed by whom, sir? It was headed by none other than the finance minister of the country. The name is Nirmala Sitharaman. One more question, guys. This meeting has been organized in which country? So this meeting has been conducted in Italy, Milan. But where is the headquarter of ADB? So the headquarter of Asian Development Bank is in Philippines, Manila. Got it, guys? Moving on to the next question. Here's the next question on a very important concept which we have covered in the previous session, that is securitized debt instruments. I am switching on the timer now. Give me the answers, guys. Consider the following statement regarding the securitized debt instruments. Securitized debt instruments are created by pooling various debt instruments like loans, mortgages, and receivables. That is true. The process of creating and selling the SDI is known as securitization. Is known as securitization. The process of creating and selling the SDI is known as securitization. That is also correct. Securitization helps banks convert liquid assets into illiquid ones? No, sir. Actually, it is helping the banks to convert illiquid assets into liquid. That means what they are doing is they are forwarding their loan. They are forwarding their loan to the public or to the buyers, and that generates liquidity for them, which is used for further operations. SDI provide investor return based on the performance of the underlying debt pool. That is absolutely correct. If you are buying an SDI, you will be getting the return according to the what? So you will be getting the return according to the performance of underlying asset, that is the mortgaged asset or any other loan. Securitization offer banks an additional source of funding. That is absolutely correct. So the answer to this particular question is 1, 2, 4, 5 are correct. So 1, 2, 4, 5 are the correct answers. In that particular context, I'll go with which option? Sir, I'll go with B option. B option is absolutely correct, where 1, 2, 4 and 5 are the correct answers for the same. Moving on to the next question. The next question is again related to SDI, but now the technical, not the conceptual part, but now we have the question on the latest updates which have been done. So the question is now on your screen. The question says, which of the following statement? The question says, which of the following statement regarding SEBI's, which of the following statement regarding SEBI's latest regulation on SDI is correct? First one, SEBI has mandated minimum investment threshold of 1 crore to all the SDI issuance, including RBI regulated as well as, one second guys, just give me a second. This is the question. So SEBI has mandated minimum investment threshold of 1 crore rupees for the SDI issuance. That is correct. All SDI must be issued and transferred only in dematerialized form, that is demat form. That is correct. Originators are now required to maintain minimum 20%. Is it minimum 20% of the securitized pool under the circumstances? No, sir. This is 10%. Public offers for SDI must remain open for at least 3 days and maximum for 10 days. That is also correct. SEBI has introduced an optional cleanup call allowing originators to repurchase up to 10% of the original value. That is correct. So answer to this particular question is 1, 2, 4 and 5. 1, 2, 4 and 5. That means B option is the correct answer. So B option is the correct answer. Moving on to the next question. The next question is again related to SEBI, one of the recent updates which have been done by SEBI in the past, that is related to the freezing the PAN cards or freezing the trading accounts of not only the designated personals but also their immediate relatives. In immediate relatives, we include their parents, siblings, as well as their spouse as well as children. So parents, siblings, spouse and children are included in the category of immediate relatives. So in this case, we have 5 options. We need to choose which all options are correct. SEBI has extended the PAN based trading freezing mechanism to cover designated persons and their immediate relatives in the listed companies. That is absolutely correct. This move is basically to curb the insider trading. That is absolutely correct. The mechanism will be implemented in single phase. No, sir, it will be implemented in two phases. Phase 1 will cover top 500 listed companies, which will be completed till 1st of October 2025, and rest of the companies will be included by 1st of October 2025. SEBI trading freeze rule applies only to designated persons. No, sir, it is applying now to their immediate relatives as well. So answer is going to be 1, 2, 4 only. According to that, A option is absolutely the correct answer. Who all have given the correct answer? Very good. Very good. Chandrika, Angel, Neha, Ankit. Good. Maza aaya. That's good. Chalo. Now let's start the discussion for today's session. Guys, today I have two segments which we will be covering in this particular section. One is one of the RBI latest curriculum, RBI latest circular, which we will be discussing. After discussing the RBI latest circular, we will be moving ahead and we will be discussing those news which have a capacity to be asked in phase 1 as well. लेकिन जो पहला circular हम discuss करेंगे, it is a very, very, very important circular. Reason behind it has been in news from past 2 years, or I would say it has been in news from past 2 years, but ज़्यादा इसका जो inclusion हुआ, that is in past 1 year. उसके basis पे I am also expecting that a descriptive question can also be asked from the same topic. So I'll start the session, I'll discuss it, you will get to know what I'm trying to say. The news is RBI has officially recognized SRO for financial market. First of all, SRO means self-regulatory organization. Second point is we are talking about financial market. Now you must be confused. So financial market is regulated by SEBI or RBI? My answer would be both. In very simple terms, I would say money market is regulated by RBI, but the capital market, especially the stock market, it is regulated by SEBI. So it means RBI has the power to regulate the financial market, and for that regulation, or I would say for delivering better services under the category of financial market, RBI in April 2024 came up with a notification that if a company is willing to set up as or to operate as a self-regulatory organization for financial market regulated by RBI, please apply for it. So companies, they applied, but finally out of those all applications received, only one company has been recognized as the self-regulatory organization. So first, let's understand this news. What does this news say? Reserve Bank of India has officially recognize FIMDA. FIMDA stands for Fixed Income, Money Market and Derivative Association of India. I repeat, Fixed Income, Money Market and Derivatives Association of India as a self-regulatory organization for financial market. But which financial market? Sir, which is regulated by RBI. In August 2024, RBI has introduced the comprehensive framework for the recognition of SRO. What is this comprehensive framework? So comprehensive framework means RBI has come up with all the list of requirements. If a company wants to set up as or operate as self-regulatory organization, they need to fulfill certain criterias. They need to fulfill, or they need to come up with certain objectives. They need to perform certain services. For that particular part, a comprehensive framework was introduced back in 2024, and on the basis of that particular framework, applications were received, and out of those received applications, FIMDA has been recognized. FIMDA has been recognized as SRO for the RBI regulated financial market. This is a very important question. The question is, FIMDA stands for, sir, it stands for Fixed Income, Money Market and Derivative Association of India. Now FIMDA is now officially the first entity to be recognized under the new SRO framework. So it has become the first entity to be recognized as SRO under the comprehensive framework for SROs, which have been introduced in August 2024. While this particular organization has been identified, this identification has been done by RBI. The registration of certificate has also been issued by RBI, which we can say that approval is given by RBI that you will be operating as an SRO. What is the aim behind this? Sir, aim behind this is to ensure standardized market practices as well as in order to increase the transparency, this approval has been given. Got it guys? Simple, no rocket science. ठीक है, अब rocket science आएगा बीच में कैसे? सुनना ध्यान से, SRO जो term है ना, it's a very general term. It's a very general term. It is not only related to RBI. It is not only related to financial market. It is a very general term which basically says that the regulators of a particular sector, even the government which is responsible for regulating a particular sector, has the power to identify and provide certificate of registration to SROs, and these SROs, they will act as a mediator. For example, we have RBI, the overall regulator. It has recognized SRO. Now SRO will be trying its level best to help its member companies, to help its member entities to fulfill all the rules and regulations which are set by RBI, as well as SRO will promote the compliance of rules and regulations. Even SRO has the power to introduce certain rules and regulations for better operation of that given sector. Is this point clear? So, what kind of descriptive question can be asked in the examination? The question can be asked in this manner. Recently, RBI has appointed FIMDA as first SRO of RBI regulated financial market. Discuss in detail what is SRO and its nitty-gritties. If this kind of question is asked, it will be a static question. But this question has been derived from current affairs. Why it has been derived? Because we have studied SRO for account aggregators, we have studied SRO for NBFCs, we have studied SROs for different other organizations, for different other sectors, time to time, for which RBI has come up with the framework. So if RBI as well as the other regulatory bodies, they are promoting the term SRO, there is a great probability that it can be asked in the examination. अब अगर question SRO पे आया तो उस केस में आपको SRO को पहले define करना होगा. After defining SRO, you need to discuss the objectives of SRO. Then you need to discuss the I would say eligibility criteria of SRO. Then you need to discuss the operations, the responsibilities which are going to be performed by SROs, and in the end you need to write the benefits of setting up SROs. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? If this point is clear, just give me yes sir. Question कैसे आएगा और उस question को कैसे आपको deliver करना, दोनों चीजें आपको clear होनी चाहिए. ठीक है जी. अब इस क्वेश्चन को पहले इसका कंटेंट समझते हैं, पूरा कंटेंट पढ़ेंगे एंड एंड ऑफ द कंटेंट आई विल गिव यू अ ग्लिम्स कि अगर क्वेश्चन आया तो इस तरह से आपको क्वेश्चन को लिखना होगा. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, इफ समवन आस्क मी अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर न्यूज, देन आई वुड से आरबीआई is the legislative mandate. That means RBI is responsible as per the laws to regulate the interest rate market as well as the foreign exchange market. Now you must be wondering, sir, ये interest rate market क्या है? Interest rate market basically means the market where we decide the interest rate, and this interest rate is basically related to lending. We know that RBI is the regulator of banking sector. RBI regulates NBFCs, and banks as well as NBFCs, their core and traditional function is to provide loan. And RBI directly as well as indirectly control the lending rates. How RBI control the lending rates? Indirectly, with the help of monetary policy. How RBI controls the lending rate? Almost directly, not directly, almost directly, with the help of the methods which RBI come up from time to time basis, on the basis of which the financial institutes, they decide their lending rate. I'm talking about EBLR, external bench mark lending rate, or MCLR, marginal cost of fund based lending rate, or base rate, or BPLR. All these methods were given by whom? That is RBI. So RBI is directly as well as indirectly controlling the interest rates or the lending rates in the market with the help of these credit providing regulated entities. Now RBI के सबसे पहले पॉइंट पे बात करेंगे, what are the core operations of RBI? So the core operations of RBI is responsible for regulating money market, for overseeing the banking operations, for managing the credit supply as well as overall stability of the financial system. And because of these powers, RBI has come up with this framework ki sir, I come up with the framework, and on the basis of this particular framework you are asked, on the basis of this framework you are asked to submit the application if you want to set up an SRO for RBI controlled financial market. इसके अलावा अगर मैं बात करूं, आरबीआई regulates the financial institutions such as NBFCs, other payment companies and whatnot. Second point is, sir, RBI is the primary regulator of the interest rate market in India with the help of monetary policy, with the help of regulating the money market, setting the minimum interest rate, जो कि आज की डेट में इतने ज्यादा फिजिबल टर्म नहीं है, but earlier RBI was responsible to set the minimum interest rate below which the banks were not allowed to lend, and lastly overseeing the financial institutions. Because of these functions of RBI, because of these powers of RBI, RBI is regulator of financial, RBI is the regulator of interest rate market. Last point is RBI is the regulator of money market. What is money market? So money market is a place where short-term instruments are traded. What I mean with the term short-term instruments, so the instruments which are valid for less than 1 year. Generally in the money market, the trading of debt instruments is done. And if I talk about these debt instruments, it includes treasury bills, it includes call money bill, notice money, it includes CBLO, as CBLO stands for collateralized borrowing and lending obligations. It even includes commercial paper, commercial bill, certificate of deposit. They all are the part of money market, and this money market is the segment under financial market. So one more point, sir, RBI is also the regulator of foreign exchange market. So if RBI is the regulator of foreign exchange market, then RBI has the power to set an SRO for forex market as well. So on the basis of this, I have shortlisted the RBI operations. Now, as a part of mandate, Reserve Bank of India has been tasked, Reserve Bank of India को ये काम दिया गया है, has been tasked with the regulation and development and oversight of interest rate market, including government securities. If I ask you, who issue the government securities on the behalf of government? So it is issued by RBI. अब RBI issues these government securities through auction, and if you want to purchase these government securities, you can participate in the auction, which is available for wholesale as well as retail investments. Banks को अगर गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी चाहिए, they also purchase from RBI. पब्लिक को चाहिए, we can also as a retail investor can purchase from RBI with the help of the scheme which has been introduced, where RBI has allowed the retail investors to purchase government securities in the primary market itself. Even RBI has appointed certain banks as an agent on the behalf of RBI. Those agents, they deliver the government securities to the public. Secondly, RBI is the regulator of money market, which include market for repo in government securities, which means when you purchase, when you sell the government securities on repo rate, example is liquidity adjustment facility, where RBI purchase government securities from banks against repo rate, which means if you want to borrow a loan from RBI, you can sell your government securities to RBI, against which RBI will give you the loan. But these are repurchasing agreements. Repurchasing agreement means the moment you pay back the entire principal as well as interest, you are liable to purchase back the same securities. So that is also the part. Secondly, we have corporate instruments, we have foreign exchange market, derivatives on interest rate, price, foreign exchange rates and credit. They all are the areas which are regulated by RBI. RBI is also responsible for the regulation of financial market infrastructure, including financial market benchmark for these markets. Please pay attention. RBI is responsible for all these operations according to only RBI Act? No, sir. RBI has been given these powers under RBI Act 1934, under Payment and Settlement System Act 2007, under Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999, under Government Securities Act 2006, as well as the Bilateral Netting of Qualified Financial Contracts Act 2020. According to these acts, these powers have been given to RBI, that RBI will be responsible for regulating, for developing as well as oversighting these markets. Is it clear till this point, guys? Is this clear till this point कि RBI क्या काम करता है? I have discussed over here what all tasks are performed by RBI and how RBI perform these tasks, or where or which all acts provide powers to the RBI for this particular system. Is it clear? When we talk about netting, it is basically related to settlement. Tushar, it is basically related to settlement. For example, we have gross settlement. Gross settlement means, Tushar, I give you 100 rupees. I myself take out 100 rupees from my wallet, hand it over to you, and you take those 100 rupees. This is gross settlement. One-on-one transaction is settled down. On the other side, Tushar, on daily basis, I am liable to give you 10,000 rupees, you are liable to pay me back 5,000. So rather than making the transaction every time, rather than making the settlement every time, at the end of the day, आपने मुझे 5,000 देने, I have to pay you 10,000 rather than transferring 10,000 to you and receiving 5,000 from you. It's better I just transfer that 5,000 rupees. This is known as net settlement. In case of NEFT, we go with net settlement, but in case of RTGS, we follow the gross settlement where each and every transaction is settled one by one, other than NEFT where the net settlement is done. I hope it is clear, Tushar. Moving on to the next point now. The next point says financial markets, it plays a really very important role in an economy. Why financial market is an important concept, why it is an important point to be discussed every time. The reason is, whenever we talk about financial market, it is the source of funds for our corporates. It is the source of funds for our government. It is the source of fund for the government departments. It is even the destination of the investors. समझ आ रही है बातें? There are two individuals. One is a company. Company need funds for expansion. This is the saver. He wants to invest his funds for profit. So now they can invest in the company and company can hand over the financial instruments in return. And this transaction takes place where? Sir, it takes place in financial market. जितनी बड़ी financial market होगी, the more extended your financial market is, the more strong your financial market is, there is more and more liquidity available for the corporates, which will help them to expand at a higher rate. If your financial market is big, it is sufficient enough, it will fulfill all the requirements of government debts as well. So that is the reason financial market plays an important role in the growth and development of the economy, which facilitate efficient allocation of resources and sharing of risk. So if I am an owner of the company, I'm selling my shares to you. Basically, I'm not only raising funds from you, but also I'm sharing my risk with you. So that is also one of the important point of financial market. Reserve Bank of India undertake policy reforms and regulatory policies in active coordination with government and other stakeholders in order to develop safe and stable financial market which will provide efficient price discovery. अगर आप notice कर रहे होंगे, मैंने हर एक लाइन में उन वर्ड्स को हाईलाइट किया है जिन वर्ड्स को आपको ध्यान में रखना while writing a descriptive answer. These are the keywords which you should keep in mind while writing a descriptive answer. Otherwise, it's a news of 12 slides. It will be impossible for you to remember each and every point. What I have done is I have just highlighted the important words which you need to remember and I call them as keywords. अगर इतना याद रहा, उसके around अगर आपने delivery कर दी in your descriptive answer, you are good to go. So I think you should like the session for these efforts. It takes a lot of time to do these kind of updates when you are framing a content. And if you think that yes, I'm going in the right direction, I'm really trying my level best to give you the best content, then I would surely look after, or I will surely look for a like in the comment section as well as on the video. Moving on to the next point. So the next point says, as a part of its approach, it seeks broad-based market. So why RBI is introducing this financial market self-regulatory organization in order to ease access for the investors as well as the fundraisers, in order to enhance participation, facilitating innovation, protecting user and promoting fair conduct, which will be helpful for investor as well as fundraisers. Even RBI is looking forward for the growth of regulated entities in terms of number as well as scale. So with the time period, number as well as the scale of regulated entities which are operating in the financial market, they are increasing undoubtedly. But on the other side, in the near future, this count is going to increase. This volume is going to increase. And in order to maintain the requirements, RBI is seeking a helping hand, and that is known as SRO for financial market. Now, comes the most important question कि सर कब से SRO कर रहे हो, बता तो दो आखिरकार SRO है क्या? तो अगर मुझसे कोई पूछेगा what is SRO, please pay attention. Sir, SRO is not a government entity. Very important. It is not a government entity. It's a non-government entity authorized to create and enforce industry standards and regulations. So SRO, first point, it is a non-governmental entity which has been authorized to create and enforce industry standards and regulations. They act as industry watchdog, ensure compliance with the established rules, and promote ethical behavior within the respective field. So what is their ultimate goal? So they will act as a watchdog. They will act as a watchdog. They will see how industry is performing, Once they check that industry is doing well, then along with this, they will be promoting the compliances that companies in that particular industry, in that particular sector, should fulfill all the compliances. And lastly, it should check that whether this behavior is ethical or not. SROs, they are often granted authority by government agencies or through a law, allowing them to oversee the conduct of their members. If I talk about the key characteristics, SRO is a non-governmental organization. It is industry specific and it will attract members from the same industry, and the oversight of the members of SRO will be done by the SRO itself. Moving on to the next point. The next point is, what are the benefits? Sir, it increases the efficiency of the organizations which are operating in that particular sector. Secondly, it will increase the industry expertise. How it will increase the industry expertise? Because these SROs, they also provide training to the organizations which are operating in that particular industry, so that their skill development can be done and they can operate in a better manner. Third point is, it is cost effective. How it is cost effective? Sir, RBI हर जगह पहुंच नहीं सकता, और अगर RBI wants to reach everywhere, then RBI has to increase its departments, RBI has to increase its employees. For that matter, it is applicable for all the regulatory bodies, which will be a cost affair for the government, for the regulator. So in order to avoid that, we can come up with SRO, which is obviously cost effective and it is beneficial for the public. क्योंकि पहले सिर्फ RBI was the regulator of a particular sector. Now we have one more regulator which is operating on the behalf of RBI and checking out the compliances are fulfilled or not. This will enhance public interest, this will enhance public safety, this will enhance public security, and that is the reason it is beneficial for the public. SROs, they are the vital part of the regulatory landscape. They play a critical role in ensuring fair and ethical business practices within various industries. Done guys. अगली बार अगर कोई पूछे, मान लो 3 मार्क का क्वेश्चन, 15 मार्क का आपका जो डिस्क्रिप्टिव है, उसमें 5 टर्म्स आ जाए, उनमें से एक टर्म हो राइट अ शॉर्ट नोट ऑन, फर्स्ट टर्म इज SRO. सो आई होप यू हैव अ कंटेंट where you can discuss what is SRO for 3 marker. This is the appropriate content which you need to deliver. अब आते हैं आगे. अगला पॉइंट आया सर, फ्रेमवर्क फॉर द रिकॉग्नाइजेशन ऑफ सेल्फ रेगुलेटरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इन फाइनेंशियल मार्केट रेगुलेटेड बाय RBI वाज इंट्रोड्यूस. अब समझो जरा, इस फ्रेमवर्क का मतलब क्या होता है? फ्रेमवर्क का मतलब है पूरे का पूरा, जैसे RBI, when RBI wants to hire an RBI Grade B officer, RBI comes up with the notification. Similarly, when RBI is planning to set up a new SRO, RBI will come up with the notification, and in that notification, all the nitty-gritties will be mentioned. Who should be an SRO, what are the operations objectives of SRO, what are the eligibility criteria of SRO, what kind of test you need to pass, and if you pass this test, what kind of services you will be providing. So that entire detail which starts from application, what is the process of application, till the last step, that how the registration certificate will be given by RBI, that is mentioned under the framework for recognition of self-regulatory organization. शायद आपने एक term सुनी हो, omnibus. That is basically the broader term which says that from time to time RBI will be setting up SROs for different sectors, for different departments, and in order to apply for an SRO, you need to go through with the framework of the respective SRO, and that framework should include certain criteria which I will be discussing. So I'll start with the first point. Framework for recognition of SRO in financial market, which is regulated by RBI, is based on the standard. And what is that standard? So standard is omnibus framework for recognizing SRO for regulated entities issued by RBI, and it was issued on 21st March 2024. RBI ने कहा कि भैया मैं अपने different regulatory organizations के लिए, regulated entities के लिए, I will be setting up different SROs, and these different SROs will be operating in a particular sector. For example, SRO for financial market, SRO for banks. But the way I will come up with the notification regarding the SRO, where I am inviting the applications, I will be coming up with the entire framework. I will be coming up with the entire notification, and that notification will include what all? So that notification will include the objective of SRO. It will include the eligibility criteria of SRO. It will include the functions which are need to be performed by SRO. It will include the governance standard. Governance standard मतलब कितने board of directors होने चाहिए, कौन board of director हो सकता है, कितने independent board of directors होंगे, that comes under the governance standards, and what are the criteria on the basis of which SRO will be attracting the organizations to become their members. So all these details will be mentioned in the framework which will be given by RBI, and RBI has given this framework for financial market in 2024. अब उस framework को जब present किया गया, many applications were received, and out of that FIMDA has received the registration of certificate. That means that FIMDA has been recognized as the first SRO of financial market. यहां तक points clear हो रहे हैं, तो give me yes sir. SRO will be a company. SRO is an entity. SRO will be an entity which will be set up, and that entity will be set up by the funding done from the members itself. SRO का जो working है, the way you both have asked the question, Abhinav as well as Girish, you are asking me what will be the source of funds for SROs, how these SROs are going to work, what will be the source of funds. They will work on the same criteria as I am at work. कैसे? If you want to be my member, you need to give the membership fees, and with the help of that membership fees, I will be running my organization. शिवांगी, अगर मैं कहूं ओमनीबस फ्रेमवर्क का मतलब क्या है, इट बेसिकली मीन्स बेटा दैट आरबीआई ने एक स्टैंडर्ड दे दिया. आरबीआई ने कहा कि अगर फ्यूचर में मैं अपने बैंक्स के लिए, अपनी एनबीएफसीज के लिए, अपनी फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मार्केट के लिए, अपनी मनी मार्केट के लिए, इफ आई एम प्लानिंग टू सेट अप एन एसआरओ, आई विल कम अप विद अ नोटिफिकेशन which is called as framework. That notification will include certain things, and those certain points which will be included for sure in all the SRO frameworks will include, पहला objective क्या है SRO का, second point is what will be the functions of SRO, eligibility criteria, governance standard and membership criteria. Is this point clear, Shivangi? Is this point clear? The major work of SRO is to perform on the behalf of regulatory organization, so that this organization can become an helping hand for the supreme regulatory authority of that particular sector. Second is it will work on ground where day-to-day transactions will be watched, and if anything wrong is done, any compliance related to the rules and regulations is not fulfilled, then they can challenge that task, they can challenge that transaction directly to the regulatory authority so that the action can be taken. अगर RBI चेक करेगा, हो सकता है RBI quarterly review करे or maybe yearly review करे. So in order to avoid that delay, we have a helping hand, that is SRO. ठीक है जी, clear हो गया. Moving on to the next point, the guidelines contained in the framework are the minimum requirements. So whatever guidelines we are publishing, they are the minimum requirements, and all the SROs, they are encouraged to do their best practice even beyond the framework, so that the better services can be provided in the given sector. Now, I'm starting with the first point, that is the objectives of SRO for financial market, which is regulated by RBI. But trust me guys, majority objectives are same, बस सिर्फ और सिर्फ नाम का फर्क पड़ेगा. ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है? अगर आप एक रेगुलेटर है and you are appointing another regulator on your behalf which will proactively work on your behalf, and you will be the supreme authority, in that case objective will be same कि भैया जो rules है, जो compliances हो रहे fulfill कराओ, कोई माल practice ना करो, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा members को include करो, so that you can perform in an efficient manner. So these objectives are going to be same for all the frameworks which are going to come and which have already released for the SROs. First is promote a culture of compliance among the members, which will and also encourage the progressive practices and conventions. Special attention must be given to extending the guidelines and support particularly to the smaller entity. Special attention dena smaller entities ko, because it has always seen that smaller entities, they are not in a position to fulfill all the rules and regulations, and therefore a special attention is required, which will be given by SRO. And lastly, SRO will frame and implement comprehensive code of conduct. What is code of conduct? Rules and regulations according to which the organizations or its members are going to work for better compliance fulfillment, for better fulfillment of RBI or regulatory or the supreme regulatory authority norms. The next objective is it act as a collective voice of its members. If anything, any issue is going on and these members they want to address RBI कि भैया ये वाली जो आपकी policy है ये सही नहीं चल रही, we are witnessing loss because of these policies. So in that particular case, SRO will stand in front of RBI and bring the voice of its members in front of RBI so that the required changes can be done. Second is, it also includes the voices of government authorities and the other statutory and regulatory bodies required or related to that particular sector. It is expected that SRO functions above self-interest. So SRO is not working for self-interest. It will address the larger concerns of the sector and financial system so that better services can be provided, and it will ensure all its members equal and transparent treatment will be given to all its members, which is the second objective of an SRO. Third objective is it will examine the guidelines and best practices by the international standard setting authorities. For example, in case of bank, we have BIS. BIS has come up with certain international standards. After consultation with RBI, अगर RBI कहे यार सही है, India में भी we should implement that rather than coming up with the firm rule. RBI will say that no, everyone should follow this. No, first RBI will ask the SRO, concern your members, link to your members, ask them to follow these international standards, and once they will start following, then as an RBI I will give the rule and it will be easy to be implemented. So that is the second point. The fourth point is collect and share the relevant sectoral information and share that information with RBI so that it will help RBI in making the further policies. Foster innovation. It will promote innovation and facilitate introduction of new products within the regulatory framework by Reserve Bank of India. Not only this, SRO, they should promote innovation as well so that new products can be introduced. Next point is it will promote a culture of research and development, which is very much required in the current fast changing world. Last point is it will promote the adoption of best practices to ensure transparent and fair pricing, which we call it as code of conduct, which will be set up by SRO and it should be followed by all its members. It should be followed by all its members. Will the appointment done from within the organization? Means, check your question again, Shaurya. क्या कहना चाह रहे हो? किसकी appointment? Members क्या है? If you are talking about these members, in that context, I would say, let's say, an SRO is set up for banks. Then banks, they will become the members of SRO. Banks will become the members of SRO. Banks, they are also related to share market, so there will be a role of SEBI as well. It will not become the member, but there will be a role. Banks are owned by government, so there will be a role of government also. So these are the stakeholders: government, other regulatory bodies, and the members are the stakeholders of a particular SRO. That is what has been mentioned on the screen over here. This is what is mentioned on the screen: members, government authorities, and other regulatory bodies. I hope it is clear now. If it is clear, give me yes sir, so that I can move ahead. Shaurya, I think आप यही पूछ रहे थे. Now, after objectives, I am talking about the responsibilities. What are the responsibilities which are performed by SRO? The first responsibility is, which I have already discussed, भैया एक code of conduct बनाओ, मतलब एक rule book बनाओ, and that rule book should be followed by all the members for better delivery of the services. Second is develop a reasonable and non-discriminatory membership fees. So it should be a reasonable and non-discriminatory membership fee, which means fees will not be same for everyone. It will depend on the size of the member. For example, SBI is becoming the member. Along with that, we have a very small bank like Yes Bank. It is also becoming a member. The membership fees of SBI will always be greater than the membership fees which is going to be paid by Yes Bank because of the size of the organization. But after paying the membership fees in front of SRO, they both are same. in front of SRO, both are same. SRO ये नहीं सोचेगा SBI ने फीस ज्यादा दी है तो SBI को ज्यादा हेल्प करे, नहीं. फीस कितनी दी है, that depends on your size. But the moment you have paid fees, it is membership fees, and you will be providing equivalent services to all your members as per this particular responsibility, as per the point which has been mentioned under, the second responsibility of SRO framework. The third responsibility is all the operations will be done at utmost faith. That means if you are sharing any information, if you are receiving any information, that should be done on utmost faith. There should be no, I would say, chalaki nahi honi chahiye. There should be no cunningness. Exact information should be shared. Disseminate sector specific information. So these SROs, they will be sharing the information of the sector, that how the sector is performing, through periodicals, that means through weekly reports, through monthly reports, through pamphlets, through magazines and other material which will be available for the public, and public can go through with that material in order to understand how well this particular sector is performing. Moving on to the next point, it will establish grievance redressal and dispute resolution framework. That means for its members, if there is any dispute between the two members, they can directly come to SRO and their redressal will be done, their issues will be resolved at SRO itself. Promote knowledge of statutory and regulatory provisions in order to provide as well as exchange the expertise and experiences among the members. It may also arrange training programs. It will also arrange training programs for skill development and awareness program which will increase the efficiency of the members. Is this point clear? Means, sir, we can say that if any financial market organization has to reach RBI, then it directly can't no, that is not the case. They can easily contact RBI, but if they are members of SRO, then they can even approach to RBI through SRO if there is a common interest involved. ठीक है जी? Sir, then all these stakeholders together will make SRO. ठीक है, इस point को answer देता हूँ गिरीश. The point is, SRO application, when it comes up, obviously it will involve certain stakeholders, that yes, we collectively, मान लो banks हैं तो 5 बैंक मिले और उन्होंने मिलकर कहा कि ठीक है यार, let's set up an SRO which will be helping us in order to avoid penalties which is going to be charged by RBI when we do not fulfill the compliance. अगर हमारे पास एक beforehand check होगा, it will increase our efficiency. So 5 members, they come forward and they come up with the application. If the application is accepted, then along with these 5 members who are, if you want to say they are the owners, you can say that they are the owners. And if they are investing, they are not investing for profit purpose, they are just investing for the better implementation of RBI rules and regulations in order to avoid any kind of loss on me because of the penalty which can be charged if I'm not fulfilling the RBI norms. ठीक? But ज़्यादा जो working expenses होंगे वो कहाँ से आएंगे? So they are going to come through the membership fees, and obviously membership fees will be a regular membership fees which you will be paying maybe on yearly basis, and those funds will be utilized for running that SRO. Clear हो गया जी? समझ आ गया point? I guess इससे ज़्यादा डिटेल में ना आपको कोई पढ़ाएगा, ना आपने कभी पढ़ा होगा. लिख के दे सकता हूँ, अगर SRO पर इतनी डिटेल्ड और इतनी crystal clear video कहीं मिल जाए तो comment section में बताना जरूर. Moving on to the next point. Sir, if I talk about the last responsibility is not only improving the skills of the members of the organizations who are providing the services, you also improve the knowledge of whom? So you will also improve the knowledge of the public so that they can utilize the services in a better manner. Then these are the responsibilities of SRO, and these responsibilities are towards the members. But SRO is also responsible to the regulator. अरे भाई जिसने बनाया है उसके तरफ भी तो आपकी कोई responsibility होगी, और वो कौन सी responsibility है? So the first responsibility towards the regulator is inform our Reserve Bank of India about the developments in the sector on regular basis through reports and all, and even report the RBI in case of any act of misconduct or violation. अगर मैं RBI की जगह यहाँ पे सुप्रीम रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी लिख दूं तो भी एक ही बात है, दैट विल बी अ जनरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ एन एसआरओ, बट यहाँ पे स्पेसिफिक है क्योंकि आरबीआई की बात कर रहे हैं, फाइनेंशियल मार्केट की बात करें तो आई हैव रिटन आरबीआई. तो अगर कोई वायलेशन होगा, कोई मिसकंडक्ट होगा बाय द मेंबर, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस इट कैन डायरेक्टली इन्फॉर्म आरबीआई एंड आरबीआई कैन टेक द required action. So it's a proactive measure taken by RBI in order to avoid things to be late, in order to avoid things to be sorted when they are late. That is a point. ठीक है जी. Second point here we have is carry out work assigned. So you have to perform all the works which are assigned by your supreme authority, that is RBI. Submit annual report to RBI, and you have to submit this annual report with RBI within 6 months of the completion of the financial year. गाइस, ये जो मैंने टर्म्स हाईलाइट की है, रिपीट कर रहा हूं, दीज टर्म्स आर द कीवर्ड्स. इफ अ डिस्क्रिप्टिव क्वेश्चन इज आस्क्ड, यू हैव टू इंक्लूड दीज कीवर्ड्स, और अगर कोई ऑब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चन बना एसआरओ से, इट विल बी बेस्ड ऑन दीज हाईलाइटेड वर्ड्स ओनली. क्योंकि क्वेश्चन बन सकता है, क्या एसआरओ इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल टू सबमिट रिपोर्ट टू इट्स रेगुलेटर at what frequency? Answer will be annually. And what is the timeline? So within 6 months of the completion of financial year. Direct MCQ question can be framed from this particular point itself. और जब आप एग्जामिनेशन से वापस आएंगे तो बहुत सारे लोग कहते हैं पता नहीं यार आरबीआई ने क्वेश्चन कहां से पूछ लिया, एसआरओ का क्वेश्चन था, पूरा एसआरओ पढ़ के गया था, लेकिन ये तो पता ही नहीं था कि रिपोर्ट कब सबमिट होनी है. लेकिन अब आपको पता है रिपोर्ट कब सबमिट होगी, क्या टाइमलाइंस है, क्या टाइम फ्रेम है. यू आर अवेयर ऑफ ऑल ऑफ दिस. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. सर, SRO is responsible to engage in periodic interaction with RBI and would look at a larger picture of industry sector in offering its views, inputs and suggestions. So आप time to time interact करेंगे with RBI to come up with your suggestions for the sector. It will provide comprehensive stakeholder feedback. It will provide comprehensive stakeholder feedback on consultations, draft circulars shared by RBI. ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ आप कंप्लेन करोगे about your members. You will also come in front and you say कि RBI ये जो आपने फ्रेमवर्क बनाया, ये जो आपने ड्राफ्ट दिया, it is not appropriate. You should change this, or you should add this, you should do this, ताकि we can have a better implementation of our targets, or we have a better implementation of our rules and regulations. Discharge such other functions and abide by such other directions as specified by RBI. This is very important. अगर RBI को लगा that there is a requirement to check the SRO, RBI has full power that RBI can inspect the SRO whenever required. और जब RBI check करने आएगा, RBI can demand for any document and you cannot reject. So that is also the responsibility of SRO towards the regulator. Next point is eligibility criteria. Sir, eligibility criteria में कुछ criteria तो general है. कैसे general है? You should be capable, then only you will be allowed to apply for SRO. You should have adequate amount of infrastructure so that you can implement it. If you don't have the infrastructure, you should have the capacity to build that infrastructure. This is general, but there is one more criteria related to the net worth. I will be discussing it quickly. So applicant set up as a not-for-profit company, already discussed. Applicant minimum net worth should be 10 crores, very important. It should have the ability to create the infrastructure so that the services can be provided. Shareholding of SRO should be diversified. Shareholding जो SRO की है, that should be diversified. Entity shall hold 10% or more of its paid up share capital. So that means no entity, sorry ये डार्क करना भूल गया मैं, आप डार्क कर लेना. इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर एक SRO है, SRO के जो शेयर होल्डर्स हैं, those shareholders, the creators, the initial investors, they must hold maximum, or they must hold below 10% of shareholding as a single entity. That means bare minimum you need 10 entities to set up an SRO, but it can be more than that. These are the shareholders, members नहीं. शेयर जिन्होंने बनाया, जिन्होंने इनिशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट की, जिन्होंने इनिशियली अप्लाई किया, उन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेट किया. अब वर्किंग एक्सपेंस के लिए वी विल यूज द मेंबरशिप फीस, बट फॉर सेटिंग अप वी नीड द इनिशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट व्हिच इज डन बाय द शेयर होल्डर्स. बट शेयर होल्डर्स का जो शेयर है दैट शुड नॉट बी मोर देन 10% of a single entity. Applicant must ensure that the membership of the SRO is voluntary. That means you cannot force any regulated entity कि you should become my member, otherwise RBI will cancel your license. ऐसा नहीं है. It's voluntary. If I am a company which is operating under financial market, I am regulated by RBI. If I want, then only I will join SRO as a member, otherwise I can ignore. No one can force me. Last point is, applicant must have adequate representation with a good mix of members. So you should have a good mix of members from a particular sector. And if RBI feel that the the SRO do not possess good volume of members, or RBI feels that the members of SRO are not much diversified, in that particular case RBI can even cancel the license of SRO, giving a time span of 2 years. तो 2 साल तक RBI watch करेगा. If 2 सालों में भी SRO has not been successful to have members, and that too in a diversified nature, then in that particular case RBI has the authority to cancel the license. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया, समझ आ गया. लास्ट पॉइंट है, एप्लीकेंट एंड इट्स डायरेक्टर्स दे मस्ट डेमोन्स्ट्रेट प्रोफेशनल कंपिटेंस. ऑब्वियसली सर, अगर आप एक कंपनी है or you want to become an SRO, you must be competent. Your directors must be competent. Then only this application will be approved. Applicant must be fit and proper for grant of recognition. You should fulfill all the criteria. आपके अगेंस्ट कोई केस नहीं होना चाहिए, जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उनके ऊपर कोई ऐसे इश्यूज नहीं होने चाहिए जिससे आरबीआई को रिस्क लगे. एंड इफ आरबीआई फील्स द रिस्क, आरबीआई मे रिजेक्ट द एप्लीकेशन फॉर श्योर. गवर्नेंस फ्रेमवर्क का मतलब है हाउ द कंपनी इज गोइंग टू बी गवर्न, हाउ द एसआरओ इज गोइंग टू बी गवर्न. इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस, SRO shall be professionally managed and it should have suitable provision in its article of association या फिर जो इसका registration हुआ है. When SRO was framed as a company, at the time of framing as a company, all these structures related to the company which are mentioned at the time of setting up, that should be appropriate. And it should provide for the manner in which board of directors and governing body would function. So how they are going to function, that should be clearly mentioned in the registration done by the SRO. Next point, which is important, articles of association and bylaws shall also clearly give the criteria for admission, exclusion, suspension, readmission of the members. So on what basis members will be included, on what basis they will be excluded, when they can be suspended, when they can be re-allowed to be the member, all these criteria are need to be mentioned under the article of association itself. At least, very important, mark kar lena, this is a question which has a potential to be asked in objective. At least one third of the members shall be independent directors. At least one third of the members in the board shall be independent directors, and there should be rotation of the board of directors in terms of their powers, in terms of their responsibility. So rotation of the directors is very important. You need to rotate them for different positions, for different departments, for different powers, so that an appropriate functions can be performed. Any change if you are doing in the composition of the board of director, you need to inform RBI, otherwise RBI can challenge you if you are not informing. Last but not the least, SRO shall ensure comply with the provisions of the relevant act. SRO shall ensure all the provisions as per the acts and circulars, guidelines, rules and regulations which are given by RBI on time to time basis. Application for recognition, remember that anyone who is capable, who feels that you can apply for it. But RBI has the power to reject the application, but RBI will not reject the application straightforward. Straightforward rejection nahi hoga. Any application which is not complete in all aspects or does not fulfill the criteria, RBI has a power to reject it. However, before rejecting any such application, RBI give an opportunity to the applicant to address such objections within 30 days from the date of dispatch of intimation by RBI. तो RBI कहता है कि भैया अगर आप पूरे के पूरे एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया को फुलफिल करते हैं, आइए अप्लाई कीजिए. एंड व्हाट आर द प्रोसीजर्स ऑफ अप्लाइंग, दैट इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट. मैंने उसे इग्नोर कर दिया. कैसे अप्लाई करो, कहां जाओ, क्या प्रोसेस होगा, नो, दैट इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट. लेकिन आरबीआई क्या रिजेक्ट कर सकता है एप्लीकेशन को? यस, but RBI will give 30 days window कि भैया this is my objection, if you can overcome this objection I'll allow you to be an SRO, otherwise your application is rejected. So this 30 days wala clause is important. Where the applicant is deemed suitable, Reserve Bank of India will provide letter of recognition. अगर RBI को लगा कि हाँ भैया ये organization सही है, इसे SRO का license देना चाहिए, then RBI will provide the letter of recognition under which under which it will be recognized that from today onwards you will be operating as an SRO. Last but not the least is conditions for the grant of recognition. Information or particulars furnished by recognized SRO shall be true and not misleading in any aspect. तो जो भी आप डेटा एप्लीकेशन के समय सबमिट करेंगे उसके बाद when you get the license as an SRO or you get the permission as an SRO, then also you should publish, you should share all the appropriate information. If any information is not up to the mark, then RBI again holds the power to reject the license, to reject the existence. Conditions for grant of recognition, as I said, you need to fulfill the criterias. This is important. Reserve Bank may revoke the recognition granted to SRO if it deems the functioning of the SRO to be determined by public interest or SRO is found to be conducting activities which are not in conformity with the objectives of SRO. तो अगर आपने कुछ भी ऐसा किया जो कि आपके रूल्स, आपकी पावर्स, आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, आपकी एलिजिबिलिटी, आपके एफिशिएंसी, आपके टारगेट्स के अगेंस्ट है, then RBI holds the power that RBI can cancel your registration of or letter of recognition. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear, everyone? If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. तो अगली बार अगर SRO से रिलेटेड कोई क्वेश्चन आएगा तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि अब आप गलत कर पाओगे. तो सबसे पहले जब SRO से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन आएगा, यू विल बी गिविंग द डेफिनेशन ऑफ SRO. आफ्टर गिविंग द डेफिनेशन ऑफ SRO, यू विल डिस्कस द ओमनीबस. ओमनीबस में क्या क्या चीजें हैं जो SRO के फ्रेमवर्क में RBI पब्लिश करेगा. देन आफ्टर डिस्कसिंग दोज एरियाज व्हिच RBI नीड टू पब्लिश इन द फ्रेमवर्क, देन यू विल डिस्कस ऑल ऑफ देम वन बाय वन. यू विल डिस्कस द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ SRO. आफ्टर डिस्कसिंग द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, यू विल डिस्कस द responsibilities of SRO towards members as well as towards regulators. Then you will discuss the eligibility criteria. Then you will discuss, after eligibility criteria, you discuss the governance framework of the SROs. After governance framework of the SRO, you discuss the application process, in which you just mention this point. That is more than sufficient. And you need to discuss the conditions for the grant of recognition, and RBI has the full power to cancel your letter of recognition. समझ आया guys? मजा आया? If it is clear, समझ आया हो, everything is fine, give me yes sir. If everything is fine, give me yes sir. ठीक है. Okay. Guys, do you have energy? Shall I discuss rest of the news today, or should I discuss it in the next session? I have few more news which are very small, tiny news which have the capacity to be asked in phase 1. If you are willing, I'll discuss it. If you think that no, we can discuss in the next session, we can do that. If you want to cover this much only and you need to revise it, you can say me yes sir. बेटा ओमनीबस का मतलब यार सुनो ध्यान से, भरद्वाज सुनो. ओमनीबस का मतलब है RBI is responsible to come up with the notification. उस notification में क्या क्या होगा, उस notification में क्या क्या होगा, that is clearly mentioned under no omnibus. तो omnibus is the framework for generating the or for releasing the framework. समझ आई बात? Framework for releasing the framework of SRO. SRO का framework क्या है? Conditions, that is the notification. कि notification में सब कुछ दे दिया, कौन SRO बन सकता है, कैसे बनेगा, क्या नहीं, क्या और क्या क्या उस नोटिफिकेशन में होगा. ये किसमें दिया गया था? ओमनीबस फ्रेमवर्क में. कि RBI ने कहा कि अब अगर मैं किसी भी सेक्टर के लिए जिसका मैं रेगुलेटर हूं, अगर मैं उसके लिए SRO की एप्लीकेशन इनवाइट करूंगा, देन आई विल बी फॉलोइंग दीज गाइडलाइंस. क्लियर हो गया? और जब वो गाइडलाइंस आती है तो उनमें वही, जब वो फ्रेमवर्क एक्चुअली में आता है, जब वो नोटिफिकेशन एक्चुअली में आता है, तो वो गाइडलाइंस फॉलो की जाती है. दैट इज ओमनीबस. आई गेस इट्स फाइन. ठीक है, डिस्कस कर लेते हैं. इफ यू आर अप फॉर इट, आई एम रेडी. लेट्स क्विकली डिस्कस. द न्यूज सेज Bhutan has introduced world's first national cryptocurrency tourism payment system. क्या है ये? So Bhutan ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया है वर्ल्ड का पहला नेशनल क्रिप्टो करेंसी टूरिज्म पेमेंट सिस्टम. और ये जो सिस्टम इनिशिएट किया गया, दैट इज इन कोलैबोरेशन विद Binance Pay, which is a subsidiary of Binance Holding Limited, and DK Bank of Bhutan, which is Bhutan's first fully fledged digital bank. तो एक है आपका Binance Pay और दूसरा है आपका DK बैंक ऑफ भूटान. इन दोनों ने मिलकर एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया और उस प्लेटफॉर्म की मदद से इफ यू आर विजिटिंग भूटान, यू कैन मेक योर पेमेंट्स इन भूटान विद द हेल्प ऑफ क्रिप्टो करेंसी, which means Binance Pay, if I first jump to this term Binance Pay, so Binance Pay को आप imagine करो like a phone pay. Just imagine an application like a phone pay. I'll add or I'll help you to imagine this. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. So this is an application. You log in into this application, Binance Pay. You fulfill the KYC, know your customer norms. After fulfilling that, then you can credit your cryptocurrency into Binance Pay. अब वो जो cryptocurrency you are going to credit, you will be crediting from your spot, and from the spot you are crediting your cryptocurrency, and that cryptocurrency which you have created in this particular wallet of Binance Pay can be used to make payments to different users, to different entities and in different cryptocurrencies. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि अगर आपने Binance Pay में एक बिटकॉइन क्रेडिट किया but you want to pay in different cryptocurrencies, you can do that. How you can receive the payment? Same, जैसे आप QR code share करते हो WhatsApp पे, here also you can share the QR code or you can share the transaction, you can share the ID, user ID, and on the basis of that user ID, you can receive the funds as well as you can pay the funds. Lekin here, the user ID as well as this, I would say, we can call it as transaction receive or payment ID, or the QR code is not general, it is different for different receivables, it is different for different payments. Now, if you are lending in Bhutan, then there is no need to carry dollars or Bhutanese currency with you. If you have cryptocurrency in your spot account, from your spot account, transfer that cryptocurrency into Binance Pay, and with the help of that Binance Pay application, you can make the transactions by scanning the QR code or maybe the codes which are shared to you or maybe the customer IDs which are shared to you, and you can make the payment. And that too, you can make the payment in different cryptocurrencies in which it is demanded. So that is the news. So let's conclude this. This initiative enables travelers to use cryptocurrency for service payments, promoting ease of transaction and advancing financial inclusion throughout their visit to Bhutan. Key features are tourists with Binance account. How you can open an account? Download the app, fulfill your KYC, your account is open. Over 100 cryptocurrencies including Bitcoin, Binance Coin, United States Dollar Coin to pay for airline ticket, visa fees in Bhutan, hotel booking in Bhutan, monument entries in Bhutan, tour guides in Bhutan, or local purchases in Bhutan. You can pay in cryptocurrency with the help of Binance Pay. Next point is QR code based payments are allowed. That means system uses static and dynamic. Static, as I said, which is common, and it can be dynamic, which is transaction specific codes for real time transaction. Second is cryptocurrency payments are initially converted into Bhutanese currency, that is Bhutan's official currency, handed by DK Bank, ensuring vendors receive stable payout. मतलब क्या हुआ? So Binance Pay से आपने payment की in the form of cryptocurrency. The payment which you have done in the form of cryptocurrency, that will reach to DK Bank, and DK Bank will convert that cryptocurrency into Bhutanese currency, or Bhutan की जो currency है, that is, let's say Bhutanese R, इसको BR कर देता हूँ. This is the Bhutan's currency. So bank will convert it into Bhutan's currency, and this Bhutan currency will be credited into the account of merchant. तो इसका मतलब merchant should also use cryptocurrency. ये जरूरी नहीं है. Even if the merchant is not using the cryptocurrency, you can make the payment in cryptocurrency, but the merchant will receive the payment in the local Bhutanese currency. That is the benefit of this particular initiative. Over 1,000 Bhutanese businesses, including those in remote regions, they have adopted the system, enabling participation in the global $3 trillion cryptocurrency market, which will not only enhance tourism, it will also provide them. It will increase tourism. Tourism will increase. There will be no friction, no transaction fees for the international travel. And even if I am in Bhutan, if I can receive funds in Bhutanese currency, but my sender, my payer is paying me in a cryptocurrency, that is possible, then I can make a transaction all around the globe. So in that particular case, it will promote globalization. That means Bhutanese merchant, they can now engage with global digital finance ecosystem very easily. Is it clear, everyone? Sir, is there any minimum requirement? Yes, 10 crores as already discussed, Amit, as already discussed. I guess you are still occupied with SRO. Let's stop over here. I'll not discuss rest of the news. That will be discussed in the next session. Nothing to worry. Side by side. So Huh. Guys, how many of you are aware of a term that is foreign portfolio investment? We all know that foreign portfolio investment basically means the investment done by the foreign entities in the country, and the investment is done in share market, or I would say the investment is done in the financial instrument. That would be a better word. And when we talk about financial instruments, we have equity instruments as well as we have debt instruments. Since January 2025, listen to me, since January 2025, RBI has updated the criteria for FPI investment in debt security 3 times. So I will be sharing the latest one, which will cover January wala announcement, March wala announcement, and even the latest announcement which has been done in the month of May. Let's begin the discussion. So here we go with the first question of the evening, guys. The first question of the evening is now on your screen. The question says, consider the following statement regarding RBI recognition of FIMDA as self-regulatory organization. I hope you remember we have discussed this term, FIMDA, self-regulatory organization. Let's read out these statements. FIMDA has been officially recognized by RBI as self-regulatory organization for financial market. That is absolutely correct. RBI introduced a detailed framework for recognizing SRO in financial market in August 2024. Guys, please make the correction. In the PDF जब मैंने ब्रैकेट में ये मेंशन किया था वो ऑटो करेक्ट हो गया. आई रोट अगस्त, मैंने शायद स्पेलिंग देखे नहीं, वो ऑटो करेक्ट पे अप्रैल आ गया, तो आप उसे सही कर लीजिएगा. FIMDA is the second entity to be recognized under the new SRO. No sir, this is absolutely wrong, because FIMDA is the first organization, first SRO under this category. As an SRO, FIMDA is expected to operate within the RBI defined guidelines and promote the standardized market operation. बिल्कुल सही है. One of the key goals of this recognition is to enhance transparency in functioning of financial market. That is also correct. So only third statement is incorrect. Rest all the statements are correct. So I'll go with C option, which says 1, 2, 4 and 5 are the correct answers. 1, 2, 4 and 5 are the correct answer. Very good. Very good. Love to see that. Girish, Abhinav, Sam, Sri, Saloni, Shalini for giving the correct answer. अगर आप लोग ऐसे correct answers देंगे, obviously it will boost my confidence as well. कि ठीक है यार, the way I am covering the data, the way I am covering the content for you, it is really helping you because you are in a position to answer these questions in these class. अगर आप ये question आज class में answer कर पा रहे हैं, trust me guys, you will be able to answer these questions in the examination also. इससे difficult question examination में आएगा नहीं related to this particular topic. चलो, moving on to the next question. The next question says, consider the following statements regarding the framework. किसका framework? So framework of SRO. और ये जो framework for SRO है, it is almost common for all the different or for I would say for all the SROs in different sectors in different industries. ठीक है जी. तो उसके बेसिस पे कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखे हैं. लेट्स फाइंड आउट व्हिच ऑल ऑप्शंस आर करेक्ट. सर द फ्रेमवर्क इज बेस्ड ऑन ओमनीबस फ्रेमवर्क व्हिच इज इशूड बाय आरबीआई. बिल्कुल सही है. आरबीआई ने एक फ्रेमवर्क बना दिया ओमनीबस और कहा कि जितने भी एसआरओस के लिए मैं नोटिफिकेशंस निकालूंगा, जितने भी एसआरओ के अपॉइंटमेंट्स के लिए मैं वैकेंसी, मान लो आपको ज्यादा समझ आता है इन दैट मैटर, तो जितनी भी नोटिफिकेशंस आउट होगी for an applicant, if the applicant wants to apply to become an SRO, in that particular case, I will be following the criteria mentioned under Omnibus. That is correct. Recognized SRO must only fulfill or follow the minimum standards laid out in the framework and are restricted from going beyond them. Okay. SROs are expected to promote culture of compliance and implement a comprehensive code of conduct for its members. That is true. The framework encourages SROs to act as a collective voice of their members and address the issues. Yes, SROs are required to foster innovation, support small entities, or I would say give special attention to the smaller entities. That is also correct. लेकिन क्या आपको ये B option सही लग रहा है? So minimum standards are the guidelines which you have to follow, But if you are going beyond it, that means you are helping the RBI, you are helping the organizations, you are helping the sector to grow. So answer is going to be D option. Second option is incorrect. Rest 1, 3, 4, 5 are correct. So answer is going to be D option. Moving on to the next question. Next question talks about the following statement regarding SRO framework again. अब SRO framework पे एक नहीं, दो नहीं, I have 3 questions so that you can revise it, and obviously this is going to help you a lot. So what does the question says? SRO must establish a grievance redressal and dispute resolution mechanism. That is correct. SROs are required to create awareness among the public about the operations and grievances mechanism, grievance mechanism of the members. Okay. And SRO is expected to submit a quarterly report. क्या sir SRO quarterly report देगा? नहीं sir, SRO will submit annual report to RBI, and that too within 6 months of the completion of the financial year. Reserve Bank, the Reserve Bank of India may inspect or arrange for an independent inspection of SRO books, and expenses of such expenses are going to be bared by SRO. That is true. SRO must provide timely and comprehensive feedback. That is also true. So tell me guys, third statement is incorrect. Rest all the statements are correct. So answer is going to be 1, 2 and 4, 5 only. So C option is the correct answer. C option is the correct answer. Again, many of you have given the correct answer. Moving on to the next question. The next question is again based on the SRO, but it is based on eligibility criteria of SRO. So if I talk about the eligibility criteria of SRO, applicant must be a for-profit company. नहीं sir, यही गलत हो गया. Applicant if coming forward to set up an SRO. So SRO, I would say the SRO must be a for-profit company incorporated under Companies Act. No sir. The minimum net worth requirement is 10 crores. Yes sir. No single entity or group acting in concert should have or should hold 10% or more paid up share capital of the application SRO. That is true. At the time of application, the applicant must already have full sectoral representation across. नहीं sir, अभी तो आपको कोई जानता ही नहीं है. No one knows you. No one knows you. So in that particular case, you will be having the representation from the entire sector. No. Applicant and its directors must demonstrate professional competency, or I would say they are, capable enough. So that is true. So 1, 2, 3, 2, 3 and 5 are the correct answer. 2, 3, 5. That means B option is the correct answer. That means B option is the correct answer. Moving on to the next question. The next question says at least 1/3 of the members of board must be independent directors. That is true. That is true. Article of association must specify criteria for membership actions such as admission, exclusion, suspension. That is true. SRO is required to report any change in board composition or adverse information about any director to RBI at the time of annual review. नहीं sir, अगर किसी organization ने if the organization has not fulfilled the compliance, in that particular case, RBI, SRO will inform the RBI right away. So it's not the information will be forwarded in the annual report. No, it will be forwarded right away. Reserve Bank may revoke recognition if the SRO function in a manner. Yes, sir, RBI has the power to revoke. RBI has the power to revoke the registration. If SRO is not working as per the guidelines. So that is also true. So answer is going to be A option. 1, 2 and 4 are the correct answers. ठीक है जी. Last question of the evening. This is related to Bhutan's national cryptocurrency tourism payment system. I hope you remember this news. This news has a great potential. It can be asked for sure in your phase 1 examination. So what this news is all about? The first question, the first sentence or the statement, the system is a collaboration between Binance Pay and Bhutan's first fully digital bank, that is DK Bank. Digital bank, that is DK Bank. That is absolutely correct. Tourists can use more than 100 cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Binance Coin, and many more. That is also true. System required tourists to carry international debit or credit card that are crypto enabled. No. Sir, this is an application like PhonePe. Application download karo, transaction karo. Here you don't need any kind of banking or financial instrument. Payment made in the cryptocurrency are converted to the Bhutanese currency by the DK Bank. I don't know why it is taking up RBI. So by the DK Bank, ensuring price stability for the vendors. That is true. QR code based transaction enable real-time payments even in remote areas. That is true. So only third statement is correct. Sorry, wrong. Rest all the statements are correct. So answer is going to be C option. Is it clear, everyone? So those who were present in the previous session, they must have enjoyed it. If you were not present in the previous session, nothing to worry. कल से जरूर आना, नेक्स्ट क्लास से जरूर आना. पहले 10 मिनट इस सेशन के बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बिकॉज इन द फर्स्ट 10 मिनट्स वी डिस्कस द क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द प्रीवियस सेशन. Are we good to go? Let's start the discussion, guys. Let's start today's session. Are you ready? Let's start today's session. Are you guys ready? If you guys are ready, give me yes, sir. If you guys are ready, give me yes, sir. ठीक है. First, I have phase 1 level news, 2 or 3, just to set the, I would say, stage. Once the stage is set, once we are tight, then we will be moving on to the last master direction, the master stroke of this session, as always. ठीक है जी. So I move on to the first news. The first news of the evening talks about what? Porter. I hope you have heard about this. Porter is basically a logistic company which allows you to book a two-wheeler, even a car or a four-wheeler, even the commercial vehicles, in order to send packages from one place to another, and it provides intra-city services. It provides intra-city services. So why Porter is in news? A Porter is in news. The reason behind that why Porter is in news, a Porter is in news because it has become the third unicorn of 2025. So in 2025 till now, two Indian companies have been declared as unicorns, but Porter has become the third company. Now the question is, so what do you understand by the word unicorn? So unicorn ka matlab hai the company with a valuation of $1 billion. If a company is having a valuation of more than $1 billion, then that particular company is basically termed as what? So it is basically, or I would say, the startup with a brand valuation of $1 billion is known as unicorn. ठीक है जी, clear हो गया, no problem. Now, what all things are important for this from this particular news? So first point which is important, that Porter has become the third unicorn of 2025. These figures are not important. I have just given you for your reference what is the meaning of Series F funding. अब ये Series F funding का मतलब क्या है? ध्यान से समझो. Guys, let's say I started a new business. Obviously, it will be termed as a startup. Over the period of time, my business is doing well. But in order to expand my business, I need funds. है ना? In order to expand my business, I need funds. Let's say me and my friend, we both have started a new business. Now our business is doing well. Everyone wants to become the investor, everyone wants to become the equity holder in a business in order to share the profit, and we are also ready because we started a business by investing just 10 lakh rupees, but right now our business valuation is around 10 cr because of the services, because of the user base we have. So in that particular scenario, me and my friend, we decided that we will be liquidating our 10% shareholding, and these 10% shareholding will be liquidated, means we will be selling 10% shares of each one of us, and we will be giving it to the investor. Investor means the one who wants to invest in our company. This is known as private placement. This is known as private placement because my company is not a public company. I cannot sell, I cannot issue my company's share on stock exchanges. That is not possible. So I will be finding out the investors, or investors will find me, will sit on table, will make the deal, will dilute our shares against the funds which we are going to receive. So that is known as raising the investment. What is it known as? It is known as raising the investment. So if I talk about raising the investment, this was the Series F. अब ये Series F का मतलब क्या है? If you want to understand this point, क्योंकि this comes in newspaper n number of times, Series F means it is a funding round, which is a sixth major round where a company is raising the funds from the public, where the company is raising the funds from the private investors through the private placement. So Series A is the first round of funding, then B, then C, then D and E. If next time anywhere it is written Series B, समझ जाना कि ये जो कंपनी है, it is raising the investment for the second time. If it is written Series D, समझ जाना ये वो कंपनी है who has raised, or who is raising, or who has just raised the investment for the fourth time. That means they have diluted their shares recently for the fourth time. That is what I'm trying to say. Coming back to the news. Now what the news says? So the news says Porter has become the third unicorn of the country after these two companies. These were the first two unicorns declared in 2025, and the third one is Porter. Do remember the name of all these three organizations, very important. Porter, as I already discussed, what is it, sir? It is an urban logistic which majorly focuses on MSME and empowering the gig economy workers. Gig economy worker means freelancers. So most of the delivery boys who are working with Porter, they are freelancing. They are working, or they have tied up with Porter on per ride commission basis. So that is the reason we call it as gig economy workers. So it is a mix of primary capital infusion and secondary share sales, which means it is Series F. It is Series F. So we have many investors. तो कुछ तो नए shares issue किए गए and कुछ already जो shares किसी investor के पास थे उस investor ने अपने shares को dilute किया. So it was a combination. ये टेक्निकल टर्म याद नहीं करनी. आई एम नॉट हियर आई एम सेइंग यू कि ये याद कर लेना, पोर्टर से रिलेटेड ऐसा कोई पूछेगा. ऑब्वियसली आई एम नॉट डम, नीदर यू आर. But why I am discussing these terms? If you have the clarity on these terms, you can digest the finance newspapers, finance examination in a better manner. That is what I'm trying to say. So, in order to expand the operation, this I would say funding has been raised, and after the raising of this funding, its valuation has crossed the mark of $1 billion, and that is the reason Porter is termed as the third unicorn of India in 2025. तो क्या क्या याद रखना है? Porter, third unicorn, first two unicorns you need to remember, and along with that, what else you need to remember? So along with that, you need to remember what is the actual meaning of this trade A, B, C, D, E, F. That is it. Is it fine? Nothing new? Chalo. Let's move ahead to the second news. The second news talks about, but before I jump to the second news, I have also given the brief history of Porter. It's for you only. Just read it. I'm not going to discuss it, but पढ़ लेना, थोड़ा feel आ जाता. When we get to know about the things, we tend to memorize, we tend to retain the news for a longer term. Moving on to the second news, full of, I would say, facts, full of data which you need to remember. UPI QR code recorded the fastest growth in digital payment infrastructure. Guys, you all must be using UPI. है ना, हम सब UPI use करते हैं, which is, I think, in today's scenario, it is part and parcel of our life. So, if you want to make a payment through UPI, what you can do, sir? Either you can scan the QR code of the receiver, even you can enter the registered mobile number of the receiver, even you can ask the receiver to share their virtual payment address, and on the basis of that virtual payment address, which is shared by the user, you can send the funds. But out of all these and other methods on the basis of which you can send the funds through UPI, the majority transactions are based on QR code. So if this question is asked, with the help of UPI, we can send and receive funds instantly. But there are many ways, or there are different ways to send and receive the funds. Out of all those different ways, highest number of transactions are recorded under which method or under which mode? Then your answer should be, it is under QR code. That means you scan the QR code, you make the payment. This is the highest number of transactions which are done on the UPI platforms. Now, I'm not discussing this news alone. I will be completing the entire UPI data. 2024-25 का डेटा भी दे दूंगा, अप्रैल 2025 का डेटा भी दे दूंगा, ताकि you are ready for UPI part. So please pay attention, guys. According to the latest data which has been shared by RBI, it says that Unified Payment Interface QR codes recorded the fastest growth in the digital payment infrastructure, with a 91.5% jump over the previous year. So it has recorded 91.5% jump over the previous years. Credit card transactions, they have slowed down. Debit card transaction growth is modest. Credit card transaction has slowed down, and debit card transaction is almost, I would say, same, or it has witnessed a rise of only 2.7%. But if I say the expansion of QR code is majorly because of the platforms like Google Pay, we have Paytm, we have PhonePe. The next point which is important over here is, sir, transaction on the UPI. If I talk about total number of transactions, please pay attention. I'm talking about total number of transactions. So transaction on UPI has increased 34% year on year basis, and the value is $17.89 billion, and the total transaction value has also increased by 22% and the value is 23.95 lakh crores in April 2025. I would say this is the data for your reference. Don't memorize it, because if we will be going for the examination in July, we will remember the data of June only, but this is for your reference so that you have a reference ki April mein halat kya thi. इसी के रेफरेंस के साथ साथ आई एम ऑल्सो गिविंग यू द आइडिया विद रिस्पेक्ट टू मार्च. व्हाई आई एम गिविंग यू द आइडिया विद रिस्पेक्ट टू मार्च? बिकॉज देयर इज अ बिट, आई वुड से, सरप्राइजिंग event which has been witnessed under UPI. So on a sequential basis, the number of transaction has dropped down by 2.2% in comparison to March. The value of transaction has dropped down by 3.3% in comparison to March 2025, and the reason which was given is that is, sir, glitch. Industrial experts, they have come up with the reason why UPI transactions in the month of April has decreased because of the technical glitches, or I would say number of technical glitches which have been witnessed in the month of April, due to which these transactions have decreased. So nothing to worry. Basically उनके कहने का मतलब है टेंशन मत लो, UPI is doing well, don't worry, but yes, there is a decrease in comparison to March. Now, in financial year 2024-25, अब ये तो financial year complete हो गया, so you have to learn this data. In financial year 2024-25, the value of transaction increased 30%. So overall, if I compare it with the previous financial year 2023-24, your value of transaction has increased by 30%, and the value of transaction was, value का मतलब पैसा, कितना पैसा ट्रांसफर हुआ, that was 2,60,000 crore rupees, that is 260 lakh crore rupees. I'm sorry for that, 260 lakh crore rupees compared to almost 200 lakh crore rupees in the financial year 2023-24. Not only this, in terms of volume, we have witnessed an increase of 42%, which has increased from 131 billion transactions to 185 billion transactions. Is it clear, everyone? So this data is important. You can use this data even in your descriptive answer writing. Whenever you are writing an answer related to digital payment, maybe UPI, you can obviously mention this data which shows the UPI growth. It is consistent and it is growing at a pretty high rate. If I say year on year basis, that is a point. Fine, guys. Moving on to the next. The last point says Finance Minister has recently asked the stakeholders like NPCI, banks, UPI transaction, or I would say UPI service providers, that you should try your level best, We should reach to a level of 1 billion UPI transactions per day. यानी कि ये जो आपने लिखा है 185 billion transactions, our finance minister is aiming to have 365 billion transactions in 1 year. एक दिन में 1 billion, तो भैया 365 दिनों में 365 billion. Is it clear, everyone? तो जिसको नहीं समझ आ रहा, I'll just let them know. Whenever we talk about volume means number of transaction. कि भैया कितनी number of transactions हुई, आपने, मैंने, हम सब ने transactions की. The number of transactions were 185.85 billion in 1 year, which has been done by the entire residents of the nation. ठीक है. Second is the amount which has been transferred, the amount transaction which has been done, that is what? So that is 260 lakh crore rupees. Is it clear now? Is it clear now? Mrinal, I hope your doubt is clear. I hope your doubt is clear, and if your doubt is clear, let's move on to the next point. The next point is UPI has witnessed undoubtedly an unexpected, or I would say exponential growth in the recent years. Again, I have given you one more data for your reference, again for your descriptive part. Again, you have to learn it. What does it say? It says that between financial year 2019-20 to 2024-25, UPI transaction has witnessed a growth of, or I would say compound annual growth rate of 72%. And in the last 3 years alone, 250 million new users and 55 million new merchants have been onboarded. So this shows the intensity and depth of digital payments in India. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? ये वही न्यूज़ है तुषार, शायद आपने PDF नहीं पढ़ी. I think you haven't gone through with the entire PDF, Tushar. ये वही न्यूज़ है. If you would have seen the PDF completely, you might have or you might be able to recognize that these were the two news which were not discussed in the previous session. ठीक है जी? I think two ही है, नहीं three थी, हाँ two ही है. That's it. Now let's start with today's news. दो पेंडिंग थी, दो आज नहीं लेके आया हूं, कवर करते हैं. पहली मास्टर डायरेक्शन, छोटा सा मास्टर डायरेक्शन है, ज्यादा दिमाग चलाएंगे नहीं. वी विल बी टारगेटिंग पॉइंट टू पॉइंट व्हिच कैन बी आस्क्ड इन द एग्जामिनेशन. सो व्हाट इज द master direction, or what is the notification which has been published by RBI? RBI has introduced framework for formulation of regulations to standardize the regulatory formation and public feedback process. What does it means? देखो, we have studied n number of master directions in the past few days or in the past few months, depending आपने कब से join किया. ठीक? Whenever we discuss the master direction, you might have heard, I always come up with this statement that RBI has given a draft for this particular master direction. RBI has given a draft for this particular master direction. After giving the draft, RBI asked for public feedback. RBI asked for public opinion. And once the public opinion, public feedback is received, then RBI analyzes the feedback and comes up with the final guidelines. I hope you agree. Guys, I hope you agree. You all know that, ना? ऐसा ही तो होता है. जैसे अगर मैं recently बात करूं, we talked about liquidity coverage ratio. तो liquidity coverage ratio से related जो guidelines आई, उससे पहले RBI has given the draft on this. For that matter, if you remember, we have discussed counter cyclical capital buffer. If you remember, उसके लिए भी first RBI gave a draft. Draft का मतलब RBI say, I am planning to do this, and I invite all the stakeholders which are going to be impacted due to this change. Please come in front, give your feedback, give your suggestions, and if I think or if I feel your suggestions, your feedbacks are worthy, this is going to impact you in a negative manner, I will be reviewing it, I will be changing it. सही है ना? But ये जो process है, it was not standardized. It was very, I would say, आज RBI ने issue किया draft, फिर पब्लिक से फीडबैक ली, फिर काफी समय लग गया और उसके बाद फाइनल गाइडलाइंस आई. लेकिन अब आरबीआई ने इसे स्टैंडर्डाइज करने की कोशिश की है. इन ऑर्डर टू डू दिस और इन ऑर्डर टू कम अप विद द स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन और इन ऑर्डर टू सेट द प्रोसेस फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर सिनेरियो, RBI has come up with this particular notification which we are going to discuss. So RBI will publish the draft regulations on its website along with the statement of particulars. तो RBI ने कहा, if I am going to come up with any kind of revision, any kind of amendment, any kind of new addition in regulation policies, then I will be coming up with new press release, I will be coming up with new notifications. But before I change anything, before I change the rules and regulations, before I come up with new rules and regulations which are going to impact the general economy or which is going to impact in general the entire economy, then first I'll give a draft on my website, and once I give the draft, I will ask the stakeholders, read the draft, give your feedback, and I will review your feedback, and if any changes are required, I will be doing it. So second point says the draft will be open for public comments, and public comments or stakeholder comments will be invited, or this draft will be available for minimum 21 days. तो भैया ये है question जो एग्जाम में आएगा. RBI has set the timeline that if I have come up with a draft, I will be waiting for public feedback, and I will be giving at least 21 days so that public can come up with their feedback. Second point is, after receiving the feedback, after receiving the comments from the public, RBI will consider the feedback, and RBI will, after considering the feedback, RBI will publish a general statement of response along with the final regulation on its website. तो RBI आपकी feedback को पढ़ेगा, उस feedback में कुछ RBI को important लगेगा, so RBI will implement those feedbacks in the draft, change the draft and come up with the final guidelines which are going to be implemented. But ऐसा भी तो हो सकता है कि feedback were so harsh, feedbacks were so hard, or feedbacks were so against the draft that RBI was forced, not forced externally, but due to those feedbacks, RBI felt and forced from itself to revise or to revamp the entire draft. And if RBI is revising the entire draft, if RBI is revising the entire draft, then RBI will come up with a new draft. Then that new draft will be again open for public inputs, and then finally it will be implemented. So the statement will include what, sir? It will include enabling provisions. That means RBI want to revise this regulation as per so and so section, so and so act. For example, RBI revise the norms for the banking sector, and majority norms related to banking sector are revised under Banking Regulation Act 1949. So that section number, that act will be mentioned. This is the first component. This is the first component of your draft. Second will be objectives will be discussed, or objectives will be mentioned, that what are the objectives of the regulations, what are the objectives of the regulation. And the third point is guidance from the international bodies. That means the international bodies, they have come up with certain suggestions. RBI may refer, if RBI making any change, then RBI may give the reference that this change has been done in reference to the recent standardization which has been done by whom, sir? Which has been done by IMF. Then RBI will come up with the implementation details, that how, when I am going to implement these guidelines, and what are going to be the timelines for receiving the public comments. Minimum 21 days, maximum will be decided by RBI, and RBI will mention those timelines in that particular circular itself. Is this point clear, guys? Is this point clear? So the framework is basically introduced with the sole motive. And what is the motive behind? So the motive behind is there will be a formulation of regulation, there will be a standardized process, and this process will be applicable for amendments, revision, introduction of new regulations, directions, guidelines, notifications, orders, policies, specifications, and whatnot. Clear, guys? Public consultation, so public will be consulted, public will be given a time, and what will be the time which is going to be given to the public? So minimum 21 days. These are the objectives. As always, I have worked for you and I have highlighted the important objectives which will be mentioned. The objectives behind RBI demand to revise the guideline will also be mentioned, which will include, the statement will include enabling provision, act, objectives, international standard reference, manner of implementation, timelines for receiving the comments. RBI shall provide at least 21 days to the public so that public can submit their comments. RBI shall reconsider, or RBI will consider the public feedback, and then RBI will come up with the final regulation. But if the feedback has forced RBI to revamp the entire document, then in that particular case, RBI will again come up with a new draft. Again, RBI will seek feedback from the public, and on the basis of second time received feedback, RBI will take the decision how, when to implement, when to pass the guidelines so that the implementation can be done. Impact analysis of the regulation. So RBI will be doing the impact analysis of the regulation as well. So before RBI come up with the finalization of the regulation, RBI will also check what is going to be the impact of these new rules. So that is known as what? So that is known as impact analysis of the regulation. Second point is amendment to the regulation. So any significant amendment to the regulation, if the regulation is already there, then also process is same, draft, feedback. If you are framing a new regulation, then also process is same, that is draft and then feedback. In case of a regulation which has been already presented by RBI, which has been already implemented by RBI, in that particular case, there will be periodical review, and there are certain periodical review guidelines. First one is the stated objective, that this organization or this rule, this regulation was framed for what objective. Then check that whether these objectives are fulfilled. Check if any court or tribunal orders are passed against the regulations or countering the regulations. Do our regulations in line with the global best practices? Is it relevant with the change in the environment? Environment means over here, is it relevant with the changing economic structure of the country? If it is not relevant, then we should review it. What should be, do review the scope for reduction, any kind of resistance which is available or which is there in the regulation. For example, if RBI feel ki FPI limits are restricting the FPIs to increase their investment in India. So obviously what RBI will do? Sir, RBI will revise those limits in order to increase inflow of investment in the country. That is known as reduce resistance. Any other factor which can be considered by RBI on demand. But remember one thing, sir, this framework, which framework? Draft, feedback, final statement. This framework is not going to be implemented in each and every case. There are certain exceptions in this. The first exception I have is not applicable, which means on certain RBI decisions, on certain RBI procedures, this framework is not applicable. The first one is internal administration or organizational matter. If RBI is making any kind of internal change, administration change, organizational change, which is going to impact the employees of the RBI, for that particular reason, RBI will not ask for public feedback. It's quite obvious. So that is not included in this particular standard process. Second is a procedural matter which does not result in big change or impact on any existing regulation. तो आपने, for example, if I say RBI has already come up with certain rules and regulations, and as per the size of economy, RBI has increased those limits. RBI has just increased those limits. So that will be termed as what? So that will be termed as a day-to-day procedure. If economy is growing, we have to change certain limits. So if in that particular case, itna zyada time waste nahi karenge. We will not come up with a draft. We will not look for the public feedback because it's quite obvious. You have to do it. Then do it. That's it. Third point is any regulation which is for a specific entity or group of entities but not general in nature. For example, RBI comes up with a regulation in terms of, let's say, penalty. RBI is planning to charge penalty on Axis Bank. For that particular reason, RBI will not ask public opinion. That will be done as per RBI understanding, as per RBI delivery. Got it, guys? So these are the conditions under which this framework is not applicable. Under which this framework is not applicable. Clear, guys? Is it clear? Are you with me, guys? Guys, are you with me? So gaye kya? Sleeping or what? Sleeping or what? Do reply. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Girish. Interest rate, penalty rates, in that particular case, it's a procedure. It's a day-to-day process of RBI, day-to-day operations of RBI. In that particular case, RBI will not go to public every time. Next point is very important. So, in some special cases, I'll take a very simple example. It will be clear to you. Demonetization. Let's suppose RBI is planning to demonetize 500 rupee note. RBI will seek the public feedback. Then I would say the objective behind coming up with this demonetization will be nullified. So in that scenario, RBI will not follow this framework. Rather, RBI will straight away come up with the guidelines that from tomorrow or from today midnight, 500 rupees note will be a piece of paper. It won't be used as currency of exchange. It won't be accepted as legal tender. So it will come up with the direct notice. That is the point. So in opinion of RBI, anything which is confidential, obviously, no invitation from the public, no feedback from the public will be taken. Framework would defeat the objective. If RBI feels that I'm following the framework, then my objective behind coming up with this rules and regulations will be failed. Let's leave it. We will not go to the public. We'll directly implement it for reasons of public interest. कुछ ऐसी भी चीजें हैं. If RBI is taking some actions which are in the interest of the public but RBI do not want to share, that can also be ignored. And lastly, any urgent intervention. If any urgent intervention is required, RBI will not waste time in seeking the feedback and then reviewing it. RBI will directly publish the notice. RBI will directly implement it from the next day onwards. Is it clear now? Is it clear now? Done, guys. So this is all about this is all about your policy statement, that is framework for formulation of regulations. Framework for formulation of regulations. छोटी सी बात एक ही लाइन में बताता हूँ. RBI has set a standard that if I will be reviewing or I will be amending, I will be introducing new rules, new regulations, new policies, I will be following a process. First, I'll come up with the draft on my website, open that draft for public feedback, at least 21 days. Maximum will be decided by RBI. Once I receive the feedback, I'll come up with the final guidelines. If I feel the feedback is changing the entire structure of my guideline, then I will be coming up with a new draft, new feedback, and then finally I'll come up with the legal guidelines. Is it clear? Give me a thumbs up if it is clear. Are these policies formed with? See, many times RBI consult government in few cases, but few cases can be, or the few decisions can be taken, or majority decisions are taken by RBI independently. Depend करता ना. If as per RBI Act, Banking Regulation Act, if there are the powers which are shared between government and RBI, तो दोनों को होना ही पड़ेगा. और कुछ cases में RBI seek the consent of the government because it may impact the entire economic scenarios. So it depends case to case. It depends particular, or I would say it depends on the particular regulation which you are going to come forward with. ठीक है जी. Now allow me to open the most important phase of this session, and the most important phase of this session is, please pay attention, non-resident investment in debt instrument 2025. RBI has come up with master direction, and this master direction has been introduced by RBI on non-resident investment in debt instruments. It was first given in May 2025. Then it was updated recently on 8th of May 2025. So obviously I will be giving you the data, I will be giving you the entire discussion with respect to the latest wala part, that is with respect to the 8th May wala part. Okay, let's discuss. Okay. Before I discuss all these terms, first of all, I would like to ask you a very simple point, a very simple question, and the question is, what do you mean by the word foreign investment? I'll go a bit fast, otherwise many of the students, they will say कि sir हमें तो basic concept आते हैं, क्यों पढ़ा रहे हो, क्यों time waste कर रहे हो? So I will be catering all of you, don't worry. So when a foreign entity invest outside their origin nation, they invest outside their origin nations, that is basically termed as what? So that is basically termed as foreign investment. If anyone from US, UK is investing in India, we call it as foreign investment. Now, if the investment is done in order to set up a business, or investment is done in already existing business to handle or to look after the administration, management, and to earn profits from the operations, that is FDI. But if the foreign investment is done in the stock market, if the foreign investment is done in the financial instruments with the help of the stock market, and this investment is done with the sole motive of what? So this investment is done with the sole motive of trade profit. Trade profit ka matlab, purchase the share for 100. If the price increases to 120, let's sell it out, enjoy the profit of 20 rupees. This is known as foreign portfolio investment. This is known as foreign portfolio investment. I hope it's easy. Now the question is, so foreign portfolio investment is done in the equity instruments, that is your investment instruments, that are the shares. Along with that, foreign portfolio investment is done in the debt securities as well, or in the debt instruments as well. If you don't know what are debt instruments, so debt instruments, if I say in Hindi, these are, इनको कहते हैं उधारी का कागज. उधारी के कागज का मतलब government security. If government is in need of funds, government issue a government security which says, I promise to pay you so much fund with interest after so much time, those are known as debt instruments. The moment I say debt instruments, it includes the securities which are issued by central government. We call it as central government securities. Then the securities issued by state government, we call them as state government securities, and even the debt instrument issued by corporates, that means your companies and all, we call them as corporate debt securities. We call them as corporate debt securities. Corporate debt securities. Okay? I hope it's clear. Now, if a foreign portfolio investor is investing in India, then this investor can follow three different paths. This investors can follow three different paths. The first path, I call it as general. I call it as general route. I call it as general route. Second path, I call it as VRR, voluntary retention route. Third, I call it as FAR, fully accessible route. Fully accessible route. Now the question is, कि sir foreign investor आ रहा है and foreign investor is investing in Indian organization or Indian entity issued debt securities, and these instruments which are issued by the Indian entities, it is purchased by the foreign entities, then why we have three different paths? The reason is whenever we talk about foreign portfolio investment, undoubtedly it is very important for an economy. Why? Because it's a source of foreign currency for nation like India, where we are always in high demand of the foreign currency. Secondly, this help in boosting our capital market. So I'll not say that it is not important. It is one of the very important. It is one of the very important factor for an economy. But it is volatile in nature. Today you are investing $20 million. You may run out. Tomorrow. And that volatility in my capital market will impact my market performance. So being the regulator, being the authority to regulate, to manage, to monitor the entire country, I, as government of India, I come up with certain norms, certain conditions which you need to follow. And on the basis of these certain norms, certain conditions which are different for different routes, or which are different in implementation, has resulted in the formation of different routes. If I say actually there are 4 routes, I will be just drawing that 4 route, वरना कोई ना कोई कमेंट सेक्शन में लिख देगा सर आपको नहीं पता 4 रूट होते हैं, तो मैं बता रहा हूं मुझे पता है 4 रूट होते हैं. आई विल बी डिस्कसिंग 4th one later on, वरना अभी आपके लिए इट विल बी वेरी कंफ्यूजिंग. ठीक है. What is general route? I'm just giving you an overview, then one by one we will be discussing about all these 3 routes in much detail. You are going to enjoy it, I assure you that. So what is general route? So general route basically means a foreign entity can invest in India, and the investment can be done as per the foreign entity will, without any commitment to stay. What I mean without any commitment to stay? So general route basically means I liked your securities, I invested in it. Now I'm feeling that I'm not earning the return which I was expecting. So bye-bye, I'm going back, I'm selling the securities and I'm disinvesting my investment. That is known as general route. But what is VRR? So VRR means voluntary retention route. Retention means you are going to stay. And for what period you are going to stay, I will be discussing it. But you are going to stay means we are inviting the foreign portfolio investment with a commitment. Investment with a commitment, and that commitment basically defines what? Sir, it basically defines the voluntary retention route, and we call this as committed portfolio. We call this investment as committed portfolio size. This means the commitment you have done, that my portfolio. What is your portfolio? So portfolio means the financial instruments, collection of financial instruments in very layman language, that is a portfolio. So committed portfolio size, that means here the size of portfolio is predefined and the investor is committed to invest that amount for a given timelines, which we will be discussing. Third is FAR. As the name suggests, fully accessible route. Fully accessible route means you are the boss, do whatever you want to. But if government is making you the boss and asking you to do whatever you want, then government will not allow you to invest in all these debt instruments. Government on one side giving you with immense benefits, on the other side government will say that it is valid only and only for specific securities. What I'm trying to say, government ने कहा only 20-year bond. I hope you understand. 20-year bond का मतलब if government has issued a debt instrument against which government is borrowing a loan, against which government is borrowing a loan for 20 years, against which government is borrowing a loan for 20 years, and that is only allowed under fully accessible route, which means the foreign investors will be allowed to invest only and only in these bonds alone. All other instruments which are available in the market are not available for you if you are coming. If you are coming through which route, sir? If you are coming through which route, then my answer would be if you are coming through the fully accessible route. ठीक है जी, clear हो गया, समझ आ गया, ठीक है. So today our target is general route. Tomorrow in the end I'll discuss, in my next class I'll discuss VRR as well as FAR. I'm not discussing the entire news today itself because the moment I'll start it, you'll feel that heat कि हाँ यार थोड़ा difficult है, difficult in the terms of collection of data काफी ज़्यादा है. So let's collect it in 2 days. Today I will be discussing only general route and tomorrow I will be discussing VRR. मतलब in my next class I will be discussing VRR and FAR. Please pay attention, guys. Please pay attention on the screen. So RBI has issued the directions in exercise of powers under the section so and so of Foreign Exchange Management Act as well as the section 45 of RBI Act 1934. means जो मैंने आपको बताया था कि if RBI is coming with a master direction, RBI will give the reference that under what section or act, with the help of which I would say with the help of the power given to RBI under so and so section and act, I am taking this particular decision. इसमें 3 चीजें important है. पहली, these directions will be called as Master Direction Reserve Bank of India Non-Resident Investment in Debt Instrument. These directions are applicable from the day, that is 8th of May itself, when it was presented. These directions shall be applicable to all the transactions by eligible non-resident debt instruments. So this is applicable for all the transactions done by eligible non-resident in the debt instruments of the country. Got it? Moving on to the first point. So don't think about what is VRR much. Don't think about what is FAR much. Just think about GAR. That is what? General route. General route means general route of investment that allows the foreign portfolio investor to invest in government securities, that is center as well as state government securities, as well as the corporate debt securities, which means the debt instruments issued by companies. I'm talking about private companies, I'm talking about government-owned companies, everyone. By FPIs to specified investment limits and macro-prudential limits. अब आया point कि सर ये general route है. In this route, we allow you to invest. And there is no time boundation. But along with no time boundation, there are certain limits which you need to understand. The first limit I have is, sir, if I talk about foreign portfolio investment, the total foreign portfolio investment done in the central government security is 6% of the total central government securities. 6% of the total central government securities, except what, sir? Except those securities which are issued under FAR. that is specified securities. So central government has issued some specified securities as well. I'll ignore it. Beside that specific security or specified security, 6% is the limit that can be invested in total by the foreign portfolio investors. But in case of state government, so this limit is 2% of state government securities. It is going to be 2% in case of state government securities, and in case of corporate world, in case of corporate debt securities, it is 15% of corporate debt securities. ठीक है, अभी ऐसे समझ आएगा नहीं, इसको ध्यान से समझते जाना एक एक करके. आई एम ओपनिंग अप the first slide. I'm writing over here, this is first slide. So in the financial year 2024-25, in the financial year 2024-25, government has issued the debt instruments. The total value of government securities issued by central government. So central government security value is, let's say, our budget is deficit always. I'm taking a big example. Let's say 5 lakh crore rupees is the value of central government securities which are issued in 2024-25. Then we have 28 states. So the state government securities, that means the sum of government securities issued by all the states in the same financial year is, let's say, 2 lakh crore rupees. Lastly, if I say corporate debt securities, that means all the companies in the country, all the public companies in the country, they collectively issue a debt instrument of value 10 lakh crore rupees. ठीक है जी? This is a point. Now, in this financial year, the investment which will be done by FPI means by the entire world beside India, the investment which can be done, sir, in case of center government, it is 6%. And in this 5 lakh crore, I have not included the specified securities. I repeat, in this 5 lakh crore, I have not included the specified securities, and those specified securities are basically for this. Those are basically for FAR, that is fully accessible route. Here the limit is 2%. Here the limit is 10 lakh crore rupees, and for 10 lakh crore rupees, what was the limit? 15%, if I'm not wrong. इसका मतलब ये हुआ, the total foreign portfolio investment which can be done in the central government securities is 6% of 5 lakh crore. 6% of 5 lakh crore. So calculate कर लो. I think it's going to be, चलो इसको 50 कर लें, calculations आसान हो जाएंगी. Sorry, I'll take it 50, I'll take it 20, I'll take it 100. ठीक है? So 6% of 50 lakh crore is going to be what? Sir, it is going to be 3 lakh crore rupees. So 3 lakh crore rupees is the maximum limit which can be invested by the foreign portfolio investors. ठीक? Here the limit will be what? So if I talk about the limit over here, 20 lakh crore I'm talking about. So the limit comes out to be 0.4 lakh crore rupees. This is the amount which can be invested by the foreign portfolio investor. And in this case, it is going to be 100 lakh crore, 15%, that is 15 lakh crore rupees can be the maximum investment which can be done by FPI. Give me yes sir if it is correct. आपको लग रहा होगा सर इतना आसान है. Why you are wasting so much time? Give me some time, things will change. Give me some time, things will change. ठीक है? Coming back to the point. So this is what it is written on the screen. Central government securities other than those included as specified securities. You know one thing, when we talk about central government securities or we talk about government securities, they can be categorized into two categories. One is short term, other one is long term. One is short term and other one is long term. So in this case where I have written central government securities, I'm talking about both. I'm talking about long term as well as short term. If I talk about the value, overall value, I include short term as well as long term. Same for state government as well. Got it? or for that matter state for corporate debt securities as well. सबके case में I have included all the types of securities in this particular case. Moving on to the next point. The next point says, the next point says, so in case of general route, there is a term known as minimum residual maturity requirement. I'll first discuss with you what is maturity. I'll take an example. So let's say in 2025, government has issued a long-term government security with a time period of 10 years. Time period of 10 years means government is borrowing loan. Government is borrowing loan for 10 years. And this instrument against which government has borrowed the loan, this government security which has been issued, and the face value is 10,000. So I am an individual. I have paid 10,000 rupees to RBI, which will reach to government, obviously, because RBI is issuing these securities on the behalf of the government, and government will give me this piece of paper. Where it is written 10% per annum and 10 years, which means I will be receiving 10% interest every year, and after 10 years I will be reaching back to the government. I'll return their piece of paper and I'll receive my face value, that is 10,000 rupees. So ये जो 10 साल mention किए गए हैं, what is this? So this is maturity period. What is this? This is maturity period. So 2025 में an instrument was issued, and this instrument is going to mature in 2035. This instrument is going to mature in 2035. Let's suppose today we are at 2031. So what is the left time period, guys? What is the time period left for the security to get mature? So the time period which is left for the security to get mature is 4 years. So this 4 years is known as residual. Residual का मतलब क्या होता है? बचा हुआ. Residual is what? That is left out. बचा हुआ. So residual maturity period or residual maturity timelines, whatever you say. ठीक? अब यहाँ पर condition क्या है? So the condition says, in case of general route, investment done in the government securities, which means in the center as well as state government securities, first condition is minimum residual maturity requirement. In case of an FPI will invest in central government securities and state government securities without any restriction. That means we don't care what is the residual maturity. Whatever is the residual maturity, you are allowed to invest. But in case of short-term investment, there is a limit. What is the limit over here? Investment by FPI in the central government securities and state government securities with a residual maturity of up to 1 year, there is a limit of what? 30% of the total investment of FPI in each category. 30% of the total investment of FPI in each category. I'll give you the answer for this. What does this say? I'm continuing my same example, okay? So, if I say central government security has issued government securities of 50 lakh crore rupees, I think this was the data I have taken. Out of this 50 lakh crore rupees, let's say 40 lakh crore rupees is raised. 40 lakh crore rupees is raised through long-term securities. It is raised through long-term securities. I could say that. And rest 10 lakh crore rupees, or let's not do in this manner, otherwise you will get confused. So these are the total securities issued. So these securities of value more than 40 lakh crore rupees, it is going to mature, or the maturity period is greater than 1 year. But for 10 lakh crore rupees, maturity period is up to 1 year, which means minimum residual maturity is up to 1 year, if the minimum residual maturity is for up to 1 year, in that particular case there is a limit. And what is the limit? That is 30%. What is the limit? That is 30%. Now you need to understand what 30% I'm talking about. What is this 30% I'm talking about? So this 30% is related to what? So this 30% is related to investment by an FPI in central government and state government securities with residual maturity up to 1 year shall not exceed 30% of the total investment of FPI in each category. Matlab, what I'm trying to say, come back to the point. I say, ये जो 30% का limit है ना, this 30% is not on this 10 lakh crore rupees. It is not on this 10 lakh crore rupees. It is on what? Sir, it is on FPI. Let's suppose FPI is investing 10 crore rupees or 10 lakh crore rupees. Out of this 10 lakh crore rupees, up to 30% can be invested in these securities, and rest of the funds will be invested in these securities, which means out of your total investment, your portfolio can have only up to 30% of the securities which possess minimum residual maturity period less than 1 year. Is it clear? समझ आया? अगर मैं ये एग्जांपल नहीं लेता, यू माइट हैव फेल्ट दैट कि ये जो 10 लाख करोड़ है ना सर, उसमें से आप बात कर रहे हो 30%. नो 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 नो, आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट. पहली लिमिट क्या थी सर? पहली लिमिट थी कि जो एफपीआई आएगा वो कितना इन्वेस्ट करेगा? दैट विल इन्वेस्ट अप टू 6%. अब उसमें ये जो एफपीआई है, उस एफपीआई की जो इन्वेस्टमेंट वैल्यू है वो कितनी है? 10 लाख करोड़. उस 10 लाख करोड़ में अगर मैं इन्वेस्टमेंट या मैं पोर्टफोलियो देखूं अपने एफपीआई का, उसके पोर्टफोलियो में 30% से ज्यादा शॉर्ट टर्म सिक्योरिटीज नहीं हो सकती. 30% से ज्यादा शॉर्ट टर्म सिक्योरिटीज नहीं हो सकती. इफ इट इज क्लियर, गिव मी यस सर. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया? चलो अगले पॉइंट पे बढ़ते हैं. अगले पॉइंट के लिए फिर वापस चलते हैं. अगले पॉइंट पे बढ़ने के लिए आई हैव अ पॉइंट, एज आई मेंशन एन नंबर ऑफ टाइम्स, कि सर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज आर ऑफ वैल्यू 50 लाख करोड़. ठीक है जी, विच इंक्लूड शॉर्ट टर्म एज वेल एज लॉन्ग टर्म. वन ऑफ द, it has multiple forms, different maturity period securities which are issued, and their total sum is 50 lakh crore rupees. One out of all the issues is of 10 years maturity, and this 10 years maturity is issued for a value of, 10 lakh crores. It is issued for a value of 10 lakh crore. बाकी ये 20 साल की आएगी. यहाँ पे I have 30 years. Here I have maybe 5 years. Here I have maybe 3 years, maybe 2 years, maybe 6 months. Whatever the case is. ठीक है जी? Whatever the case is. Now out of this single issue, FPI limit is, out of this single issue, FPIs, they can invest only and only 30% of this issue value. FPI can invest only and only 30% of this particular issue value. एक तो आपको ओवरऑल जो टारगेट है 6% का, वो तो रखना ही रखना है, वो तो आपको मेंटेन करना ही करना है. लेकिन अगर कोई पर्टिकुलर इशू है, इफ आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट अ सिंगल इशू, इफ आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट अ पर्टिकुलर इशू, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर इशू द वैल्यू, the value is what? So that is 30%. Why? Sir, if FPI has invested 100% in a particular government security, and if FPI disinvests its investment, the entire bond, the entire security will die down. And that is the reason this particular limit is set. So these are the three terms which you need to remember. I just discussed with you. एक बार रिवाइज करोगे, याद हो जाएगा, प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी, समझ आ गया होगा. ठीक है. Moving on to the next point. The next point says concentration limit. Investment in central government securities and state government securities by an FPI shall not exceed 15% of prevailing investment limit of each category in case of long-term FPIs and 10% prevailing limit in case of other FPI. So what does it mean? It means कि sir अगर एक FPI है and that FPI is investing in the central government securities and state government securities, in that particular case, there is a limit, there is a condition that it should not exceed 15% of the prevailing investment limit for each category. 15% of prevailing investment limit for each category. For each category, or on the other side, you can take it 10%, 10% of the prevailing investment limit for the other FPIs. For the other FPIs. Long term में जो आपका investment limit है that is 15%. Long term में जो investment limit है that is 15%. And for other FPIs it is what value? So that is 10%. That is what? So that is 10%. Is this point clear, guys? Clear हो गया? चलो. Now let's look out the things. Sir, in case of general route, now I'll talk about the corporate. In case of corporate debt, it is easy to understand why. Sir, in case of corporate debt, minimum residual maturity requirement is an FPI may invest only in corporate debt securities with original or residual maturity of more than 1 year. You are only allowed to invest if the maturity is more than 1 year. But on the other side, in case of short-term investment or any kind of concentration limit, so that is not mentioned, unlike government security limits. Unlike government security limits. In case of issue-wise limit, if I talk about issue-wise limit, I say Infosys has issued 10-year bond. Infosys has issued 10-year debt instrument of total value 1 lakh crore. In this total value of 1 lakh crore, FPI can be up to 50%. FPI can be up to 50%. जो लिमिट स्टेट के केस में थी 30% थी, in case of center government this limit was 30%, but in this case it has increased to what value? Sir, in this particular case it has increased to 50% value. This is the only difference which you need to remember. Rest all the story is same. Is it clear now? Is it clear? Okay. Moving on to the last point. Sir, FPI investment in the unlisted corporate debt securities in the form of non-convertible debentures or bond issued by private or public or private companies shall be subjected to end-use restriction on investment in real estate business, capital market and purchase of land. What does it mean? It means, ध्यान से देखना, if FPI has invested in unlisted corporate debt security. Unlisted means it is not listed on the stock exchange. You cannot trade in the stock market because these securities, they are not listed. So in case of unlisted corporate debt securities, the investment done by FPI will be utilized. वो पैसा आया, मान लो ये unlisted जो corporate debt securities है, it has been issued by company X. So the company X has received the funds, but company X will use these funds only and only in real estate. Use these funds only and only in real estate business or in capital market or in purchase of land, क्योंकि ये condition given है. So I repeat, if the FPI is done, if the foreign portfolio investment is done in unlisted debt instruments. I'm talking about which? Sir, I'm talking about unlisted corporate debt securities. In that particular case, the amount which is invested, it will be utilized specifically. And what specific areas where it is going to be utilized? So the specific areas in which it can be utilized, that is purchase of land, real estate investment, purchase of land, real estate investment, as well as one more thing, that is capital market. Got it, guys? Got it? Clear? Last but not the least is, sir, in case of FPI, there are certain conditions where FPI is not allowed where FPI is not allowed to invest in certain types of corporate debt securities, which means these are the exceptions. Corporate debt securities with any optionality. Options समझ आता है? You have a debt instrument with an option to sell the security. If it is a security where the option is given either to sell or buy, FPI is not allowed. Debt mutual fund scheme with maturity duration of portfolio less than 1 year. So debt mutual fund with maturity less than 1 year not allowed. Partly paid debt instrument, मतलब आपने एक debt instrument खरीदा 10,000 का, you have paid only 5,000 and rest of the 5,000 loan will be given after 2 years. So that kind of instrument is also not allowed for foreign portfolio investment. Last is amortized corporate debt instrument where the duration of the instrument is up to 1 year. Amortized का मतलब क्या होता है? Where you invest on regular basis, generally on monthly basis. You are investing 10,000 every month and it becomes total 1,20,000. So in that particular case also FPI is not allowed. In that particular case also FPI is not allowed. Now we have certain, these are the exceptions and these are the exemptions. In case of exemptions, minimum residual maturity requirement and issue-wise limit shall not apply to investments by FPI in certain securities. What are exemptions? Exemption का मतलब क्या होता है? Exemption का मतलब है कि we are giving you exemption on limits. We are giving you exemption on limits. That means even if you are FPI, there will be no limit in terms of issue wise, in terms of your portfolio size, no limit will be there. So if FPI is investing in security receipts which are issued by ARCs, there is no limit. ARC क्या issue करती है? Sir, ARC they purchase what? Sir, ARCs they purchase NPS from the bank and against those NPS they issue the security or they issue these security receipts. So what is my aim? My aim as a bank, my aim as a country, my aim as a government is to recover my NPA, and ARC is selling the security receipts in order to recover the NPA, and government want that the investment should be high in that particular case. That is the reason government has said there is no limit, come and invest as much as you can. Debt instruments issued by an entity under corporate insolvency, if a company is under corporate insolvency, or if a company has issued a bond, but either its principal or its interest is defaulted, it is not paid, that will be known as default bond. So government is allowing the FPI that you can invest as much as you can in the defaulted bonds. Is it clear, everyone? So this is known as what? So this is basically known as your general route, or we call it as general route of FPI investment in debt securities. In the next class, we'll discuss the voluntary route or voluntary retention route, as well as we'll discuss the FAR. But before coming, please do construct a table where you will be mentioning all the limits as I discussed. Do construct a table where you will be mentioning all the limits as I discussed, because a direct question on these limits is going to be asked, or it is expected that it will be asked, or it can be asked in the examination for sure. Here we go with the first question of the evening. The first question from the previous session is now on your screen. This is the news which we have covered in the previous session, and today we will be solving few questions so that you have much more understanding, and it will be a kind of a quick revision for everyone which will help you in near future. So the first question is now on your screen. The question says, consider the following statement about a logistic or digital logistic company, urban logistic company. The name is Porter. Porter has become the third unicorn of India, and with respect to this particular announcement, with respect to this particular news, we have a question on the screen. The first statement is Porter raised $200 million in a Series F funding round, taking its valuation to approximately $1.1 to $1.2 billion. That is absolutely correct, because if the company's valuation is $1 billion, then only the company is given a title, or a startup is given a title of unicorn. Porter was founded in 2014 by an IIT graduate and currently serves customers in India as well as abroad. That is also true. If I say one of the Porter's goal is to empower MSME and gig economy worker through improved urban logistic, that is also true. Series F funding typically take place in the early stage of the startup cycle. No sir, it do not take place in the early stage, rather it takes place in the latter stage, because we have Series A, then B, then C, D, E and F fifth. sixth stage is the F stage of funding. So according to that, answer should be A option 1, 2 and 3 are correct. So A option is correct, but the fourth statement is incorrect. That is the reason I have made you understand what is series F. If a question is asked, you will be in a position to answer it for sure. Moving on to the next question. If I talk about the three companies which have been declared, three Indian startups which have been declared as unicorn in 2025, those three startups are on the screen. The name is Porter, Zaakpay as well as Netrodyne. Now the question over here is, Porter is what? So Porter is urban logistic company, Zaakpay is a digital payment company, and if I talk about the third one, it is an artificial intelligence for fleet safety. So according to this, A goes with, or first goes with C, second goes with B, and third goes with A, and according to that, answer is going to be which option? So according to that, answer is going to be A option. If this kind of question is asked in the examination, you will be in a position to solve it for sure. Got it, guys? Maza aa raha hai? I hope you all have shared the link of this session with your friends. I know it's Saturday. Most of the students, they haven't joined the session yet, but I would request them, do join it quickly, because this is again going to be a really very important session for all your upcoming examination, because today we are going to discuss one of the most important master direction, or I would say we will be completing one of the most important master direction of RBI related to the foreign portfolio investment, which has been in news from past 4 months. Moving on to the next question. The finance minister has urged stakeholders to target achieving what daily UPI transaction milestone in next 2 to 3 years. So we are targeting that per day transaction number. I'm talking about the transaction number. Per day transaction number should be what? So per day transaction number should be 1 billion. Per day transaction number should be 1 billion, and India is trying its level best, as stated by finance minister, that we will be reaching to this particular mark in next 2 to 3 years. Got it, guys? Moving on to the next question. The next question talks about a very important data. If a question is asked, or I would say this data is really very important, which will help you while writing the descriptive answers as well, because while writing the descriptive answers, you can mention this data in order to add a surety to your words, which is related to the development of digital banking in India. So the question says volume and value. I'm talking about which of the following best reflects the UPI performance in financial year 2025. So in the financial year 2024-25, if we compare the volume, so undoubtedly volume has increased, as well as the value of transactions done through UPI, they have also increased. But if I talk about the increase in volume, so volume has increased by 42%, and if I talk about value, so value is increased by 30%. So keeping these two terms in mind, answer should be B option. So keeping these two terms in mind, answer should be B option. Very good, very good. I'm loving it. Aditi, Chetan, Anuj, you all have given the correct answer. That means yes, you are revising the PDF on regular basis. Okay, so moving on to the next question. Consider the following statement regarding the RBI's framework for the formulation of regulation. So I guess this, for the formulation of regulation. So the first statement is, framework applies only to the regulations that are general in nature and not issued in specific entities. Yes, sir, we have studied the RBI notification in which RBI has set the framework on the basis of which RBI will be making, the required amendments, or introduction of required amendments in the current regulation or introduction of new regulations. But it, or I would say this framework, is going to be followed only and only. It is going to be followed only and only in case of what? So it is going to be followed only and only in case of general nature framework or general nature regulation, not for specific one. So technically this statement is correct. Hanji. RBI must publish the draft regulation and invite the public comments with the timeline minimum 30 days window. No sir, it is not 30 days window. The minimum window is 21 days. So keeping that in mind, second statement is incorrect. Regulation include notifications, orders, policies, specifications, standards. Correct. Impact analysis and international best practices may be considered before finalizing a regulation. That is also correct. Any regulation issued prior to the framework introduction will be treated under the new procedure. No sir, it will be treated under the older procedure itself. So according to that, third and fourth third, fourth and first statement. Third, fourth and first statement are correct. So answer is going to be A option. Answer is not going to be D. It is going to be A option. I hope I'm correct. I hope I'm correct. First statement is correct. The framework only applies only to the regulations that are general in nature. It is not going to apply on the specific entity based framework. So that is correct. Moving on to the next. Okay, so here we go with the today's news, guys. So if you haven't liked the session yet, quickly hit the like button. If you haven't shared the link of this session yet, do share the link of this session with your friends so that everyone is aware the session is live. Guys, if you remember, in the previous session we have started our discussion related to the foreign portfolio investment. In that particular discussion, we have started with the routes. We have 3 routes, or actually we have 4 routes. I have discussed 3 yet. I will be discussing 4th also today. So if I talk about these 3 routes, the first route is known as general route. The second route is known as voluntary retention route. And the third route, which I'm talking about, it is known as fully accessible route. So I'll let you know what I'm trying to say. Guys. Whenever we talk about foreign portfolio investment, a foreign portfolio investment, that means a foreign entity is trying to invest in India, and obviously this entity holds its origin outside India, and if this foreign entity is trying to invest in India, and that too in the India's debt instruments, then there are certain limits, there are certain conditions which are need to be fulfilled. Only then you are allowed to operate in India, you are allowed to invest in India, otherwise you are not allowed. So in that particular case, we have how many securities we have in the category of debt securities. So the first one, we have government securities. Obviously, government securities, I'm talking about short-term as well as long-term. Short-term and long-term securities, as well as I'm talking about central government as well as state government securities. We know that these securities are issued by RBI. Secondly, we have the corporate debt securities. That means the securities which are issued, corporate debt securities. So obviously the securities which are issued by the companies. Now these could be privately owned companies, it could be public sector companies, that means government owned companies. All of them, they can raise funds from the foreign investors in these debt securities. Now if I talk about कि सर ये जो investment होगी, इस investment के लिए कितने routes follow किए जाते हैं? सर इस investment के लिए 3 routes follow किए जा सकते हैं. And if I talk about the first route, that is known as general route. Which comes up with certain limits, but in case of general route, there is no commitment in terms of time period, that you will be holding your investment how long, कि आप कितने सालों तक अपनी investment को hold करोगे. It's up to you. You can hold it for 1 day, you can hold it for 10 days. It is up to your requirement, it is up to your targets, up to your formats. Second point is the second type of route, we call it as voluntary. Voluntary retention route, and as the name suggests, it comes up with a commitment. And if you are investing through voluntary retention route, you will be enjoying many benefits in terms of limits and all which are applicable on general route. But if I say commitments, a commitment comes with a time period. That means if you are investing through this particular route, then you will be investing specifically for at least 3 years. Third, and the most important is, that is fully accessible route. If I talk about the fully accessible route, in case of fully accessible route, only and only specific government securities which are issued by central government, and they are announced by central government as well as RBI. Central government and RBI, they are categorized as specific securities. In that security only you can invest. समझ आ रहा है? So we have 3 different categories. The first one is general route. Second one we have as voluntary retention route. And the third point, which is again really very important, it says what? So the third point, which is again really very important, it says that is, it says or it talks about what? Sir, it says or it talks about what? Sir, it talks about the fully accessible route. Now I will be discussing all the limits related to each and every category, and we will be focusing on those specific points from where examiner can ask a question in your examination. Are you ready, guys? Are you all ready? Are you all ready? Shall we discuss these things in much detail? And I can assure you, in this examination, you will be finding a question on this particular topic, not only in phase 1, it has a great probability that it can be asked in phase 2 as well. Okay, thank you so much. Chalo. So the first point is, RBI has issued this particular master direction as per the powers granted to RBI, and these powers are granted to RBI under Foreign Exchange Management Act as well as RBI Act 1934. These directions shall be called the Master Direction, Reserve Bank of India, Non-Resident Investment and Debt Instruments, Direction 2025. These directions are applicable with immediate effect. Initially, they were amended or they were issued in 2025 January. Then recently it has been amended in May 2025. So obviously, I will be discussing the latest one which has been amended recently in May 2025. These directions shall be applicable to all transactions. It is applicable to all transactions by eligible non-residents in debt instruments. So if you're investing in debt instruments, these directions are going to be really very important. These directions are going to be really very important. Okay, ji? Okay. I hope it is clear till this point. Now I'll be moving to the next point, which is again really very important. What does the next point say? The next point says, so whenever we talk about these kind of master directions, there are certain definitions which we must know in order to understand the news in a better manner. So what are the definitions? I hope we all know now. I have discussed with you corporate debt securities. That means the debt instruments. Agar koi पूछे, what is debt instruments? A debt instrument basically means an instrument with the help of which an organization, an entity, a corporate, a government borrow the funds. That means when you borrow the funds through an instrument, that financial instrument is known as debt instrument. And if this financial instrument is issued by a corporate, then that issued financial instrument will be termed as corporate debt security. Second one is committed portfolio size. So committed portfolio size. First one is commitment. The word commitment is related to time period. Portfolio means composition of your investment. Composition means what all debt instruments in which you are investing, that entire type or forms of different debt instruments which are included, they are collectively termed as your portfolio, and this size word is related to value. So committed portfolio size for a foreign portfolio investor means the amount allotted to that FPI under the voluntary retention route. That means what amount is going to be invested by a particular foreign portfolio investor under that particular route. Then what are default bonds? So default bonds are those debt instruments. These are those debt instruments which are under default. Either fully or partly. Default का मतलब क्या होता है सर? ऐसे debt instrument जिसके बदले में या तो आपको interest पे नहीं किया गया या फिर आपको principal पे नहीं किया गया, यानी कि time period पूरे होने पर उसका जो fund payment है, उसका जो face value payment है वो नहीं हुआ. For example, I have purchased a financial instrument with a maturity of 10 years and the face value is 10,000 rupees. After completion of 10 years, when the moment I reached to the borrower, the moment I reached to the issuer of that financial instrument, I gave them ki bhaiya ye lo apna debt instrument, give my funds. They replied, sorry sir, we don't have the funds, and in that particular case, that particular instrument will be termed as default instrument. Next point, we call it as retention period. That means the time period for which you will be holding tight with your investment, you will be holding your commitment, or you will be holding the pre-decided limit to be invested in the security market. Then we have specified securities. So specified security means the central government securities which are periodically notified by RBI, and they are allowed to be invested under only one type of route, and that type of route is known as fully accessible route. That type of route is known as fully accessible route. ठीक है? अब मेरे पास काफी सारी कहानी है जिसका एक ब्रीफ मैंने आपके साथ लास्ट क्लास में भी डिस्कस किया था, बट आई विल बी डिस्कसिंग इट अगेन. दिस इज द वे आई वाज प्रैक्टिसिंग इट ताकि मैं आपको दिखा सकूं. एंड इफ यू वांट दैट आई शुड कम अप विद all the handwritten notes of all the RBI circulars, then I would request you after this session, do comment in the comment section. Just write a word handwritten and I will start making my handwritten notes for all the circulars, and I will be distributing to you in the form of PDF which you can use for your revision part. क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है कि बहुत सारे students, they are still in a position, they are still in a dilemma that how they should make handwritten notes, especially for the RBI circulars. I will be doing that task for you. Don't worry. Chalo, I'll show you what I'm trying to say. Guys, let's suppose I'm talking about a government security. I'm talking about the government security, and I'm talking about the investment done by FPIs in the government securities. So government has decided, or I would say the total outstanding stock, of the government securities is 10,000. So this is the total outstanding stock of the government securities. And if this is the total outstanding stock of the government security in the market, then according to this particular direction, FPI can invest up to what value? Sir, total FPI, that means total foreign, I write this word, total foreign portfolio investment can be of what value? So that can be of 6%. So 6% of 10,000 rupees is the total amount which can be invested by the foreign portfolio investors. लेकिन अगर ये central government की जगह ये जो securities है, these are issued by RBI on the behalf of state government, in that particular case, the limit, total FPI limit is 2% of the total outstanding securities in case of state government securities. बोलो ये point समझ आया? Is this point clear? देखो ये वाला part. Is this point clear? Central government securities, 6% of the outstanding stock is the limit on FPI. In case of state government, this limit is 2%, and in case of corporate debt securities, which I will be discussing in some time, the limit is 15%. ठीक है, कोई डाउट नहीं है यहां तक? ठीक है, अब अगले पॉइंट पे बढ़ते हैं. अगला पॉइंट क्या कहता है? अगला पॉइंट कहता है कि सर इशू एंड सिक्योरिटी. पहला पॉइंट है, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट गवर्नमेंट, इफ गवर्नमेंट इज इशूइंग, if government has issued these securities, or this total outstanding government security value is in different forms. Different forms का मतलब central government security 1, मान लो 10 years maturity, ठीक है. Central government security 2, let's suppose 20 years security. Central government security 3, let's say 1 year or up to 1 year maturity. ये क्या है? Time period for which government is borrowing. In similar way, we have central government security 4, we have central government security 5. ठीक है जी, we have central government security 5. अब ये आपके पास गवर्नमेंट ने जो इशू की है सिक्योरिटीज, that have been mentioned on the screen. Now the point is, if the total outstanding value of 10,000 or total outstanding value of central government security 1 is let's say 2,000 rupees. For this, the value is let's say 4,000 rupees. For this, the value is let's say 500. For this, the value is let's say 1,500. Total कितना हुआ? So that is 2 plus 4, 6, 6 plus 2, 8, and this is going to be 2,000. समझ आई ये बात कि गवर्नमेंट ने जो 10,000 रुपए पब्लिक से बोरो किए, that borrowing has been done in different forms. पहली फॉर्म है 2,000 रुपए की टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ सिक्योरिटी जो कि इशू की गई है बाय गवर्नमेंट. आई एम कॉलिंग इट एज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी 1. फिर ये 4,000 सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी 2 एंड सो ऑन. ठीक. नाउ पहली जो लिमिट है दैट इज पर इशू लिमिट. पहली जो लिमिट है दैट इज पर इशू लिमिट, एंड पर इशू लिमिट इज 30%. पर इशू लिमिट इज 30% का मतलब क्या हुआ कि सर इस टोटल 2,000 में से, आउट ऑफ दिस टोटल 2,000 रुपीज, 600 or the total value of 600 government security 1 can be purchased or can be, or there is an or I would say FPI is allowed to invest 30% of the total value. Here also the value is 30%, that is 1,200. Here also the value is 30% and so on. तो इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि सर जो ओवरऑल लिमिट है वो कितनी है? That is 6%. But if I talk about per security, if I talk about per security limit, if I talk about per security limit, then what will be the value? Sir, in that particular case, the per security limit value is 30%. तो ये क्या है सर? टोटल एफपीआई विच कैन बी इन्वेस्टेड इन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी 1 is 600. Total FPI which can be done in central government security 2 is 1200, which is with a limit of 30%. Which is with a limit of 30%. किस किस को ये पॉइंट समझ आया? किस किस को ये पॉइंट समझ आया? इससे ज्यादा डिटेल की एग्जांपल ना तो आपको कोई देगा ना कहीं मिलेगी. So try to decode this point very clearly, guys. If the question is asked, you can answer it very clearly. अगर समझ आ रहा है तो एक बार मुझे बता दो in the comment section if it is clear till this point. Clear हुआ? Is it clear? Okay. Moving on to the next point. The next point says, or I would say the next limit, the next limit talks about what? So the next limit says कि ये जो आपकी limit है. Next point says कि sir ये जो आपकी limit है, how we have calculated this particular limit? So the total value of government security 1 which was issued by government is 2000. उस 2000 का 30% can be invested by FPI. So this is 30% total FPI which can be done. Total FPI which can be done. अब जब FPI की बात आएगी, in case of FPI, we have FPI 1, we have FPI 2, we have FPI 3, we have FPI 4, यानी different investors की बात कर रहा हूं. This is FPI 1, this is FPI 2, this is FPI 3, this is FPI 4. ठीक है. अब RBI क्या चाहता है? What RBI is looking forward? RBI do not want the concentration of a particular security. RBI do not want the concentration of a particular security in the hands of any one investor. RBI ये नहीं चाहता कि ये 600 रुपीस की जो टोटल सिक्योरिटी है, जिसपे टोटल एफपीआई लिमिट 600 रुपए है, ये पूरी की पूरी सिक्योरिटी कोई एक एफपीआई खरीद ले, दैट इज नॉट अलाउड. कोई एफपीआई एक ही एफपीआई खरीद ले, दैट इज नॉट अलाउड. पहला पॉइंट यहां पर क्या होगा? सर पहला पॉइंट पूछा जाएगा इस एफपीआई से, सर यू विल बी इन्वेस्टिंग इन लॉन्ग टर्म सिक्योरिटीज और शॉर्ट टर्म सिक्योरिटीज और बोथ. Long term securities or short term securities or both? Then the answer would be long term security. Then we call it as long term FPI. Then we call it as long term FPI. And if this FPI says that I will be investing in long term as well as short term securities, then I'll call this FPI as other FPI. Then I'll call this FPI as other FPI. So if a long term FPI wants to invest in this particular security, जिसपे टोटल एफपीआई की लिमिट 600 रुपए है, उसमें पर इंडिविजुअल मींस पर एफपीआई जो लिमिट होगी दैट विल बी 15% इफ इट इज लॉन्ग टर्म एफपीआई एंड दिस लिमिट विल बी 10% इफ इट इज अदर एफपीआई. बोलो समझ आया? इज दिस पॉइंट क्लियर टू एवरीवन? Is this point clear to everyone? Do reply in the comment section. पहली लिमिट देखो, ये क्या है सर? ये है आपका टोटल एफपीआई. ये है आपका टोटल एफपीआई. टोटल एफपीआई लिमिट on a particular security is what? So that is 30% of this total security value. 30% of the particular security value. उस total security value पे 30% की लिमिट, this is the value which is allowed to be invested by FPI. But this entire value cannot be invested by only one FPI. There is further concentration effect. That means we don't want that this security should be concentrated in only few hands. So in that particular case, अगर तो long term FPI है उसकी लिमिट होगी 15% और अगर other FPI है तो उसकी लिमिट होगी 10%. समझ आई ये बात? उसी केस में अगर मैं कहूं ये जो FPI है, दिस इज लॉन्ग टर्म एंड शॉर्ट टर्म FPI बोथ, तो ये भी कौन सी कैटेगरी में आएगा? अदर FPI की कैटेगरी में. सो दिस अदर FPI की कैटेगरी में है, सो इट ऑल्सो हैज अ टोटल पावर टू होल्ड 10% ऑफ दीज सिक्योरिटीज. एंड इफ इट इज लॉन्ग टर्म सिक्योरिटी, द FPI 4-1 जो है, ये जो फोर्थ पार्टी है, अगर ये लॉन्ग टर्म FPI है तो इसको फिर से कितने परसेंट की लिमिट मिली? 15% की लिमिट मिल जाएगी. एंड दे कैन इन्वेस्ट अप टू दी प्री डिसाइडेड लिमिट्स, दैट इज 10% और 15%. रुपीज में मैं अगर एक्सप्लेन करूं तो 60 का 15%, दैट मींस यू कैन इन्वेस्ट अप टू 90, यू कैन इन्वेस्ट अप टू 60, you can again invest up to 60, you can again invest up to 90. लेकिन इन सब का जो टोटल है that should be 600, और ये जो 600 आया वो कैसे आया? So that is 30% of per security issue. That is 30% of per security issue. That is 30% of per security issue. देखो, अगर आप देखो यशु, I will be saying only one thing, that is, if you are committed to invest only in long term, I'll call you long term FPI, but if you are committed to invest in different securities or only in short term, you will come under the category of other FPIs only. You will come under the category of other FPIs only. 6% इसका है, 6% किसका है? पूरे 10,000 का। 6% 10,000 का मतलब कि पूरी जो आपकी कंट्री की गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज है, द ओवरऑल FPI लिमिट in the government securities, the overall FPI limit in the government securities is 6%. That is 10,000 ka 6%. This is the overall limit which you have to achieve. But if I talk about per specific security, in case of per specific security, FPI limit is 30%, which means 70% of this security value will be purchased by Indians. It will be purchased by the investment which is domestic investment rather than foreign investment. ठीक है जी। अब ये जो आया 600, इस 600 में भी out of this 600 also we have a condition. What is that condition? कि सर ये तो total FPI है, and this total FPI cannot be holded by any one entity. It should be distributed among the different FPIs. मान लो ये कंपनी A है, ये कंपनी B है, ये कंपनी C है, ये D, तो C को, A को, B को भी क्या दिया गया? एक पर्टिकुलर लिमिट दी गई. If you are a long term FDI, per security limit is 15% of what? Sir, 15% of the total FPI limit for that particular security. If you are a short term, or I would say you are investing in long term as well as short term, I'll call you other FPI. In that particular case, your limit will be 10% for a given 10% for a given overall total FPI limit for a particular security. Total FPI limit for a particular security. बोलो अब समझ आया? अतुल उसको एक्सीड होने नहीं देंगे ना, उतना आपको इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए अलाउ ही नहीं किया जाएगा ना. द मूवमेंट मान लो जस्ट टेक इन दिस मैनर, अतुल टोटल आउटस्टैंडिंग स्टॉक इज 10,000, उसका 6% इज द लिमिट, दैट इज 600 रुपीज. ठीक. In case of only one security, FPI limit is 600, and if FPI has utilized entire 600 rupees of limit in only one security, then they won't be allowed to invest in the rest 4 securities because their overall limit is exhausted. Because their overall limit is exhausted. Is it clear now? Atul, sorry, Arun. Atul, haan. Long term and short term. Other FPI individually can invest up to 15. All FPI shall not be greater than 30%. That is true. That is true, and it is for a particular security. Arun, this is for a particular security, and overall total investment done by FPIs in the government securities, that is central government securities, cannot exceed 6%. It cannot exceed 6%. बोलो क्लियर है? क्लियर है? आओ एक पॉइंट और है, उसको भी बताता हूं. वो पॉइंट क्या है कि सर, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट FPI, FPI is done by, as I said, different companies. This is FPI company 1. This is FPI entity 2. This is FPI entity 3. ठीक. Now A is committing to invest 1,000 rupees in India. B is committed to invest, let's say, 2,000 rupees in India. C is committing to invest 3,000 rupees in India. So out of their individual, see, this is individual, out of the individual FPI total commitment or total investment, out of this total investment, only 30% can be invested in short term, and rest is need to be invested in long term. Rest is need to be invested in long term. This is the limit, that is FPI wise. This is the limit for individual FPIs. This is the limit of individual FPI, which means कि अगर मैं इस FPI 1 की बात करूं, so the FPI 1 portfolio, that is A portfolio, can have up to 30% of its total investment in short term, and rest can be invested in long term. अब short term में 30% से ज्यादा इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकते, किसी हालत में नहीं कर सकते. चलो अब इसको एक बार पढ़ते हैं, चीजें क्लियर हो जाएंगी. ध्यान से देखना. पहला पॉइंट है क्या minimum residual maturity requirement. So what is minimum residual maturity requirement? First word is minimum, second word is residual, third word is maturity. So if government has issued, please pay attention, if government has issued a government security for 10 years, that means government is borrowing the funds for 10 years, that means government will pay back your principal after 10 years, then in that particular case, what is the maturity of this particular security? So the total time period of borrowing is 10 years, so that is going to be the maturity. Answer, it is issued for 10 years, which means it is going to mature in 2028. And today we are sitting in which year? So we are sitting in 2025. So as of 2025, left maturity is, as of 2025, in our example, the left maturity is 3 years. The left maturity is 3 years. Itna hi to time bacha. The left maturity is 3 years. So in this particular case, residual maturity, the third point is minimum. Government can come up with a clause that if FPIs, they want to invest in India's debt securities, if FPI want to invest in Indian debt securities, then they are allowed to invest only and only in the securities which possess or which fulfill the minimum residual maturity requirement of 5 years. Minimum residual maturity requirement of 5 years. So if there is a minimum residual maturity requirement of 5 years, then what I'm trying to say, please pay attention. पहली गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी है जो इशू हुई 2018 में, या चलो मान लेते सारी गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज इशू हुई हैं 2018 में. इस गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी की मैच्योरिटी है 10 years, which is going to mature in 2028. It is going to mature after 20 years, that is 2038. So this is going to mature, let's say after 12 years, that means in 2030. ठीक है जी. अब as of today, what is the residual maturity? Sir, as of today, the residual maturity in this case is 3 years. क्योंकि 2025 से 28 3 साल बचे. As of this is what? So that is 13 years. As of this is what? So that is 5 years. तो आपकी गवर्नमेंट ने कंडीशन क्या लगा दी? Let's suppose, I'm taking an example. Let's suppose if government comes up with the condition of minimum residual maturity of 5 years, which means FPI is allowed to invest only in those government securities which possess minimum residual maturity of 5 years, then this security is not eligible. This is eligible. This is also eligible. Let's make it 4. Varna confusion hoga. So let's make it 4. So in that particular case, this is also eligible, but this security is not eligible, which means FPI cannot invest in the first security. They can invest in rest of the 2 securities. They can invest in rest of the 2 securities. I'm not able to view that slide. Chalo koi nahi. So I'll let you know. Second point says what? So the second point says कि जो आपकी security issue है, security wise limit, security wise FPI limit, it is 30%. Security wise FPI limit is 30%, and concentration limit is long term FPI 15% and short term FDI or other FPI 10%. एक last point है, वो क्या? एक last point है, that is issue limit. The last point we have is what limit? So the last point we have is issue limit. In case of security wise limit, it is 30%. In case of concentration, it is 15 and 10%. The last point is basically related to the issue limit, or I would say last point is basically related to the short term investment. So in case of short term investment, per FPI portfolio will have up to 30% of investment done in short term. Up to 30% of investment done in short term. ये कुछ points है जो आपको याद रखने. I guess it is done. Now let's move on to the next point. The next point talks about under the general route. The next point we have is that is corporate route. Under the general route, the next point we have is that is corporate route. The next point we have is that is corporate route. Now, what do you understand by this particular term? Please pay attention. Sir, in India, we have different companies, in India, we have different companies and they are borrowing funds from the public, and the issue which is done by them is basically known as what? Sir, it is basically known as corporate debt securities. Let's say the total outstanding corporate debt security is 20,000. The total outstanding corporate debt security is 20,000. In this 20,000 total FPI limit, in this 20,000 total FPI limit is what? Sir, in this 20,000 the total FPI limit is 15%, जो कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज में 6% का था, which was 2% in case of state government securities. In case of corporate debt securities, under general route is 15%. Under general route is 15%. Let's say we have corporate debt security 1. Let's say we have corporate debt security 1. In case of corporate debt security 1, the value of the total corporate debt security 1 is 2,000. Value is 2,000. Out of this 2,000, total FPI, can be up to 50%. तो भैया ये जो पर सिक्योरिटी, ये जो आपकी पर सिक्योरिटी लिमिट है, the per security limit of FPI is what? That is 50%, which was earlier 30% in case of, what? Sir, it was 30% in case of सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. 2 पॉइंट और है. दूसरा पॉइंट क्या था कि सर FPI 1 कैन इन्वेस्ट हाउ मच इन दिस 50%. 50% कितना हो गया? 1,000. उस 1,000 में FPI 1 कितना करेगा, FPI 2 कितना करेगा? आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द कंसंट्रेशन वाला पार्ट. सर, इन केस ऑफ कंसंट्रेशन वाला पार्ट देयर इज नो लिमिट. चाहे आप पूरी की पूरी 1,000 रुपए की जो सिक्योरिटी है, इट कैन ऑल्सो और इट कैन बी परचेज बाय FPI 1. नो वन इज गोइंग टू स्टॉप यू. It can be purchased by FPI 1. No one is going to stop you. Last point is per FPI. Last point is per FPI limit और per FPI का जो पोर्टफोलियो था, in that particular case, short term, long term, in case of central government security or state government security, this limit was up to 30%. This limit was up to 30%. लेकिन अब इस 30% लिमिट को हटा दिया. There is no limit. इसका मतलब per FPI can have their entire portfolio in the form of short term and no one is going to stop you. You can have your entire portfolio in the form of short term and no one is going to stop you. Points को पढ़ता हूं, clear हो जाएगा. पहला point, अगर हम पहले point की बात करें, if I talk about the first point, minimum residual maturity requirement, and FPI may invest only in corporate debt securities with residual maturity above 1 year. There was no limit in case of central or state government securities, but yes, in case of corporate debt, the minimum residual maturity requirement is above 1 year. मतलब आपकी जो security है, it is going to mature in more than 1 year, then only it is eligible. If I talk about the short term, per portfolio limit, so short term per portfolio limit is no limit. Long term, short term कितना भी होगा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, जो कि पहले 30% था. पर इशू पे जो लिमिट पहले 30% था, दिस हैज इंक्रीज टू 50%. और जो आपका कंसंट्रेशन लिमिट था 15% एंड 10% लॉन्ग टर्म FPI एंड अदर FPI, यहां पे भी क्या हो गया? नो लिमिट हो गया. बोलो क्लियर है, इजी है, समझ आ गया? अगर क्लियर है, इजी है, समझ आ गया तो एक बार यस सर टाइप कर दो, सो दैट आई कैन मूव अहेड. देख लो एक बार ध्यान से, पढ़ लो इस चीज को. अगर क्लियर है तो एक बार यस सर टाइप कर दो, सो दैट आई कैन मूव अहेड क्विकली. रितिका, कंसंट्रेशन लिमिट का मतलब क्या होता है? सुन लो जरा ध्यान से, लास्ट बार रिपीट कर रहा हूं. सुनना इस पॉइंट को बहुत ध्यान से. कंसंट्रेशन लिमिट का मतलब यह है कि मान लो एक कोई गवर्नमेंट की सिक्योरिटी है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी 1. इसे गवर्नमेंट ने इशू किया. इसकी जो टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ इशू है फेस वैल्यू के हिसाब से, वो कितनी है? 2,000. इस 2,000 में 30% इन्वेस्टमेंट करेगा कौन? FPI. और 70% इन्वेस्टमेंट कौन करेगा? डोमेस्टिक इन्वेस्टमेंट. ठीक है, यहां तक तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. FPI टोटल कितना हो सकता है इस सिक्योरिटी में? 30%. और बाकी कौन करेगा? डोमेस्टिक इन्वेस्टर्स करेंगे. अब ये जो 30% है, 30% ऑफ टोटल इज इक्वल्स टू FPI लिमिट. कि इससे ज्यादा FPI आ ही नहीं सकती. और ये वैल्यू कितनी आ गई 600 रुपए, ये वैल्यू कितनी आ गई 600 रुपए। अब इसमें जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, वी हैव डिफरेंट इन्वेस्टर्स, वी हैव डिफरेंट इन्वेस्टर्स, एफपीआई कंपनी ए, एफपीआई एंटिटी बी, एफपीआई एंटिटी 3। ये जो एफपीआई एंटिटी 1 है, ये कमिट करता है कि आई विल बी इन्वेस्टिंग ओनली इन लॉन्ग टर्म। इफ यू आर गोइंग टू इन्वेस्ट ओनली इन लॉन्ग टर्म सिक्योरिटीज, देन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस पर एफपीआई लिमिट, पर इन्वेस्टर लिमिट, इस लिमिट के हिसाब से, ये जो लिमिट हमने कैलकुलेट की है, इस लिमिट के हिसाब से कितनी होगी 15%। दिस विल बी 10% अगर वी हैव अदर एफपीआई। अदर एफपीआई का मतलब विच इज नॉट कमिटेड ओनली टू द लॉन्ग टर्म FPIs, which is not committed only to the long-term security investment. Is this point clear now? Is this point clear now? If it is clear, just give me yes, sir, so that we can move ahead. Clear? Chalo. Moving on to the next point. Now, the next point says, investment in the corporate debt security will include certain norms. The first one, an FPI cannot invest in. So, FPI is not allowed to invest in those securities which have a optionality clause. Optionality clause का मतलब it has a clause of option to sell. That means call or put option. You are not allowed to invest in call or put option enabled securities. पहला point. दूसरा point, debt mutual fund schemes with maturity duration of portfolio less than 1 year. So in case of debt mutual fund schemes, you are not allowed to invest if the maturity is less than 1 year. क्योंकि वो मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया था क्या कि जो आपका रेजिडुअल मेच्योरिटी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो कितना होना चाहिए, 1 साल से ज्यादा। पार्टली पेड डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स यू आर नॉट अलाउड एंड अमोर्टाइज्ड कॉर्पोरेट डेट यू आर नॉट अलाउड। पार्टली पेड का मतलब 10,000 की सिक्योरिटी है, उसमें यह कहा गया 5,000 आज दे दो, 5,000 अगले साल दे देना। ऐसी सिक्योरिटी में एफपीआई इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकता। एक डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट बेचा गया जिसमें आपको हर महीने 1,000 रुपए लोन पे देने, दैट मींस यू विल बी गिविंग टोटल लोन ऑफ 12,000, उस केस में भी एफपीआई इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकता। सो इन दीज टाइप ऑफ सिक्योरिटीज एफपीआई इज नॉट अलाउड टू इन्वेस्ट। Next point we have is there are certain exemptions. That means there will be no limit in terms of the issue size. There will be no limit in terms of issue size, which means if we have security receipts which are issued by asset reconstruction company, remember बैंक का एनपीए खरीदा, बैंक के एनपीए को सिक्योरिटाइज किया और सिक्योरिटाइज करके उसके बदले में द सिक्योरिटीज विच आर इशूड दैट इज नोन एज सिक्योरिटी रिसीट्स। इन केस ऑफ सिक्योरिटी रिसीट्स, as we know the per security or the per corporate debt security पर एफपीआई लिमिट कितनी है सर? पर एफपीआई लिमिट है कितनी? 50%। अगर हम बात करें एफपीआई लिमिट की तो वो कितनी है? दैट इज 50%। लेकिन यहां पर वो लिमिट क्या हो जाएगी? 0। लेकिन यहां पर लिमिट क्या हो जाएगी? 0। अगर ये सिक्योरिटी रिसीट्स 1,000 रुपए की इशू हुई, 100% इन्वेस्टमेंट कैन कम फ्रॉम एफपीआई. देयर इज नो क्लॉज, देयर इज नो लिमिटेशन. व्हाई सो? So reason is very obvious. Why the reason is very obvious? So the reason says in this particular case, we want कि ये जो एनपीए के बदले में सिक्योरिटाइजेशन हुआ है, we want immense return from it so that our NPA recoveries can be done. So in order to, I would say, ease out the process of investment, this announcement has been done. If it is a security receipt issued by ARC, no limit. Debt instruments issued by entity which is under the corporate insolvency resolution, there is no issue size limit, and in case of default bond also कोई लिमिट नहीं है. अगर एक डिफॉल्ट बॉन्ड की वैल्यू 10,000 रुपए है जिसे इशू किया गया, entire default bond can be purchased by FPI, unlike other types of securities where per security FPI limit is 50%. Per security type FPI limit is 50%. Is this point clear now? Is this point clear? The next point is exemptions में the minimum residual maturity requirement shall not be applying. तो यहां पर कौन कौन से ऐसे केसेस हैं जहां पर मिनिमम रेजिडुअल मेच्योरिटी रिक्वायरमेंट अप्लाई नहीं होगी? यहां पर क्या नहीं अप्लाई होगा? इन्वेस्टमेंट वाइज लिमिट या इशू वाइज लिमिट. यहां पर क्या नहीं अप्लाई होगा? रेजिडुअल मेच्योरिटी रिक्वायरमेंट. दैट मींस इफ द रेजिडुअल मेच्योरिटी is less than 1 year, then also FPI is allowed to invest in case of any certificate issued by special purpose vehicle which is set up by securitization of asset. Second point is any certificate issued by issued and listed in terms of security, issued and listed in terms of SEBI, that is issue and listing of securitized debt instruments and security receipts, they are allowed. So in दोनों cases में आपके ऊपर कोई maturity limit नहीं है, and इस case में, इन दोनों cases में, sorry तीनों cases में आपके पास कोई issue limit नहीं है. You don't have any issue limit. Clear हो गया? Now let's move on. Now let's move on to the second route. The second route we call it as voluntary retention route. The second route we call it as voluntary retention route. So voluntary retention route, as the name suggests, it is a type of route where foreign portfolio investors, they are allowed to invest, but there are certain commitments that is known as commitment in terms of time period. And here the commitment is 3 years. If you want to invest through voluntary retention route, you can only and only invest if you are ready to invest for 3 years. If you are ready to invest for 3 years. This is the first condition. Second condition is under the voluntary retention route, for debt securities, you can invest in debt securities. You can invest in mutual funds, you can invest in ETFs, but these mutual funds as well as these ETFs should be invested only and only in debt security. अगर एक ऐसा mutual fund है जो कि hybrid है, which has made the investment in debt as well as in equity, then you are not allowed to invest, as it is very clearly mentioned. Domestic mutual fund or ETF which invest less than or equal to 50% in equity and partly paid debt instruments, on that cases may you will not be allowed to invest in those mutual funds. But if ETF and mutual fund is entirely invested in direct debt securities, then you are allowed. But if they are invested in equity, then you are not allowed. Even in the case of hybrid, mutual fund schemes, you are not allowed to invest. Who are not allowed to invest? FPIs are not allowed to invest. Under which route? Sir, under voluntary retention route. Second point says, repos and reverse repo subject to amount borrowed or lent under the repo not exceeding 10% of the investment by an FPI under VRR. What does it basically mean? It means repo and reverse repo. I hope आप सबको पता है what is repo, what is reverse repo. If you don't know, I'll give you the answer. If someone asks me what is repo agreement, I would say there is a company called A, other company is known as B. So company A has pledged, I'm just taking an example in a very layman terms, in a very hypothetical scenarios. This security is pledged by A into the hands of B, and B has given a loan of 1,000 rupees. But at the time of completing this loan, at the time of writing the contract, when this loan was exercised, a contract was written, and in that contract it was very clearly mentioned that it is a repo agreement. Repo agreement basically means repurchasing agreement. Repurchasing agreement basically means when A will pay back the principal as well as interest. When A will pay back your entire principal, your entire interest, then B is liable to return the same security. B is liable to return the same security, which means when borrower pay back the principal and interest, it repurchases the security which was given as a collateral at the time of borrowing, and that is the reason we call it as repurchasing agreement. So in case of repo and reverse repo agreements, what is the limit of per FPI? So that is 10%. It means that the total repos security is 10,000 crores. Then out of this 10,000 crore, any one FPI can invest only up to 10%. Any one FPI, an individual, an FPI can invest up to 10%. So that is, you need to remember what is the investment limit. So the investment limit is 2.5 lakh crore rupee. What is the investment limit? So it is 250 lakh crore rupees under voluntary retention route, and it can be more than that. Depending upon the RBI notifications, depending upon the RBI announcements. The next point says allocation of investment limit. If I talk about the allocation of investment limit, please pay attention. Allocation of investment amount to FPIs under this route shall be made on tap and allotted on first come first serve basis or through an auction mechanism, which means agar FPI wants to invest, if FPI wants to invest in voluntary retention or through voluntary retention route, in that particular case, FPI will be getting the access to the government securities, getting access to the debt securities, either on the clause first come first serve, and if that clause is not applicable, then it will depend on the demand and supply, and if the demand is more, then auction will be done. Auction का मतलब bidding, कि भैया जो ज्यादा पैसा देगा उसी को हम क्या करेंगे, इस इंस्ट्रूमेंट को इशू करेंगे, So it can be issued through auction or it can be issued through first come first serve. The maximum investment limit which can be allotted to an FPI shall be 50% of the amount offered for each allotment by tap or through auction in case of demand for more than 100% of the amount offered. In case of demand for more than 100% of the amount offered. What I'm trying to say, मान लो कि जो टोटल डेट सिक्योरिटी है, which is available under voluntary retention route, that is 1,000 rupees. So in that particular case, that is 1,000 rupees. In that particular case, FPI 1 is demanding for 1,000, or let's say FPI 1 is demanding for 1,100 and FPI 2 is, let's say, demanding for 200. So ध्यान से देखो, अगर डिमांड 100% से ज्यादा है, if the demand is more than 100%, then in that particular case 50% will be allotted, 550 will be allotted. If the demand is more than 100%, 550 will be allotted. If demand is less than 100%, then 100% will be allotted or the value will be allotted. Allotted का मतलब समझ आया कि भैया मैं गया, मैंने पूछा कितनी FPI अवेलेबल है under the voluntary retention route. They said 1,000 rupees. I said I'm ready to purchase for more than 1,000. इसको और भी एक एग्जाम्पल की तरह देख सकते हैं, इसको थोड़ा सा और रिफाइन करते हैं. That would be much better. Please pay attention, guys. This is going to be much better. Let's suppose total debt security is of 1,000 rupees. It is of 1,000 rupees. In that particular case, which is available under voluntary retention route. Now we have demands. So demand is done by FPI 1, demand is done by FPI 2, so demand is done by FPI 3. Demand is 500, demand is 600, demand is, let's say, 700. So if I talk about the demand, total demand कितनी हो गई? 500 plus 600, 1100, 1100 plus 700, total demand कितनी हो गई? 1800. If the total demand is greater than 100%, then what will happen? So in this particular case, in this particular scenario, if the total demand is greater than 100%, तो उस केस में क्या करेंगे? सर डिमांड सप्लाई से ज्यादा है, तो कहते हैं सबको 50% दे दो, सबको 50% दे दो. That is the point which has been mentioned. Maximum investment limit which can be allotted to an FPI shall be 50% of the amount offered for each allotment in case of demand for more than 100% of the total amount offered. अगर आपकी डिमांड टोटल अमाउंट ऑफर्ड से 100% या उससे ज्यादा है, तो उस केस में यू विल बी रिसीविंग 50%. व्हाट इज द रिटेंशन पीरियड? सर रिटेंशन पीरियड इज 3 years. दैट मींस यू नीड टू रिटेन योर इन्वेस्टमेंट फॉर 3 years. अब मान लो अंडर द वॉलंटरी रिटेंशन रूट there is an FPI and this FPI has committed that I will be investing 1,000 rupees. FPI has committed that I will be investing 1,000 rupees under voluntary retention route. everyone was okay with it, everyone was fine with it. But FPI said कि भैया आज मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है, I will be investing slowly. Government said okay. Government said okay. So today, day one, they have invested 100 rupees. Then what is the date today? Guys, what is the date today? The date is 17th of May 2025. 17th of May 2025, they have invested, let's say 500 rupees, 50%. Then after 3 months, 6 months or 5 months, on 17th of June, July, August, September, October. Let's say on 17th of October, it has invested 200 rupees more. It has invested 200 rupees more. Then on 17th of November, it has invested 100 rupees. The point is, sir, is this possible? The point is, sir, is this possible? The first point says, sir, this is not possible. Why this is not possible? If you have committed yourself for 1000 rupees of FPI under VRR, then at least 75% of investment should be done in 3 months. Then at least 75% of investment is need to be done in 3 months. So I say in that particular case, let's suppose on 17th of May 2025, company has invested 500, then company should invest at least 250, on or before, June, July, August, on or before 17th of August 2025, on or before 17th August 2025, and the moment company has made this investment, so what is the total investment made by that FPI? So that is equal to 75%. The moment your investment is equals to or greater than, or it is just equal to the 75% of your commitment, if it is greater than 75% or equal to 75% of your commitment, from that day we will calculate the timeline of 3 years. That means you will be retaining this investment till 17th of August 2028, not from 17th of May 2025. नहीं समझ आया? कोई बात नहीं, पढ़ना जरा. Provided that foreign FPI has availed additional time to invest in terms of the retention period for the investment, would be reset to commence from the date that FPI invest 75%. तो इसका मतलब आपका जो 3 साल का टाइम पीरियड है वो कब से स्टार्ट होगा? So the timeline of 3 years will start when you have made at least 75% of investment. In this case, you have made it on 17th of August 2025. You cannot make this investment after 17th of August because the timeline to make this investment is 3 months. And FPI shall invest at least 75% within 3 months from the date of allotment and remain invested within date of investment and remain invested for value of minimum 75% and remain invested for a value of minimum 75%. What I'm trying to say, ये आपका time है, this is the time, and this is 17th of May 2025. This is the day when the allotment was done, and at the time of allotment 500 rupees of allotment was done. Total allotment which has been done under the retention is 1000. So आज से हम 3 साल नहीं गिनेंगे. We will count the 3 years from the day when you have raised your investment to 750. So your investment was raised to 750 on, let's say, 17th of June. अगले महीने कर दिया. अगर आप अगले महीने कर देंगे, it's okay. But हम 17th August के बाद नहीं कर पाएंगे. That is not allowed. The moment you have made it 75%, then from this date till 17th of June 2028, your investment should be minimum. 75%. You cannot go below this. Your investment should be minimum 75%. You cannot go below this. This is again a condition which is set by RBI under this particular circular. कि भैया 75% से कम कभी भी नहीं हो सकता. ये 75% से कम कभी भी नहीं हो सकता. It can float here. यहाँ ऊपर नीचे कहीं भी जाए, लेकिन इससे नीचे नहीं आ सकता. That is not allowed. That is a point which you need to remember. ठीक है? Next point says, sir, if you want to sell your FPIs, if you want to sell your securities under the voluntary retention route, then in that particular case, you can sell up to 25% because we want your investment should be at least 75% for entire 3 years. Your investment should be at least 75% for entire 3 years. अब income जो आप कमाएंगे means जो आपको interest मिलेगा on these securities, what you'll do with it, it's your choice. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. Investment made through the VRR shall not be subjected to any minimum residual maturity requirement. That means the investment which is done through VRR, they are not subjected to any minimum, residual maturity requirement or issue wise limit in order to ease out the investment. अब क्वेश्चन आया कि सर मैंने खरीदा वॉलंटरी रिटेंशन रूट, अब मुझे वापस जाना, I want to go back. What will be the scenario? In that particular scenario, on the completion of time period, I'll sell the securities, take my funds and go out. No one is going to stop me. Second is if I have a voluntary retention route and today time period is completed, 3 years is completed, then after 3 years if I don't want to encash it, I can transfer it to government, I can transfer it to the general route, that is also allowed. Continue to hold its investment until maturity or sale, whichever is earlier. So you have to hold it until it is mature or until it is mature or you sell it. Now the question is, can I sell premature voluntary retention route? My answer is yes. Which means आज मैंने voluntary retention route के through investment किया. 17th May 2025, I have made 100% of investment and I am committed to hold this investment until or up till 17th of May 2028. एक साल के बाद, after 1 year, I am in need of funds. Now what should I do? In that particular scenario, I would find some of the FPIs who are ready to invest and fulfill this criteria. Then I will be transferring my investment to the other FPI. समझ आई बात कि ये जो FPI है, who has invested, he can transfer to the second party which is allowed. And they will be holding this investment till 2028. So you can sell the security, that is allowed, there is no issue. If you want to exit before, I have given you the answer. So FPI desiring to exist its investment fully or partly under the VRR prior to the end of the retention period may do by selling its investment to another FPIs. FPI buying such investment should fulfill the conditions under VRR. Who are the eligible investors under FAR? What is FAR? As we already discussed, fully accessible route. What is fully accessible route? So fully accessible route means FPI can invest without limit, no limit. FPI can invest without limit. किसी तरह की कोई लिमिट नहीं है, ना सिक्योरिटी वाइज लिमिट, ना इशू वाइज लिमिट, ना ही कोई पोर्टफोलियो वाइज लिमिट. देयर इज नो लिमिट, but there is only one condition, that you can invest only and only in specific securities. There is only one condition, that you can invest only and only in one specific security which has been announced by RBI. This is a specific security which is eligible under FAR. You are allowed to invest in that only. So who all are eligible? Sir, FPIs are eligible. Even the NRIs, non-resident Indians, they are eligible. Even the overseas citizens of India, they are eligible. Any other person resident outside India, as may be notified by RBI, they are eligible. So here we have more count, more eligible candidates who can invest in this particular category. Eligible instruments are all securities under the FAR on the date of issuance. So when you issue, at that time only you say that the security is allowed, or new issuance of 5 years, 7 years, 10 years tenure by central government, or any other security that the Reserve Bank of India notifies that is eligible under FAR. So all the new issuance of 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, they are eligible. और एनी अदर सिक्योरिटी जो कि 5, 7 या 10 साल की नहीं है, 20, 25 साल की है, लेकिन if RBI notifies it, that is also eligible under the same. FPI investment in specified securities under the route shall not be subject to any investment limit or macroprudential controls as applicable for the other routes such as general route. As it is applicable for the other routes, that is general route. Now I come to the fourth route, and the fourth route is sovereign green bond scheme. What is sovereign green bond scheme? So sovereign green bond scheme means when FPI invest in the sovereign green bonds. What are these sovereign green bonds? So sovereign green bonds are the debt instruments which are issued by RBI on the behalf of the government, and we know this very well that these instruments, they will be used to raise the funds, and the funds which are raised through these instruments will be used for green projects. It will be used for green projects. Green projects means all those projects which are going to improve the environmental scenarios, all those projects which are going to mitigate the environmental climate change risk, all those projects, they are eligible under this particular category, remember it. So in case of sovereign green bonds issued by government of India may be made by eligible investors in the international. So in this case, you can invest only and only through the International Financial Service Center. You cannot invest directly as you were investing in the earlier cases. Here the investment can be done. Here the investment can be done only and only through IFSCA. This you need to remember. International Financial Service Centers are only allowed to issue the sovereign green bonds to the foreign investors. Such investments shall be in terms of scheme for trading and settlement of sovereign green bonds in the International Financial Service Center in India, which will be notified by RBI. So RBI will give you a notice. On that particular notification, the foreign investors, they can invest in the sovereign green bonds through IFSC, that is International Financial Service Center. डन हो गया जी. तो पहला मैंने आपको बताया स्टॉक एक्सचेंज से you can invest, or you can even invest through the primary market, even through the secondary market. On the second case, we have the investment which is going to be done by IFSC, that is International Financial Service Center. Now the third is FPIs, they are also allowed to make over-the-counter trade. Over-the-counter trade का मतलब क्या हुआ? What does this term over-the-counter trade means? For example, Saurav, Shruti, Anuj, Yashu, Arun, they all have governments, they all have the debt instruments with them, the debt securities with them. I approached individually to Arun. I am what? I am a foreign entity. I am an FPI. I approached to Arun. I approached to Yashu. I approached to Anuj. I approached to Shruti. I approached to Saurabh. I made the negotiation with them and I have purchased the debt securities directly from the public. Directly from the public, that is allowed. First thing, over the counter markets or over the counter trade is allowed by FPIs in the debt securities. And if that is a situation, in that particular scenario, you have to inform about the trade. You have to inform about the trade. You have to inform about the trade to the. You have to inform about the trade to the clear corp dealing system. So what does it basically means? So this basically means that shall be reported to. Sorry. It shall be reported to whom? Sir, it shall be reported to NDSOM platform. So if Madhav has purchased a debt instrument from Arun, okay, and Madhav is FPI, this is over the counter trade and funds will be given to Arun. In that particular case, when market closes, so market closes at 3:30, so market will close at 3:30 के 3 घंटे के अंदर 3:30 के 3 घंटे के अंदर यानी before 6:30 p.m. you have to inform about this trade. You have to inform about this trade to NDSOM. You have to operate about this. You have to inform about this trade to NDSOM. अब किसी के दिमाग में होगा कि sir what is this NDSOM? This is Negotiated Dealing System Order Matching. It is a platform जो कि owned है by RBI for trading government securities, or this platform is an anonymous order matching system for override buys and sells of government securities. So if you want to buy the government securities, you want to sell the government securities, you reach to this particular platform, you go and quote your sale. If you want to purchase, you go and quote your buy, and on the basis of random, I would say allotments, or I would say the random check, the random pick, on one side seller is picked, on one side buyer is picked, and then they are matched so that the trading can be completed. That is known as NDSOM platform. But if the trade is done over the counter, then you have to inform NDSOM, before 6:30 p.m. on the same day when the trade was done. on the same day when the trade was done. So all OTC trades in the government securities undertaken by FPI shall be reported to NDS OM platform on the trade date within 3 hours after the close of trading hours for the government security market, and in accordance with the operational guidance, and you have to follow the operational guidance which is issued by Clear Corp Dealing System, and Clear Corp Dealing System is the subsidiary of CCIL. It is the subsidiary of CCIL. Now सेटलमेंट कि सर आज आपने ट्रेड किया, माधव ने कहा, किसको कहा था, अरुण को कहा था, ठीक है, माधव ने कहा अरुण को कि आई एम रेडी टू परचेज योर सिक्योरिटी and Madhav committed that I will be paying you the funds. But actually when you receive the security, when Arun will receive the funds, then we say settlement is done. So what is settlement? So settlement basically means when actually the security is received to the buyer, when actually the funds are received to the seller, when once the funds reach, once the security reach, then only we call it as what we call it as settlement. So in this particular case, over the counter trade secondary market transactions in government securities undertaken by FPI may be settled in T+1 or T+2 basis. T+1 or T+2 basis. T+1 का मतलब आज मंडे को आपने ट्रांजेक्शन की, it will be settled on Tuesday or maybe on Wednesday. अगर आप Wednesday को कर रहे हैं, it will be settled on Thursday or maybe on Friday. That is a point. That is a point. Got it, guys? Clear हो गया? Last point is violation of direction. If I talk about the violation of direction, any transaction in breach of applicable investment limit या macro prudential control shall not be accepted. अगर आपने कोई भी transaction, कोई भी ऐसी transaction की which is not applicable, you are not allowed to make that investment. For example, FPI has made a transaction from Arun and purchased a security, but if that security is not allowed and you are violating the directions, then in that particular case, this particular transaction will be reversed. In that particular case, particular transaction will be reversed. Any violation by FPI shall be subjected to regulatory action, which will be not taken by RBI, it will be taken by SEBI. FPIs, they are permitted with approval of custodian to रेगुलराइज माइनर वायलेशन. अब हो सकता है कि उनसे कोई छोटी सी गलती हो गई हो, और वो छोटी सी गलती is known as minor violation. In that particular case, FPI will reach to the custodian and ask the custodian, sir, I have done this particular mistake and it comes under the category of minor violation. Please regulate it. Please regularize it. Regularize का मतलब इसे reverse कर दो, sorry not reverse, इसे okay कर दो. Okay का मतलब क्या हुआ? ये मुझसे गलती हुई है, माफ कर दो, लिख दो वहां पे कि ये गलती हुई थी, हमने माफ कर दिया because it's a minor violation. So in that particular case, custodian shall report SEBI all non-minor violations as well as minor violations that have not been regularized. तो custodian सिर्फ और सिर्फ inform करेगा SEBI को about the transactions, about the non-minor violations, जो कि non-minor violations नहीं है, जो कि major violations है, that should be reported by custodian to SEBI, as well as custodian will report all those minor violations which are not regularized to SEBI. So this information will be given to SEBI by the custodian itself. Is it clear everyone? आज और कल दोनों दिन, मतलब आज की क्लास और पिछली क्लास, दोनों क्लासेस को देखकर मुझे ये लग रहा है कि आप लोगों का जो इंटरेस्ट है इस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक में काफी कम है. The reason behind is you are feeling that yes, this is one of the tough guidelines given by RBI. I would say certainly yes. But when you revise it at least twice, you will be able to retain it. You will be able to solve the questions in the examination. So I request you guys, do go through with the PDF, read the PDF at least twice and make a chart for this particular PDF, or I will be providing you with the, I would say, handwritten notes which will help you. I'll provide you with the handwritten notes which will help you. But today the live count was very low. आज live count 40 से ऊपर गया ही नहीं, but in general we go even above 60. I don't know what was the reason. Maybe आज Saturday है. Maybe that could be a reason. Maybe there is some other examination which is going to happen today. बहुत सारे competitive exams होते हैं time to time. Maybe that is the reason, or I don't know. Maybe the reason is the current direction which is going on. Many of you must have thought कि ठीक है, I'm not going to remember it, I'm not going to revise it, I'm not going to answer any question if it is asked in the examination. If you have decided it, I'm okay with it. अगर आपने ये decide किया, then also it's fine, because yes, if you want to clear this exam, you need to be a bit choosy. If you feel that this is quite tough, this is something which I'm not able to recognize, then in that particular case, you can even leave it. No one is going to stop you. It's okay. Okay? Don't forget to hit the like button, guys, before leaving. And after I stop the session, after I complete the session, do give me the feedback in the comment section, and do write in the comment section. If you want handwritten notes. I'm planning to give you the handwritten notes, but it will take much of my efforts, as well as मुझे उसके लिए काफी time भी चाहिए. तो obviously if the comments will go above 50, then only I will be taking a decision. So do write in the comment section if you want me to give you the handwritten notes for RBI circulars before your examination, जिसमें एक circular आपको एक A4 size की sheet पर मिल जाएगा. You will be having one circular. You will be having one circular on in this manner. I will be giving it in the landscape mode, and I'll try to cover one circular on one A4 size sheet. That means we will be having around 10 to 20 important or very important circulars. So let's say I'm expecting the count is going to be around 20 most important circulars, and for those 20 most important circulars, I will be giving you 20 sheets. I will be giving you 20 A4 size sheets, but only if you will comment in the comment section that you want handwritten notes. Got it, guys? Thank you so much for joining. Good luck. God bless you all. See you soon. Bye-bye.